Today, I will be discussing myself for the next 2 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah, so my name's Neil. I run V Radio. I also answer to V sometimes, just as a nickname. Yes, I am Joe's left-leaning friend, although I do have a lot of right-leaning beliefs too.
Mm-hmm.
My channel's content actually really doesn't really have very much to do about right versus left. It's usually about truth versus not.
That is right versus left.
Well, no, I'm talking about when we can't even when we end up with a situation. So, for example, like what brought me back, obviously, is how Joe discovered me was because of my coverage of Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm the left-leaning guy, so I'm supposed to think obviously that he's an evil fascist,
Racist.
white supremacist guy who just went and shot everybody and racist. And I did a really good.
Wasn't that the guy who shot up the whole Tulsa, like that whole Wall Street thing, or like that wasn't what Rittenhouse did? No,
I'm not sure about that. But what I was going to say was just that, I uncovered that the actual first shooter was Joshua Zeminski, and my work actually got him arrested. I have no idea if he'll actually get prosecuted.
Nice.
But that was like what got me started. So I actually have an audience that's made up of people from the right and the left, and I concentrate on, most of the people on the left that do follow my show, though, are more reasonable, anti-woke.
Are you like in the Jimmy Dore, Matt Orfala crowd?
Well, so my big problem with Jimmy Dore is that he makes a lot of basic statements about what certain politicians should be able to achieve that just aren't accurate. Like, I worked for Senator Mike Gravel, so when he says things like Bernie should do this or Bernie should do that, he doesn't grasp that a single senator only has so much power.
Well, hold on, though. What about his criticisms about Force the Vote and the Squad and how they caved completely in the House versus Matt Gaetz and his crew, which held the leadership hostage for the Republicans and got things done? I think he's got some valid points in there.
Well, no. I don't disagree with everything he says. It's just when he says things that are terrible, it's like, well, basically what ends up happening when you listen to him is that nobody is progressive enough. So you just end up with nobody. There's nobody left. Mind you, I don't like the Squad either, which is something else that's probably going to blow people's minds. But I just did a video not long ago calling out AOC because she's like an authoritarian nutcase. So you're going to get definitely a different curve on things. But there are but there are other positions I hold. Like, I'm very strict pro-gun, for example. I don't deviate on that at all, and things like that. But if you look at the artwork, yeah, totally, absolutely, without question.
Okay, so you're anti-woke and pro-gun.
Yep, anti-woke, pro-gun, and totally pro-free speech, no question.
And socialism.
Well, not exactly.
Universal
like a JFK liberal.
Yeah, no, I like him. Yeah, he's probably
JFK would be considered.
RFK is front runner right now for me.
And JFK would be considered a right winger now.
But I think another good comparison would be Tulsi Gabbard. At least provided she's sincere. But I kind of run in the same.
This is the worst birthday party ever.
Well, it's Joe. What do you want?
Well, hey, you guys had to assess, who I was.
When do you start drinking, Joe?
Oh, it's coming soon. It's coming soon.
Cheers.
I'll take shots for $100 tonight. That's another thing I should have thrown out there. In fact, I'll whatchamacallit. Yeah, I'll take shots. I'll take shots.
I hope you put a ceiling on that, dude. Vegas.
I'll put a ceiling on that in 10 shots.
Okay.
Right.
Joe was on his own. Happy birthday.
That's drinking responsibly.
But just to finish my point, if you look at the artwork that I use for my show, it's pretty evident what I think of the two major parties.
So Steelers,
I'm right there with you.
Almost.
Yeah.
No.
So
let me get a couple of these out of the way. Andrew Malashok. Happy birthday, Joe. You're so old that when you were born, Dead Sea was only sick. L'chaim.
True story. True story.
Catherine K. Happy birthday, Joe. Hey, Eric Hunley, you're my birthday twin. Look at that.
That's a rare one. There's
I forgot.
You know who else is our birthday twin? John D. Rockefeller. It's kind of shameful.
Sweet.
Not really. I mean, it's like a corp.
This is my $20 super chat horn that I got going on.
Oh boy.
Oh wait, I gotta do my settings a little better than what I had there because no one's gonna hear it otherwise. I have to share the way that my soundboard works is I actually have to share a screen and keep it backstage, which is the stupidest thing in the world. I don't know if do you guys deal with soundboards?
No.
I got mine going, but it's not up and running yet.
I'm not really a morning zoo guy.
All right. So
I have my soundboards for my live trial coverage.
All right. I just want to make sure that that is actually working. Now, there you go. That's my $20. That's my $20 super chat thing. It's like and it's a mysterious sound that only Ron's gonna recognize. But there you go.
That sounded very real. Did you hire some kid with a trombone to just sit there and you motion at him?
That's not a trombone. Ain't no metal, and that's not from your.
It's a ram's horn.
It is a ram's horn. Yeah.
Oh. Okay,
there you go. All right, bad
corrected.
So how different is that to the call to prayer in Islam? Is it something similar?
It sounds.
What do they use? Do you know what they use for?
They use the human voice.
Is it?
You've been in Israel, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
Scariest thing in the world if you're not until if you're sleeping in Jerusalem for the first time in the old city and all of a sudden crack of dawn.
Oh.
Gotta get used to it, man.
Yeah, well, that's called a shofar, which is an instrument that we use for our services during the high holidays, particularly Jewish New Year.
How'd you have to make this a Jewish thing already? Like we're 36 minutes in and it's already you're dragging your religion.
You're fetching it's like, oh my gosh, since you came in, there's not enough drinking.
It could be worse. Viva Fry loves to get right into people being cut, if you will.
Yeah. So that happened to me once with whatchamacallit when I was on with Viva and Barnes, and all of a sudden I was one of the first times I was ever on with Barnes, I think. I'm 5 minutes into this thing, and I'm like, oh, this is so cool. I'm sitting here with Viva and Barnes, and the next thing I know, I'm talking with him about Mitzitza B'Peh, and I'm like, really? This is what I need to this is what I need to start getting down. No, I don't want to sit here having to defend my faith. Bad Weather Biker says Hunley is on. I love his and Grubert's channel.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Joe from Burlington County. Thank you so very much. Jonathan says, happy birthday. Found you at some point after the Rittenhouse trial back in 96. Seems forever ago. It does seem like that. Yeah, when Rittenhouse was doing that shooting, I was I think I was in high school at that point. Nick Estara says, if you aren't left-wing when you're young, you have no heart. If you aren't right-wing when you have grown up, you have no brain. I'm in between, refuse to grow up, but I'm not stupid either.
Winston Churchill.
Was that?
Yeah. If you're young and if you're young and not liberal, you have no heart. If you're older and not conservative, you have no brain.
I must have had no heart. I don't know if I was ever liberal.
I'm not sure if I got this one. Blessed birthday, Joe. Thank you, JRC. Mary Coppola. Thank you. Look at all these people doing their little Hebrew to English translations, because that's what Yom Haledet Sameach is. It's happy birthday in Hebrew. Really good. Happy birthday, Joe.
Here's a normal American happy birthday.
Hope you have a wonderful day.
You.
It's very thoughtful. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Old Drill Sergeant, happy birthday, young man. McRae, happy birthday, Joe. My birthday is 3 weeks from today, and I'll be 53 as well. Wow. Nice.
All right.
So you're actually close in age to Eric Hunley than I am, because he's going to turn 53 in 2 weeks. So you guys are like kissing cousins there. Eric Wimberg says, Joe, happy birthday. Best to you, Lady Lawgic and the fam. Thank you so very much. And I think I covered them all. I think I ran through them, each and every one of them. So we got a little background here on V Radio. I'm going to go to the next of the unknowns, which is in David MLS. Hey, you knew where I was going. You knew I was going there. He's like, no one knows who I am. You're muted. Maybe that's part of the.
No, he's quiet.
That's why nobody knows me. I just talk to myself and. Hey, yeah. Thanks, Joe, for having me on. I was on once before, but nobody remembers me. No, Michigan Law Show, MLS Law Show, and I covered live trials and a little bit of not too much politics stuff. I kind of stay away from that, but definitely legal stuff. Actually, this morning, I started streaming one of my own trials from a couple of weeks ago, and so that's been kind of cringy, but a lot of fun.
What does that mean, streaming your own trial?
I had a trial 2 weeks ago, and my client signed off on allowing me to stream it. And so I'm actually streaming it. I started with the preliminaries, the opening statements, and the direct on my first witness. I'm plaintiff. It's a civil case. And so I'm plaintiff, and we're suing in business courts, a commercial dispute. But it's interesting because it's got like a weird, petulant little child on the other end. So it's a lot of kind of fun stuff. So I started that this morning, just streaming the first couple of hours of it. And so that's a lot of fun.
Sweet.
But I have a new trial starting on Monday, the Border Patrol murder case, and so doing a lot of live trials and other videos and things like that.
What's the Border Patrol murder case?
Guy is he's a Border Patrol agent out of Texas, and he's charged with, I don't know why they call it the Border Patrol murder case, but he's a Border Patrol agent, and he was charged with murdering his girlfriend and a 20-month-old baby. And that trial is starting on Monday. It's not a very happy case. But it's something to fill the time between Sarah Boone and what I'm doing now. I just finished up on a local Michigan case, Megan Imowitz, who was charged with murdering her father because she got into a fight and threw a bunch of stuff at him. One of them happened to be lye, which burned him. But the interesting thing is the timeline doesn't really work because at 10 a.m. he's supposedly naked and drunk. And she threw...
I noticed how as soon as Andrew Branca comes in here, you're describing someone as being naked and drunk.
I'm like, I came to the right party, obviously.
She ended up going away, but so that was a Michigan case. So I cover a variety of cases like that. But I will do a little plug. Zachariah Anderson, myself, Jeff from Legal Vices, Chandler Remington, and Solomon Anderson are doing a stream on my channel next Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern with a little bit of Anderson update as well as sort of a call to action. So if you guys are interested in the Zachariah Anderson case,
indeed,
when are you doing that?
Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern.
Okay.
We're doing a little update and a call to action.
I had Solomon Anderson on my show here once for an evening, and when you hear him talk about this case, it's so disturbing how this was such a miscarriage of basic concept of being proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It's that was my first case that I streamed, and I started off and I was thinking, it's this jealous ex-boyfriend murder trial, and I was like, it's going to be sort of a lot of drama and it'll be a fun case. And I get like the second day into it, I'm like, this is a shit show. And I'm like, oh my God, what is going on here? And then continue to watch it. And I'm like, there's no way they're going to find this guy guilty. Sure enough, they did. But
I'll tell you, man, if streaming trials was possible at the founding, our founding fathers would have made that a constitutional right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the transparency it provides is unbelievable. The normal world has no idea how these criminal trials are run.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely opened up a lot of minds, particularly looking at the Rittenhouse trial. What I did, it was like, it really helped people. I don't think people really even really understand what goes on in any of that. They watch like Law and Order or whatever, and they think that's what it is. And it's definitely not.
On that note too, have you noticed that still you can almost say, how do you say you didn't watch the trial without saying you didn't watch the trial? And you just look at the tweets from people about Rittenhouse and you're like, okay, another one who didn't watch. Another one who didn't watch. Another one who didn't watch. They just out themselves.
And and it's become so stupidly tribal, and I deal with it on Twitter on a regular basis because people literally tag me into those conversations, and it's just like, wait a minute, what do you mean you didn't shoot black people? Wait a minute, he crossed state lines with a gun and it's illegal, and I'm like, dude, we figured that out like 2 weeks into the trial. Like, where have you been? But it's so important to them to have that boogeyman that it's more important to them for them to be correct. But anyway,
and they win. It never goes away. It never goes away. The propaganda ultimately wins. So I give lectures at the FBI Academy at Quantico talking about the George Zimmerman trial, and I'm talking about all the lies, the propaganda around the trial, and I'll ask that audience, 300 senior federal law enforcement, local law enforcement from all around the country. How many people believe this about the trial? How many people believe that about the trial? And it's all the lies that were reported in the media. And these people who should be hardened, experienced, critically thinking investigators, they bought all that propaganda. Right. They repeated it themselves thousands of times. And when I when I prove to them beyond a shadow of a doubt, because I'll play the 911 call recording or whatever, that it could not have been the way they think it is, half of them, maybe half of them, accept the new reality. And the other half of them, you see them go into brain lock. So the reason they do this propaganda for these trials is because it's effective and it lasts forever.
Joseph Goebbels.
We entered a new era. I want to point something out to you. I haven't talked about this on my channel yet, even though it's right in my zone of the sort of thing I would tend to talk about. And that is the censure of Schiff. I mean, think about this. The reason he's censured is because we know that, and it's irrefutable, that he basically went on TV over and over and over again, repeatedly making claims and lying, saying, I have direct evidence about Trump's collusion with Russia. And he had nothing. He knew he had nothing. And he's like, if you've seen the evidence I've seen, and for this, he became, I think, like one of the 20, like only like the 26th person in Congress to ever be censured. Because you can't just go around just making stuff up over and over again and just selling it. And everyone on the left knows that he was making it up. Everyone there knows that he was making up lies. And yet, the Democrats rallied around him, basically chanting shame, shame, shame at the GOP for censuring him. As if like, and he's and hailing him, like reaching out to touch him like he was some cult figure from, like, he's like Daenerys from like Game of Thrones, like, oh, he's our leader, let's go touch our, like he's a new messianic figure, because he was famously completely flat out lying. And that's what gave him heroic status, that because he was so noble in his efforts to try and take down Trump, even though he was completely full of bunk, that is, we don't care about what they're basically saying is, we don't care about truth. We just care, are you on our side and how far will you go to push it, even if we know you're lying to us.
Nobody cared.
I know it's your birthday, but if you're going to use language like bunk, I'm out.
I apologize. Please.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, I don't know if I used this analogy the time that you interviewed me, but it reminds me of like being in middle school and playing volleyball, and the teacher calls a point for your team, and you know that ball was out, but like you still don't want to say anything. And more importantly, if anybody else goes, well, wait a second, no, shut up, you know, because you want that point for your team. You don't care if it's true at all. Like that's one of the huge problems I have.
But they're not 7 years old.
Well, no, I agree. And it reminds me of what Yuri Bezmenov said when he said that the KGB Soviet defector who said that we were being ideologically subverted and demoralized. Once you get to that point in your society, real information doesn't matter to you anymore. But
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So listen, through all of human history, what Schiff is doing is the norm. An aspiration to truth is part of the Western Enlightenment. That's not normal. In normal human society for thousands of years, it's been what's good for my tribe is what's true. And what's bad for my tribe is what's false. And what's happening is we're simply becoming a more tribal society. We're falling back from the heights of Western civilization to this more tribalist culture. So from Schiff's perspective, the more he lies, as long as it's effective for his tribe, he, in his mind, is actually acting morally.
Yeah. No, I totally agree.
It's always for the
I came up with last weekend when I was playing volleyball, believe it or not, an epiphany. Someone was calling me a bully on the court. And I said, you know, the only difference between a bully and a hero is the side that you're on.
Yes. Same thing with terrorists, by the way.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. No, yep. That's another thing I catch a lot of crap for, because I don't support Antifa and I expose them all the time. And they just don't want to talk about it. They're not going to openly tell you that they support, you know, people randomly attacking peaceful protesters. Or what they are going to say is, well, no, only the right wing does that, or they disguise themselves as Antifa or some other silliness. But it's not domestic terrorism when you burn down cities through all of 2020. It's only domestic terrorism on January 6th.
Have you seen this video where the Nazis are coming up and trying to join the patriotic people, and they're getting unmasked? I love that. That is exactly the right technique.
Yep, I just put that on my channel. Actually, that was funny.
I'm going to share that here.
What I'm waiting for, though, is facial recognition for them to identify which one of them are the feds.
One of them has been. One of them has been. I think his name is. In fact, if you go down to the comments in what I'm about to share here with them.
Well, there's a rule. Any group or any gathering that is KKK or 4-letter N words is going to have at least one fed as part of the gathering.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me actually share this so we can.
Happy birthday, Joe! By the way,
thank you. Both Steves.
I was feeling
coming
a little
in.
hurt. I must say,
I felt so stupid. I felt so embarrassed, and I apologize to you.
And you just uplifted my spirits.
I'm glad. I felt so terribly about it. I felt. You know what? It's like when I was putting together the thumbnails, and I'm like sitting there, I'm like going through the list of like who give me. So I'm going through Twitter, and that's why I didn't send Steve. I didn't put Steve in the thumbnail either. The other Steve, I didn't put either Steve.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Am I in the thumbnail? I didn't even
Welcome to my Friday.
You are.
I sit there and I count names. 1, 2, 3, 2. Okay. Let me get the thumbnail up.
I felt like an idiot. Like I'm like putting this person and that. I'm like, it was crazy. So yeah, I apologize. It's not through lack of respect, appreciation, or anything. It's just my own stupidity and the fact that I use the method of going through Twitter and seeing, okay, this person said yes, this person said yes, and I asked you guys on Friday before I actually sent out the whole Twitter invite. So, all right, so let me share this video here.
But you're a good man and you're sensitive, and thank you for that. And I really do wish you a happy birthday. You are one of my favorite people on the internet because of your view of things, and really. You made me happy because I wasn't going to say anything. I was just saying, well, it's Joe's stream, but.
No. I definitely want you here. Are you kidding me? So this is the video that everyone's talking about. If you haven't seen it yet, are these people supposed to be Nazis? Everyone calls them Nazis, but there's no Nazi.
Well, they call them Nazis.
I think dressed alike.
I think the khaki pants in that bit is part of the quote new uniform with the tiki torches.
Oh, is it? That's what it's supposed to be. That's what it's supposed to be.
So. I don't know.
All right. Well, here's the video that Benny Johnson shared.
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out! No! You too! Get the fuck out!
Yeah, that's better this one.
Yeah, the algorithm's gonna love this one.
I apologize for the language up front here. So there's a little bit of the cursive words.
I would tell you to mute it, but it's important that you hear what they say.
Be gone! Go! Fucking racist motherfucker! Casey, you're a faggot, dude! You say no shit about me.
Just to point out, the ones
calling somebody a racist and then following up saying you F word, they don't always necessarily go together. But going on, sorry.
Go ahead.
Every one of these guys should be taken to the ground, stripped of their hat, glasses, and mask immediately.
Sure. I don't know the context.
What's the worst? The worst you're looking at is misdemeanor battery. Strip these people
against a federal officer. I mean, they're all feds,
but you don't know they're
identify themselves as feds.
If you hit a police officer who's undercover, are you liable for hitting a police officer?
No knowledge, no intent.
Right. Well, I'm hoping
them from charging you.
No, but I'm hoping that they would. That would be great if one of them identified himself and said, "You just had a fed." It'd be like, "Oh, we did, huh?"
Clear.
Thank you. Got that on video here. Please pose.
We'll give you a little piece of insight from being somebody who helps a channel called Mary Todd investigate Antifa. That one of the things that's going on here that's really important, that's why I said that even with the cussing, it's important to listen to what they're saying, is these are Proud Boys kicking these people out for being racist and Nazis. The two things that everybody are trying to claim the Proud Boys are, even with their Cuban leader and their black president and all of that. And that's one of the things that was a concern here, was that these people keep showing up at protests and then doing their Nazi salutes. It's like a photo op. Like, I don't know if you remember, Joe, I circulated a video because they were showing up at turf rallies about the issue of child indoctrination into, dog combing, right? Mm-hmm. So the issue is that they showed up there, and then immediately that turned into, oh, well, if you oppose dog combing, then you're a Nazi. You're standing with the Nazis. The Nazis are standing with you. And they try to do the same thing to the Proud Boys because they're desperate for the evil white supremacist, white nationalist boogeyman that doesn't exist, at least not in the degrees they would.
By the way, one little addition to that, when you said the Cuban leader of the Proud Boys, you mean the Cuban federal informant leader
Right,
of the Proud Boys? Just to be clear.
Right.
Was he?
Yes.
Really? Ricky,
Yes, he was an informant.
Ricky was an informant?
No,
Ricky Anzavelis you talking about?
No. That's not the dude's name.
Oh.
Proud Boys leader. Come on, chat, help me out.
Mario.
By the way, one thing you would not want to do is knock them down, take their hat, glasses, and masks, and say, "I knew you were a Fed." Because
Enrique Tarrio. Yeah,
that would be difficult.
It's Tarrio. That was it.
Yeah.
I had dinner with Enrique Tarrio.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, he's a good look. He's
But I mean,
is what he
he's
seems to be. I mean,
working with
whether he
them.
was in the employment of the Federals at the time, I don't know. But he's a regular guy. I mean, listen, I'm very familiar with the Proud Boys. As a number of people have pointed out here, the whole use of them as a boogeyman is a complete scam.
Sure.
Right.
And they've been blamed for everything except sunspots so far. Most of them have had their lives ruined by being doxxed. It's all a kind of new social media warfare. It is what it is.
Yeah, well, this is them fighting back and basically saying we're not going to have you stand alongside us
Yeah,
and
it was a
act
good
like a
move.
bunch of racists. And check out how this goes down.
Go!
They're literally trying to send away the Nazis.
Fuck out of here! Get the fuck out! Go, bitches! Go, bitches! Go, bitches! I'm gonna fucking time. You're calling everybody. Fuck out of here! Yeah, dog. Fuck yeah, dog.
What's really funny is over here they start realizing that they lost their masks. Some of them. And
Some are
out.
hiding their faces. Some are like fucking.
Yeah, you'll see in a minute. It's almost over. Right here. It said demask. That's what saying demask them.
Look at this guy.
No,
my face! Oh, my face! Oh my god, my face!
I'll never be able to blow the assistant director again.
I gotta hide my face.
His name is Ben Brody.
Yes, Ben Brody is the guy who was covering his face. My face. It's in the comments below that.
They identified him already. Collective knowledge of the internet.
Yeah, it's Ben Brody.
And he's a Fed.
He goes to like he's
an Antifa guy, right?
No, he's not Antifa. So when I found it here, someone saying, where was it? This is in the someone saying you know what to do, and people in the comments here, he was identified as being Ben Brody with like a picture that's definitely the same guy, and his social media claims that he's some college student.
I love that Scooby-Doo unmasking. That was hilarious.
Yeah, that's great.
It was.
No, but I got away with
Oh
it
my
too. If it
God.
wasn't for those meddling Proud Boys.
Oh my gosh. All right. So, gentlemen, I'm just gonna need to pause here for a second. So
You're now pausing.
That's my $100 super chat.
Wow.
Yeah. So so this is from Jonathan. Thank you, brother. About 1.5 years. Time is strange. Well wishes some Swedish Christian social worker. He-Man. Well, thank you. Thank you. I'll raise a glass to that. Any of you want to join me in raising a glass here?
Absolutely.
Sure. Let me grab my.
Well, I said that a sidecar is in the cards, but only if I get the blessings from the
Sparkling orange, dry polar for me.
Is this sparkling orange Jack Daniels for me?
I can never figure out what this this
Does
Irish
this count
money
as
that
drinking
he's
alone?
using. This is not drinking alone.
I'm not asking. I'm only asking.
Oh my gosh! Just walk over here. You're like 2 blocks from my house right now. Just walk.
Are you going to let her
Don't make
arm
me
sit
come
up
over
all
there.
day?
Yeah,
Don't make me
seriously.
come over there.
This is a workout. This is
I
Joe's
know,
workout.
hello.
All right. Well, I will say to each of you, I really appreciate you joining me. First of all, thank you, Jonathan, and secondly, I'll say to each of you, gentlemen, I thank you for joining me, and I hope that we'll be able to share in many more joyous occasions in the future, in perfect health, and only seeing excellent, maintaining excellent peace between ourselves and our fellow men, and while experiencing phenomenal personal growth.
Well said.
Cheers.
Sounds good.
And he was going to talk us sober after a minute there.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh Jesus! Don't invite him to wedding for toast. Be like,
Eric, what are you up to when you're not on your show on this show?
well, I run 4 channels.
Why? Wow. I never understood this. Why? Like, why do you have?
We found them. This is 4chan.
Oh,
4chan.
Nice.
God, I wish.
Why 4 different channels? I know you have a group. I know you have one with Nate, right?
Yes.
And what? How is that different? How is that different from what you do with Grubert or your Layback News? Like, what's with you and Nate? What's the story there?
No, I don't know. It's kind of embarrassing. No. Anyway, Nate and I just would argue all the time on the phone. Imagine that. And we decided, hey, this is a show. And so we hang out, talk about different things. We have different viewpoints on the world. He's from a urban city background, etc. I'm from a rural desert country, grew up on a ranch with 10 acres, had goats, things like that. So we're completely opposite in a lot of ways. And we managed to argue but still be friends. So that's sort of the premise of that, reacting to social media, culture type of things, whatever.
Mic check. All right, cool. Now I can talk. All right.
Oh, there he is.
I'm sitting there trying to talk, and I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Reacting to social media, culture type of things, whatever.
Well, I was wondering what happened to you. How you doing, Nate?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, the show with Eric, we actually had some really great episodes because we talk about, we get into the whole like the doll experiment, racism, and all that stuff. So we talk about really a lot of the top pop culture stuff. So it's a nice show. It's a nice, it's one of those nice things where you lay back and you don't have to get into anything too heavy. You know what I mean?
I feel obliged to throw in the the automatic recognition that I've been told by good authority, one boozy, that Nate's not even a real lawyer, and that's really diminished my
good point.
That's seriously diminished my faith and confidence in him, which damages his reputation. So.
Yes, I gotta thank you for that.
The only way being accused of not being a real lawyer could possibly be defamatory. Is if you have been making a living by claiming to be a real lawyer. And that is our case, just to be clear on the case.
I gotta say, Nate, it's great to be on a stream with you. Your City Bike Karen videos were the best, I would say the best coverage, period.
It's I really appreciate that because it's funny because
what a shocker that the liberal is complimenting Nate. All right, go on. No, please.
You just move the windows
you
together.
Didn't see that video. The conservatives.
Colored guys need that support from us. Okay.
Oh my God! Trust me.
Feel that we are there for them. Nate is completely an affirmative action situation. You can't get anything done. In fact, Chris Boozy told me all about Nate's.
Let me tell you, but
you guys just don't know. On one stream, I'm literally one conservative against all the liberals, and they don't come here, and I'm the liberal against all the conservatives. It's just insane.
I was going to say, I first found Nate on his U.S. women's soccer story, and I wouldn't have pegged him as a liberal because it made logical sense. The whole argument.
He's slowly moving.
I am slowly moving. To be fair,
he's on the Reuben route.
Yeah, I had to give Aussie Overlord the horn again. Just want to hear the horn again.
Are you sure that's Australian 20? I thought it had to be actual 20.
I give him credit anyway. It's the thought that counts. Better to be one more year over the the hill than 6 feet under it. No, that's definitely true. Well, I thank you so much, also, Overlord. I really appreciate
Ozzy
it.
did it. The 25-hour stream yesterday.
Hey,
yes,
Joe.
Steve.
Gosney's dunking on us with his boutique drink, and I want. He disappeared for a second. I thought you drank him under the table, but he has returned with his awesome boutique drink, and I hope he tells us what it is.
Oh,
what is
Steve Gosney?
This is the sidecar.
What's the boutique drink there, guys? The sidecar?
Sidecar. It's 1/3 Cointreau, 1/3 roses sweet and sour, and 1/3 Fundador brandy.
And one eighth
third.
Yeah, gender uncertainty.
I'm confident in my sexuality.
It identifies as a beer.
It's a diversity stream.
It's not a Bud Light, so it's okay.
Oh,
you know, it's funny. My daughter, we watching the Flash movie, which is bombing, and she saw they turned Superman into Supergirl, and she's like, "Why would they do that?" I said, "For diversity." She says, "Diversity sucks." I'm like, what? Like, you telling me this? You're supposed to like this shit.
That's great.
I can't believe they didn't recast the Flash movie. By the way, that's my only comment about that.
What your favorite pervert,
LGBTQ,
Ezra?
If you think about it, if he was a white guy, just a pure white guy, no LGBTQ, they would have recast it.
Oh yeah, in a heartbeat.
Absolutely.
Yep. If he was Kevin Spacey, he'd be out.
Yeah. Yeah. And
but no, the charges aren't that dissimilar. I'm just saying.
no, I was like rolling through them in my mind.
I hadn't thought about that, but you're right. You're right.
You see, it's all about timing, by the way, for when you get busted. It's all about timing. Because Kevin Spacey, if he had been busted like now, he totally would have been fine because now women are in the downswing compared to the trans. And he and basically everyone be like, all right, who cares? The
problem is that his
over.
stuff was against men.
Yeah, he put his hands on men too.
Kevin Spacey might still yet come out on the other side. I can see a redemption arc for him someday.
No, I hope not. I hope not. He's a sick individual.
If Louis C.K. can come out on the other side, I think Kevin Spacey can.
What did Louis C.K. do that was so terrible? Tell me.
That bad.
What did he do? No, I really don't know. I don't know enough about the Louis C.K.
He likes
story.
to masturbate in front of women.
They didn't leave the room, did they?
No, they did not. And there's an argument of his being a higher level status comedian, so they felt trapped doing it. They did agree, but that's why he's coming back. I think technically he's not Harvey Weinstein. I mean,
he's Louis C.K. He's higher level than just about everyone on the face of the earth.
Gentlemen, I think we can all agree that you should not masturbate in front of women. You have
agreed completely. And you should be embarrassed. Absolutely.
We got to call it what it is. That's called a two-bit. That's called a two-bit.
A two-bit.
Two-bit.
Remember?
Oh yeah, I do. And by the way, it's really fun listening to Jeffrey Toobin expound his wisdom on Patrick Bet-David's podcast or Valuetainment or whatever the past couple days. And when he's talking about, what a horrible host Tucker Carlson is, and I'm going, I don't think he was having Zoom meeting problems, Jeff, the Toobin.
But that's the
there, but for the grace of God, go every single person on this panel, I'm pretty sure.
The craziest thing about that story is that it was literally they were just on the Zoom call. They hung up the Zoom call, and he just starts jerking it right after they hung up the call. It's like he's like,
it really makes you question.
Whip it out and start.
This is my cover for my camera, and it broke, and I'm devastated because I always flip it down when I'm done or when I think I'm off screen, just in case.
When he's done.
No. Yeah, I use a real camera, and I've got my lens cap right here. I always put the lens cap back on. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Joe. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Joe.
Happy birthday to you.
53.
Yeah,
53, man.
Let me tell you something. A birthday show without a Toobin reference would have felt like I was being shortchanged. So I appreciate you guys delivering for me on that.
But not short-stroked.
So, Joe, can I ask you a Jewish question?
Yeah, sure. Look at that.
Are there any specific are there any different customs for birthdays for people?
We don't really believe in birthdays. I mean, on the Jewish calendar, we actually have a different birthday than today. My Jewish birthday, because there's a lunar calendar versus a solar calendar. So the lunar calendar works based on months, basically start and end with the new moon, and so our whole calculation. That's why Passover and all our Jewish holidays will come out different every year. because the lunar calendar is 11 days shorter.
The divine prefers the moon.
Well, I mean, if you look in Genesis,
no, but the Catholics do the same thing. They have movable feasts. It's not a set date in the calendar.
Yeah, it's the Julian calendar versus the Gregorian
calendar.
Yeah, Gregorian, Julian. So I guess you're closer to Gregorian, right?
Well, our calendar actually also has an adjustment in order to keep our holidays seasonal. So there's an adjustment where, like, because
do they call that the circumcision, Joe? Is
no, you see, it has to go there.
No, but when we add an extra month to the year, it's called a pregnant month.
Pregnant year. No.
What do you call it when you have to cut a day off?
So,
Bris.
Yeah, my lunar birthday was actually a couple of weeks ago, but we tend to go by that, if by anything. But we don't really make a big deal about the birthday, only because, like, I don't know. It was never a thing.
Like
Maybe Ron can weigh in on that. Why don't we make a big deal about the birthday?
Because
it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ron.
We tend to commemorate people when their lives are over, and we commemorate we commemorate the date of their passing, actually, more than the date of their birthday. There one possible exception for there are a couple of notable birthdays that are recognized. One is the famous bar mitzvah, and one is when you turn 60, as I did this year. Because when you turn
happy
60,
birthday,
one of the understandings of the biblical punishment of spiritual excision is that you die prematurely, which means before age 60. So if you reach 60, then you know that at least you have not been punished according to that understanding with spiritual excision, with that form of premature death. But as a general rule, it might be because of superstition, because of the evil eye, but we don't tend to celebrate birthdays in our tradition. By the way, I don't know of any religious tradition as such that does.
It was a Roman thing, wasn't it?
It strikes me as a very modern thing, birthday present.
The King's birthday, American
maybe.
You think it's an American?
Capitalism. It's like Hallmark card. It's like Mother's Day, Father's Day.
Wait a minute, Ron, what are you talking about? What about Christmas?
That's totally
modern.
Made
that's pretty modern.
Santa Claus was made up by Macy's, wasn't it?
That's not a religious holiday based on a birthday.
Wait, so now the Jew wants to talk about Jesus. Is that where we're going?
There we go.
No, Christmas is kind of multiple cultures rolled into one holiday. It's like a Norwegian, Germanic,
with the tree.
The pagans. Yeah, and you got to give credit. I mean, the Catholics were great when they pulled people in. They would just kind of pull in their traditions. Like voodoo is a mix of African art and Catholicism. This goes back to the Romans, who again do the same thing. You had Jupiter, who is God, I forget all the Zeus is actually Jupiter. It's just they rename the Greek gods, things like that.
Right. The Catholics, when they would go to a civilization, they would basically graft on Catholicism onto local traditions. I know in the Philippines, there's still a lot of animism, and in Africa, there's a lot of animism that gets kind of mixed into Christian traditions. And it's because of that. It's because of, yes, but let's append on the one true faith to this.
Sorry. Go on. No, please continue.
Doesn't that mean the aliens from War of the Worlds are about to kill us all?
It's a really great sound, isn't it?
That means Joe Cialis just kicked in.
Oh my!
I know that when the Catholics came to Britannia, they adopted a lot of the holidays, and then they took some of the Celtic gods as saints.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not a terrible
so for Joe's
idea.
birthday, everybody went on a live stream and started trashing the history of Christianity. that's going to
be for a Jewish live stream to me.
That's exactly. That's how it's. Just get this still, okay?
Thank you so much for basically blaming the next blood libel on Joe Nierman, because my entire life is basically when all spells blame Joe. So
well, Joe, we've both been married for a while, so I mean, I don't think anything is new in that category.
The core Christian holiday is Easter, though. Christmas gets all the things because capitalism is leveraged that into gift giving.
Coming back to where we started our discussion on this, Easter's calendar, actually, now that's the way Easter falls out is kind of synchronized with Passover.
Right.
No, I think it's lined up. I think every time, right? I mean,
yeah, pretty much.
Which should be a difficult thing to do. It should
Well,
be
not
a difficult
if
thing too, because our stuff is moving around a lot more than yours. Like December 25th is locked. October 31st is locked. April, Easter is bouncing around specifically because it's tied into the full moon of the month when we're celebrating Passover, and Passover is celebrated on the night of when there's a full moon.
Well, so, Joe, I think people would say that Easter generally is a hard thing to pull off. You rise from the dead. It's kind of a tough trick.
No, I'm not. I'm not here to. I'm not debating the pros or cons.
No, I'm just teasing you, man.
Oh my God, no, I'm not sitting here. Oh, I'm just saying that as far as picking a day and going with it, they could have gone with April 15th and just stuck with it, but they instead move it around depending on.
You got to pay taxes.
But yeah, I was going to say April 15th. Interesting choice, Joe. What is your mind immediately on the financial thing of April? I don't understand that.
I was thinking the middle of April. That's how oh my God.
But Easter is linked.
It shows really
because that's when Jesus came in. He came
that's
into
the resurrection.
Jerusalem for Passover. So that's why it's so closely connected to Passover.
Right.
Praise the one true God.
Yeah, you guys have. Either of you been to Israel? Meaning the two Jews on the panel.
Yeah,
the two Jews.
Someone else other than the Jews could have been going to Israel.
I want to go to Israel.
I spent a year.
I don't.
I spent a year studying in Israel.
Okay.
Really? You
and
did? Wow.
Me too.
Yeah, it's a common thing amongst Ortho Jews to spend a year studying there. It's not uncommon.
Do pine trees grow there?
All my sons studied there.
I think maybe on Mount Olives. I think I've seen not much. There's not much in the way of pine trees in Israel.
So Joe, what's that mean? Or Ron, what's that mean to study for a year in Israel? I'm not familiar with that practice. What do you actually do for that year?
Okay,
go ahead, Joe.
Well, you have to understand that when you're an Orthodox Jew, most of our studies leading up through our high school days are very little involved in secular study, and most of our day is involved in religious study, specifically, primarily focusing on Talmud if you're a boy, and about Jewish law and values if you're a girl. So and Jewish history as well. So after we graduate high school, and when I say primary amount of time, so for a boy, we would go to school at 7. So we would leave for school at 7 o'clock in the morning, and we would be studying Talmud till 3:30 in the afternoon. Like more than what people in public school spend a full day in school. We'll spend that just on Talmud, and then spend 3 hours studying secular studies like math, English,
and that's until
science.
high school. And then after high school, they go until 10 o'clock at night studying Talmud.
Right, so weird that Jews tend to be academically overperformers. It's weird.
What's the connection here? I'm confused.
Well, anyway, so part of enhancing that study is that there are a lot of yeshivas in Eretz Yisrael, which it used to be that the Orthodox Jews would tend to go there right out of high school and spend like a year or two studying in the yeshiva. Then it's become more popular that they will actually spend time learning in basically what we call, they would spend all day studying in yeshiva for 2 or 3 years and then spend another year or two studying in Israel. That's become more prevalent. That's what my sons do now, as opposed to when Ron and I were of age and we graduated high school, it was much more common to just go straight to Israel right after high school. But that's what they spend, and they'll spend a full year doing nothing but Talmudic study. And even when we come back, so like many of us, like I know I can't speak to Ron, I don't know what his background is, but when I came back from my year of Talmudic study, I came back and I would spend all my entire day studying Talmud, and I went to night school to get my undergraduate degree. That was very common.
I would just suggest to our audience, I'm not Jewish. I was raised Roman Catholic, but imagine if the American populace, American citizens, were devoted to spending a year studying the founding fathers and the creation of our country.
Unbelievable.
A full year doing nothing but that, and then came back what a different nation we would be, what a different culture we would be, and how that preserves a culture instead of the dissipation we're seeing in America today.
Well, how about just spending your free time on things that are worthwhile rather than frivolity and lies and culture that is poisoning our minds with trivia? I mean,
what's wrong with reality TV and Desperate Housewives?
What you're studying here is important. This is important. This is God's word. This is trying to be ethical, trying to be moral.
In these yeshivas, the boys are not allowed to have smartphones. When I say boys, I mean young men through their early 20s, and in many cases beyond that. If you want to have,
sorry, I'm gonna have to ban it. Keep going.
No, for 1,000 sec.
No, I don't know what 1,000 sec is. What is it?
About $100. I think it's Swedish. I think it's Swedish kroner.
You know what? If YouTube's making it red, I'm counting that as the war horn. I think that's the war horn right there.
Be careful because they make $1.99 sometimes red too. So.
Well, Jonathan,
I know.
Generous, and let's have a salute.
It's
Jonathan.
93. It's 0.093, so it's just under 10 cents of the U.S. dollar. So 10 times out of 1,000 is about $100.
Oh, that's nice gift. Thank you. That's a really nice gift. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Yeah,
I must say 2 is probably going to be my limit tonight. Number 1 is not only do I have to work tomorrow, but number 2 is my wife actually had a sidecar tonight also.
Oh.
So we only have 3 in the freezer. These are chilled glasses. And so, but cheers.
Well, heaven forbid that you have anything other than a chilled glass.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Well, what can I say? I'm a spoiled snob.
Hey, Joe, on that note,
yeah,
I got to run. And
all right, my brother. Thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I'll see you on Friday, God willing.
Hey, man, take care.
Nice
seeing you again.
Later.
All right, that was actually really good timing because I just got a notification that we were overbooked in here. So, I'm gonna catch up on some stupid chats before I start catching up on alcohol that I owe you, that I owe my audience.
Did you get anything good for your birthday?
So did I get anything good for my birthday?
Yeah, you getting good gifts?
Do you know what a good gift I would consider a good gift?
I can bet.
Like I would consider a good gift. I'm not kidding. Is if Lady Lawgic said that she will basically drive, and like once a month I can basically say for this thing she has to drive. That would be the most awesome gift in the world.
I love you,
because
man.
I want you to know something. For her birthday, I took her up on something. Okay, so whenever I get together with my wife's family, they always have to play this group game. This is like the mindset. There has to be like some sort of group game that's happening there. And invariably there's some sort of couples thing or like whatever. So someone asked a question like, there was like, how it was like a newlywed kind of thing for people who've been married for more than 2 decades. And the question was, which of these would your wife prefer most? And as a gift for her birthday. And they had, a new ring or a night in Broadway or like you doing the dishes for them. And I knew that my wife was going to say for sure, do the dishes kind of thing. I knew that's what she would say. And I happen to think it's probably true. So I called her bluff on it. And I was like, you know what, for her birthday this year, I was like, I'm giving you once a month. Here's a coupon. Once a month, you can give me a chore. That you give me this chore, and I will say to you, it can't be longer. Someone take me more than an hour to do. And every month you rip it off. You say, here, I need you to do this. And I will say, sure, my pleasure. I'll drop whatever it is. And I'll say, sure, my pleasure. And she thought that was the greatest gift in the world. So my thought was, you know what? I don't need her to buy me anything. Maybe she's going to buy me, I could buy for myself. No, what I really would love is instead of getting a whole guilt trip, when I'm like, you know what, I really just want to kick back, put my feet on the dashboard and just sort of like play video games instead of dealing with traffic or deal with social media and stuff like that or look through a show. Instead of getting her glaring at me, I'd be just like, hey, you know what, you're going to do this 2-hour drive? For sure. Are you kidding me? That's like a win-win. And any one of you who sits there thinking, oh, Joe can't drive. No, I'm just sick of driving. I hate driving. And I'm man enough to admit that I don't feel any empowered by the fact that I'm the one who puts the car in drive and has to like sit there, stop starting in city traffic all the time. I just don't feel
okay, Joe.
I'm telling you now. You sit there giggling about it. I don't understand it. I don't understand you. I don't think you're being honest with yourself. I really don't.
If I drive by a couple and the woman's driving and the man's sitting in the front passenger seat, I immediately think,
you call that Donald Trump. You call that a celebrity. That's what you call them. No celebrity. When's the last time Donald Trump drove a car? When's the last time Elon Musk drove a car? When's the last time any celebrity you heard of drove a car?
When is the last time they were driven by their wife?
Okay, you know what? So I'm treating her as if she's willing to sit as a chauffeur, I'm totally down with that. I don't care. I just need the job done. I don't care if it's my kids doing it. I don't care. It can be my son. It can be my
Have you heard
daughter.
of Uber?
Don't care. No, sometimes you got to go somewhere with the family. I'm not embarrassed by this. You can sit here trolling me in the chat, making jokes, and Andrew can snicker here as if like he just found his father's Playboy, and I don't know what's happening. He's like all excited. Like
that was a great Playboy, by the way. It was awesome.
I'm just saying, I don't understand it. I don't get the whole excitement. I'm like, I don't know. To me, this makes it. I'm just being real in ways that I think that the rest of you are just, you ain't.
Well, mind you, my wife drives every once in a while, but whenever I see another couple, that's the first thought in my head. What did he do to get his license suspended?
What did he do to get his
DWI.
Yeah, that's been my experience. But you see somebody that's
forever.
The wife is driving, and the guy's in the passenger seat. It's like, I love driving. You know, I tell you, I really enjoy driving. We go on these long driving trips. I'm going to be going.
Yes, I owe 3. Go on, please continue. Sorry.
No, we go. I love driving trips. We're going up to West Virginia for July 4th, and I'm just really looking forward to that drive. I mean, Andrew, he likes to ride his motorcycle, but I like driving in a nice, comfy car. And but I don't know. It's something very peaceful. It's very you're focused on it. You don't have to worry about everything else. Your job is to drive, and you're concentrated on that. It's kind of like playing guitar. You know, you're playing guitar. You're thinking about that, and you're not thinking about anything else. You're focused on this one thing, and it clears your mind of all the junk that normally occupies it.
And that's why I love riding a motorcycle, because it does exactly that. It clears my mind.
Motorcycle's totally different. That's totally different. You can't compare that.
Would you ride on the back of the motorcycle with your wife driving it?
No,
hell no.
No.
Maybe Gosney will ride in the sidecar.
No, that would be sad. No, that's totally different.
Oh, yes, and let's clarify this. And somebody in the chat mentioned it. I'm not talking about driving I-4. I'm talking about driving nice, relatively peaceful, relaxing drives. Not fingers on the handle kind of drive craziness.
Yeah. Guys in giant shiny trucks driving like they're driving Lamborghinis who insist on going 130, and if you're not also going 130, then they need to drive into your trunk.
I had a guy on I-95 just the other day. I'm going to complain for once in my life, and that's I'm sitting there trying. I'm going 80 in the fast lane, right? 80, and I've got it on cruise control. And this guy in this truck comes right up on my bumper and starts knocking me, like, and he comes by me and he flips me off because I'm not going fast enough in the fast lane. This is Florida drivers, right? 80. The speed limit's 70, buddy.
And then you saw that mane of bushy hair flying out there. You're like, holy hell, that's Viva Fry. I just got flipped off by Viva Fry. Sorry, go
Steve, on. If you're in the left lane and anyone is on your bumper behind you, you're in the wrong lane. You need to move out of that lane.
That's true.
Well, but the thing is, when you're on I-95 in Florida, there is nowhere else to go. People are saying, it's bumper to bumper. Like, I move out of the way and the guy moves up one car. It's not like it makes a difference.
That's the part that always drove me nuts. I'm like, because they'll do that crap and they'll put everybody in danger, and then they'll get 10 feet out of it. I'm like, wow. Like, I'm sure you feel really accomplished, buddy.
10 miles later, I passed the guy in the right lane.
Let me catch up on some of these bigger chats, all right? And I'll get to the happy birthday, Joe. By the way, I enjoy watching V Radio, although I'm a diehard conservative. It's great listening to different opinions of those you can debate without insult. Shout out to Ron. best lawyer ever. Wow. Ron
Not
Mueller,
true.
uncivil
It's
law.
not true, but
That's
thank you very
kind.
much, Ashton. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the shout out.
No, I forgot to give one of my things there. So we just covered that. What's the most Jewish, Ron's keeper or Joe's glasses?
What's wrong with my glasses?
I don't know.
You think my glasses are glacial glasses?
Joe's glasses.
I know. So I'm saying, how come it's Joe's glasses and my yarmulke? What's wrong with my glasses?
Are you now old enough for Elders Design to send you your weekly check for world domination? They won't even tell me when the meetings are.
Send you your weekly check for world domination. What? Scan that sentence. Does that make any sense? This is why we dominate the world. They won't even tell me when the meetings are. Right? Because listen to what you think, how it works.
He's a religious Jew, this guy.
Schmuck.
It's direct deposit.
Schmuck.
I thought you guys dominated the world because of Mel Brooks and Pretty Ladies.
Happy 18th birthday.
Gags. That's why. Gags.
You tell me not to forget the Ghetto Rumble. I actually have been keeping an eye on the ghetto there. And Almanac says there are 2 Jews, a Virginian fence sitter, a pro 2A communist, and someone else walk into a bar. I don't get it. Although I
well, yeah, because I'm not a communist.
I also had this one here. Also, is this a birthday roast? Not historically sensitive. Okay, that's taking care of my Rumble rants. Mary B says, "Happy birthday, Joe! My daughter turns 33. Also, happy birthday, daughter! Blessed be all those who are born on this day. May every day bring sunshine and happiness to those." And that you always find your glasses before the show starts. That is not something we expect, but we can always hope for. So, Jonathan says, son-in-law is taking over the show as usual. Give the others some room. Geez, do you guys even know who son-in-law is? Do you know the greatness of this man's son-in-law? Can I give Steve a moment here? Steve, have you ever met Ron Coleman before?
Well, I not on the street, but I have by email. So,
that's interesting.
Yeah, I filed a federal lawsuit here in North Carolina against
Steve
during COVID times, and then Ron and I, based off of contact in Twitter, ended up I sent him some documents and stuff, briefs and things that I wrote. So, a true gentleman in all interactions with him, even though we had never met in person before. I am a big fan.
That's very kind of you. Thank you. You probably are thinking of someone else, but it is nonetheless it works for the program, and it's all about the bag.
Absolutely is Ron.
Hey, Southern Law, I don't think we've met either, but hey, Joe, would you be willing to share all our kind of contact information amongst each other? Because there's a number of people here I haven't met before.
I should introduce you to the fact that there's a private chat here that you actually could just type stuff in there. Joe, can you say I'm sitting here like I'm some matchmaker here? Oh, sure. What are you looking for in a streamer? I think I can find you someone a little younger than you.
He comes on the show, he always dominates the conversation, interrupts everybody. He's always mouthing off.
Well, when I trust to be a matchmaker, it's you, Joe.
I'm just a fad here to watch Joe. That's all. I'm just a fad here to watch Joe because he's on the list.
Yeah.
I do have to say that Southern Law has the biggest boom I've ever seen on the internet. I mean,
huge boom. Huge boom.
I was just looking at that, thinking mine's too
huge. Small. Right. That's definitely 6 inches plus.
Redneck Pride Parade is ironically more colorful. We were all white here. Oh my gosh. Happy birthday, Joe. You're the best. Thank you, Janelle. Can money be sent to PayPal or something similar so I know percentage taken for you? I always recommend Venmo. I do have a PayPal. I just never remember what it is. Like it really might be at Nierman Joe or at Joe Nierman. Like I never remember. So and I'm almost positive it's something that simple. But that's why I always put the link for Venmo down below, and I certainly appreciate any gifts that are sent that way. And I sometimes take super chats that way too, especially if they're larger. Because that starts really adding up.
Like that boom.
Yeah, indeed, if they're boom size. And Shma, Joe, and Eric, happy birthday! Thank you, Dove Omega. It'll wake you up, right? Thank you for the sticker, Isabel, Joseph DiMartino. Happy birthday, Joe. Thank you so much. Louis C.K. got consent before doing anything. I never understood what he did. I never really got it.
They just complained about it after the fact. He did get consent. They didn't leave the room. But the idea was that, well, he was more important than them, so he has some sort of authority or something.
Drink, L'chaim. I do owe 2 of these. I owe this one over here.
Oh,
I owe another one to Jonathan that he dropped later on, which was this one here, which was the cheddar of
and
the
that's this one here. This sidecar is for Jonathan. This is for his second one. I got to work tomorrow, so we're going to do 2 tonight, and this is number 2.
I'm taking a double on
That
these
looks pretty
200s.
good, though.
What's that?
That looks good.
It's very good. I like sweet drinks. Whenever I go to I want the sweetest, girliest drink you can get.
Right, the girliest drink. You know, we have a word for that in our circles.
What is that?
We say it's a Weibische drink.
What is it?
It's a wifely drink.
Okay, yeah. I'm okay.
It's a girly drink.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So to Jonathan and to our newest joiner here, potentially criminal Sean, welcome aboard, my brother. This is I wish you a phenomenal year and only peace and blessing to each and every one of you, my friends.
Thank you. Salud.
L'chaim.
Or as somebody recently put in the chat, L'chaim.
Yeah.
You know, Southern law. One thing about Southern law that people don't know. See, he's very cool because he also plays guitar, and he plays like U2. You're a U2 fan, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I'll tell you, man. And I see they got the bass guitars back here. He doesn't display his guitars, but he should because he can play.
I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Yeah, my son actually just
Southern
got
law.
into
What other kind of bands do you like? What kind of stuff do you play other than U2?
Oh, Rolling Stones, Guns N' Roses, any kind of Southern rock.
Ooh, Guns N' Roses.
You know, Allman Brothers went to my high school.
Wow. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, we have I got my secretary actually used to hang out at Greg Allman's house.
Wow.
And she
hang out.
Greg Allman stories. What's that?
Yes.
Define hang out.
Well, live because you got to understand Daytona. It's a beach town, and Mama Allman, all the people would kind of go in, and she has a story about answering the phone, and it's like Cher, and she wants to talk to Greg. Who's this? It's Cher. Hang out. They were. I have teachers. I went to school at Seabreeze High School, and I remember my teacher McMurray. We used to talk about like, oh, you taught Greg Allman and the Allman Joys. They played our high school, and he's like, they're a bunch of potheads, which they were.
Which they were.
Well, while Joe's out, you guys have been talking about religion. As a Baptist, I can only admit I'm drinking if there's not another Baptist on the panel.
Why is it that Baptists don't have sex standing up?
It might lead to dancing.
You got it.
Lutheran here, all we do is drink beer. It's not a Sunday at church if you're not drinking beer.
So boy, it got quiet all of a sudden. No Joe, no leader.
No, I'm back.
It's a question of figuring out our direction, I guess.
Joe's been abducted by an alien, perhaps.
We like Joe. Joe's a good guy.
Well, Southern
He's a
law,
good friend.
tell Andrew about yourself.
So here's the story. So today, me and my wife applied to be members of a new church. We've been going for about a month, but we're not officially members. We applied to be members, and so they have this like new member interview process. They get a bunch of people together, and all the other people around the table, every single one of them said, well, we used to be members of this church, and then we left, and now we're thinking about coming back. And the lawyer brain to me is like, what the F happened? What was the apocalypse that happened that drove all you people, all 12 of you, out of this church that now you're thinking about coming back? Suddenly the risk profile for the church was like, whoa.
Did you find out the answer?
Nate, why is your internet always going out? What can we do to get Nate some good connectivity?
Well, he's planning on moving, so hopefully
he is in Houston.
Better internet connection.
He moved to Houston.
Will be
we have a
moving.
problem.
I don't think he's actually moved yet.
I think he's in Houston like right now, like he's in the process of.
How close are you to Houston?
I'm planning on moving out that way so that we'll be closer together. So it'll be me, him, and Attorney Tom all together in Houston.
I haven't determined exactly when I'm moving out yet.
So are you going to be the host for Anime Mansuri?
I will be the host for Anime Matsuri. Party at my house.
Who all's coming? Anybody here in this channel going to that?
Oh, I'm thinking about it, but man, I would only go if I could take the motorcycle. And August, is it August?
Yeah, August 10th, I think.
August in Houston is like the surface of the sun. I mean, it is. It's not really motorcycling weather.
I tried a case in Phoenix in July. That was the judge's attempt to make us settle.
I concur.
All right, so what is the I'm
trying to finish out my improv classes here in Austin before I move because I'm trying to finish. I've been doing improv for the last couple months, and I'd like to finish out this school's curriculum before I move to Houston. So I might move a little later.
What is an improv class like?
Gay.
Well,
it's pretty
at
gay.
least you start with just playing like games. So there are like lots of different improv games for different things. So sometimes you'll just do corridors where you'll do like a 3-line scene, and you're just practicing different things. Or there's one where where one person is driving a car, and every person who comes in the car is behaving a particular way, and every person who's in the car has to then behave that way. Or there's games with like all dancing and one person's leading the dance and everyone else is to follow the dance. It's just like lots of group games and like learning skills and how to basically take information and add to it. Olympics where 2 people are commentators and 2 people are the Olympians, but it's Olympics over something really silly like washing a window, and so you have to do slow-mo Olympics or something. So just a lot of different games. And then also on Tuesday, I'm doing now improvised plays. So it's a half-hour improvised play. So with no prep, you have to form a play, form a story arc, characters, and all the rest of it. So that's different things of improv.
Wow.
Sounds challenging.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, it is. It's really challenging.
This sounds like my show that I do every night. This is what I feel like. This is what I feel like I do literally every night. Is like I'm sitting here trying to improv on the news.
That's one of the reasons I'm taking the classes is because I think it is very related and it will help me in my craft.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm using it as a method of becoming a better YouTuber.
Cool.
Yeah.
You definitely.
Any trial attorney should be taking acting classes, but improv sounds pretty good.
Yes. Whoever said that, every trial attorney. If you're a trial attorney and if you have not taken acting classes, you're doing it effing wrong. You're doing it wrong.
I disagree with you, Andrew. Absolutely disagree.
Oh, here we go.
There's some bad trial attorneys out there, though.
Steve is going to show us how he's wrong again. Go ahead, Steve.
No. I think you need to be true to yourself. I think acting is exactly the opposite of what you should be. You should be as true to yourself as you are. Know yourself, introspective, be truthful, be honest, and treat everybody the same. Give the same face, because if you're true to yourself, all of those truthful vibes will transmit to a jury and to the judge. Your credibility maintained. When you
acting is not about being untruthful. Acting is about finding a way to communicate
most compelling way
to a viewer,
right?
A message.
I can see like a public speaking kind of thing on it for sure, but I do think that being genuine has its own power. I mean, that's how I.
Well, I don't think it's not about. I don't think it's about being genuine or not. It's about how to present yourself in a genuine way. I don't think it requires you to be inauthentic.
Sorry,
but having some skills that
I'm cutting you off for a second.
Nice.
I just want to say I do have an ongoing contest here that whoever makes me laugh hardest, I'm going to give you half the number of minutes of the dollars you spent, and this made me laugh. Happy birthday, Joe. What's your number? I thought that was hilarious. I thought that was really funny. And right now you're in the lead. Go for it, big guy. If I don't get anything
202-456-1111.
Yeah, if I don't get anything funnier in the next 20 minutes, I'll tell you right now, DM me on Twitter and I'll send you a link to join here for 10 minutes and sit in on this panel here. That's the prize is I'll send you a link to sit in here and hang out with these cool folks who I'm spending my birthday with.
Oh, that's good news. You want to bring someone unknown on the stream? You want to bring someone unknown on the stream? How well did that work out last time, Joe? How well that worked out, Joe?
Go wrong?
It was exciting, Kurt. It was exciting.
Great idea.
I'll give him up to like the half the time, assuming they don't jackass out on me, and
well, you'll be right.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Joe has learned nothing.
I've learned nothing.
I will endorse Kurt's
learn from my
idea though,
mistakes.
because I think that if you have a weakness, you need to lean into it. Like when I was litigating in private practice, I started getting afraid of the courtroom. And it's like that's a deadly weakness if you're a litigator. So I became a prosecutor so that I was in the courtroom, and that beat down any barriers I had, any fears I had to be in the courtroom. So I think that if you have a weakness, you need to cover it at least enough so that you're not vulnerable in that area.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's Toastmasters or something,
I think the onus here. I'm sorry. I think the onus is on Andrew to justify his claim.
I will. I'm ready. You ready?
I want to hear you justify
right
your claim
Okay.
that if you're a litigator and you haven't taken an acting class, then you're doing it wrong. That was your statement.
Because let me know when it's my time. Ready?
Do it.
Okay. When you're in court, when you're in front of that jury, you're telling them a story. You're telling them a narrative. You're telling them a narrative that's favorable to your client. And it's storytelling. They are naive. They are not legal professionals. This is not a bench trial. And you need to be able to tell that story in the most compelling way possible. It doesn't mean lie. It doesn't mean make things up. It means take the facts available at your disposal and orchestrate them into a narrative that's the most compelling for your client that you can possibly present. That is why you need to take acting classes. And if you do that job badly, if you tell a bad story with good facts and you F your client, you're a bad lawyer.
Can I add to that too? That when you're taking, when you focus on acting or storytelling in general, whether it's through the movies or anything, you understand the structure of narrative. And narrative is also key because human nature loves narratives. We love storytelling. And so also understanding the narrative structure.
Okay, well, I'm agreeing with you.
Who here has actually taken an acting class?
Well,
okay.
Bronca's the only one that has it.
Bronca didn't take it.
I haven't.
He's preaching he didn't take it.
He's not a litigator. He's not a litigator, though.
I think aside from acting, it's, at the end of the day, going in front of a jury is sales. That if you have sales experience, I think that's even bigger than acting because you're, acting, when you're doing sales, you're doing it for real. Like you're trying to get that person to give you money or your company money.
You go broke if you don't do it.
Yeah.
You go broke. You starve if you don't do it.
And yes, when you're in front of a jury, there's a narrative, but you're trying to sell them on that narrative. You're trying to get them to buy it.
Remember what Ronald Reagan said, guys. Once you can fake sincerity, you're in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I
will definitely agree that trials is storytelling. I've said that many times in our commentaries. Trials are storytelling. You got to be able to tell a story, preferably with a narrative arc. Preferably that drives the jury to the inexorable conclusion that you win. That would be nice.
Okay. I'm agreeing with everything you guys are saying. I'm not disagreeing with that portion of what you're saying, that the storytelling aspect. I'm saying that if you do it with dishonesty, the underlying narrative needs to be grounded in truth. And you need
who said dishonesty?
Okay, but because to me, acting is being somebody that you are not.
No,
you're talking about presenting a story and theatrically and dramatically and effectively. And I agree with all of that. I'm saying that telling it, putting on a mask and telling it is what I object to.
Well, I agree with that, but there's a difference between like Amber Heard style acting, even in her movies, and whatever, the guy that played Lincoln, right?
Yeah.
The guy Daniel
Day-Lewis.
Daniel Day-Lewis. Yes, thank you. One's a good actor. What's that?
Who's that? What's that for? That was me. That's the law. That was my law card from Purim.
Sometimes the truth is not on your client's side.
Two sidecars I'm in the disruptive mode.
Ron, I want to hear from Ron. Ron's making the point I was just about to make. Ron, go ahead.
Sometimes the truth is not on your client's side.
Damn right. But the burden's on the state to disprove your client's case.
And it's not just an estate case. Sometimes it's a civil case also. So it's the truth is not on your client's side. It's your job to paint the narrative as effectively as you can for your client. So
there's a lot of potential facts out there. Some of these facts will help your client. Some of the facts will not. You need to You need to amplify the facts that help and diminish the facts that don't. And the way
Correct.
to pick which facts will help is understanding storytelling, because it's like, okay, I want you to arrive at this conclusion, namely, my side wins. So where are the facts that are available that will let me choose from them? How can I structure them in such a way to drive the jury or the fact finder towards the conclusion, so that there's only one satisfactory resolution?
Kurt,
that's the ideal.
Kurt, you should have been a litigator, because that's exactly right. You know, as a litigator, the way you amplify it is like putting it in a story that can grip the jury, and that even though the story really doesn't give you your client legal justification for what they're asking for or defending or whatever it is, but if you have that effective story that can like basically bring their heart where you want their heart to be, even if their mind should not be there, that's how you're an effective advocate on behalf of your clients.
And that's why I love criminal defense, because the prosecutor, they don't do it, but they're supposed to be only pursuing justice, not a win. And I'm allowed to pursue a win, purely a win for my client. That's my only ethical obligation.
So I have to ask a question then of all the lawyers, which I guess I'm the only one who isn't, I think.
You are.
Do you ever have a crisis of conscience, though, for having to represent someone, say, that you know is guilty?
No, don't even start this one.
No.
I've tried this. As a civil litigator, as a civil litigator, I've gone down this road. I once had a 2-hour stream fighting with Sean and Andrew about this thing, and where I was like, I can never have been a criminal.
If I could set Nicholas Cruz free, I would.
Well, and your job is to advocate on behalf of your client. That is the role of it is a system. It is a criminal justice system. And you have a role within that system. And then it's to put the state to their proof. You don't have to prove anything. Your job is to advocate and represent your client to the best of your ability. And that's it. And so it's like they're guilty. Well, that's for the jury to decide. The facts are to be presented and to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt by a prosecutor with admissible evidence. And your job is to make them do that. There's no conflict. It's very ethically clean to represent a quote guilty person, because they're guilty. They must be guilty proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by the prosecutor with admissible evidence to a jury who makes that factual finding. So it's not a problem at all. I don't, it's amazing. I've got an essay somewhere in my head about this issue because it keeps coming up.
But you did say that, you may have to have the skill to obscure the truth. Sorry. Fine. Obscure the truth if it doesn't work for your client.
I didn't say that. I said this is why I'm arguing with these other folks about acting skill.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's where the disagreement is.
Sorry,
I actually agree.
It's a big panel. It's hard to keep track of who said what.
Yeah, it's okay.
Mostly, they're saying that dramatic and telling your story with the best, that is absolutely true. And I think we're almost always in agreement on that point. What I'm saying is you don't lie for your client. You always ground yourself in your truth.
No, you don't lie. It has to be authentic. It has to be true. And hopefully you have something to work with.
Know yourself. You would present a case differently than I would, because we're different people, right?
Yeah.
So, Ron, you said this is a reference to Ron. In case you didn't know, he won the Slans case in front of the Supreme Court.
That's a pretty big deal.
It was not a trial.
It's not really a trial.
That's a pretty big deal. I mean, winning before the Supreme Court is a pretty big deal. I don't have that accolade.
Yeah. So.
All right, but I mean, so what? That's got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It really isn't relevant. It's true. It's really not
I know that's totally irrelevant. I mean, I would imagine even before the Supreme Court, you still are worried about the same principles.
It's not storytelling.
I mean, the way you present them is a little different.
To RBG or Clarence Thomas. I don't think there's much storytelling.
I'll tell you a story.
Tell us a story about Supreme Court.
And you mentioned RBG. So when I was sitting before the court, first of all, lawyers who everyone knows, especially in the newer federal courts, and especially like in Florida, there's like an entire football field between the lawyers' counsel table and the bench. They want to be able to intercept anyone who tries to get at the judge. In gigantic rooms, Supreme Court building is much cozier. And you sit there, and these famous faces are right there. They're right there. And I was seated right across from Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who already had more than one foot in the grave. Okay. And this was a First Amendment case. And
1 foot and 3 toes.
And I'm thinking, this woman looks so close. It's Joe, what we call a geisis. There is a concept in Jewish law that someone is as good as dead, and you're not allowed to touch a geisis because you might be, by touching them, you might put them over the edge. Okay, and then you're a killer. So I'm thinking to myself, known as I am for the intensity of my gaze.
Yeah, obviously.
Everyone
talks about Ron's gaze.
That Ron's, so I'm thinking to myself, if I look RBG directly in the eye,
don't clip that phrase.
I'm gonna kill
thing
her.
I just said, by the way. Like everyone, Ron's famous for his gaze.
He just has these great gay people that surround him all the time.
No, please continue. Please continue.
There's no people like show people. Let me just tell you.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Please continue.
Right, exactly. So I'm afraid to. And the thing is, I need her vote because we ended up getting a unanimous opinion. Okay, but if I know that she's ex, ex ACLU, and I need her vote. She can die after voting, but I can't kill her now.
Right, because the Slants case is ultimately about free speech.
Oh yeah, the trademark case. Yeah, that was a great case. I remember that.
It was a lot of fun.
What is the name of the case?
Background.
What is the name of the case again?
It's Mattel versus Tom.
That's right.
Or Tam.
Yeah.
And
Tam.
And the issue was whether they could trademark the name the Slants or whether that was racist.
Oh, I remember that case. Yeah.
Patent Trademark Office the Patent Trademark Office was directed under the Lanham Act not to register so-called disparaging trademarks. It was not meant as a civil rights measure. It was passed in 1947. In a segregated city called Washington, D.C. It was not part of the civil rights movement in any way, manner, or form, but it did sort of take on a new life as a sort of affirmative action and anti-hate speech, law. And the Supreme Court said, well, then if that's how we're going to interpret it, then no. Then we're moving it from the Lanham Act because the government can't decide what's disparaging. And that's viewpoint discrimination 101. It's invalid under the First Amendment. And that was it. It was quite an adventure.
Man, I thought this was a birthday party. I walked in on like a fucking constitutional analysis. What the fuck is this shit? Where are the birthday shots?
It was even worse before.
Oh my god!
How are y'all doing?
Gosh, how have you been, DUI guy?
Pretty good, man. I can't complain. I'm chilling in Paris. Just got finished watching the Hollywood Vampires, and I'm going to fly to Hamburg, Germany tomorrow for a second show and a meet and greet.
Wow!
Nice.
I take it you're a big fan.
This was completely unplanned. So my mom is supposed to come to France Thursday. So I want a chance to hang out with her in Paris. And then somebody, when I tweeted I'm going to Paris, they were like, hey, Johnny's playing in Paris. And I'm like, well, might as well go. I mean, 2 birds, 1 stone, right?
Sweet. Awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, DUI guy, I don't know if we've formally been introduced, but I want to ask you, do you have that name because you defend DUIs, because you do DUIs?
I'm a professional drunk driver, and therefore I know all the defenses to drunk driving. So I'm able to represent people to the best of my ability because I'm a professional my own.
Excellent.
Myself.
So both. So all the above.
And as a senior citizen, I am now going to retire from this stream. Happy birthday, Joe!
Thank you so much for stopping by, Ron.
You're an incredible American. It's great being.
Good seeing you, Ron.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to follow. I'm going to follow right behind Ron. Ron, it's been great being on the stream with you. By the way, I saw someone compliment both of us in the same comment. Folks, it's humbling that I would be even in the company of a compliment to Ron Coleman. Ron's an actual go-to-court lawyer. I'm largely an academic. We're not the same things, but I'm a huge admirer of Ron and the great work he performs. And it's been a pure pleasure to be here on who's this guy? Joe Nierman.
Some Jew from Jersey.
Jew from Jersey.
All right, good night, everyone.
Take care, guys. Thank you for stopping by.
Good night, me too.
Bye, Ron.
Good night, Andrew. Thank you for stopping by. Nice seeing you.
Sure thing. Take care, guys.
Back soon.
Yeah.
Wow. So there you go.
I'm center square.
I show up and half the crowd leaves, man. Do I smell? What the fuck?
No, they're intimidated.
Sounds about right.
They're intimidated by the poise, the confidence, and the personality. That's what it is. You're scary, bro. You're scary. I do have some super chats to catch up on. First, I got a Venmo chat here from Hallie, and this actually merits it.
Nice.
So she says, "Happy birthday! Thanks for all that you do. You make such an impact." Well, thank you. I don't know about that, but to the extent that I make any impact, that's cool. I don't get to watch live very often. I'm old, and you go live late, so I'm happy to catch this amazing group of folks. But I'm late, so I'm catching up. Hashtag Boomers Rock. Hashtag Happy Birthday. Hashtag Take Lady Lawgic to eat. Thank you very much, Hallie. I really appreciate that. Also, I got Rummel Rand here from Viola Pride, who knows that I'm actually going to give her one of these. I get double credit on the Rummel Rands because they actually don't eat up all the money. And nice. She says, since you are watching locals, not true. I have been. Love the chauffeur sound better. Happy birthday, Joe. Yeah, well, I hope you'll get it. You'll be okay with the war cry that I gave you. And let me get to a couple more of these super chats here. There is a contest that's going on here. I actually have to find that super chat where basically the one that makes me laugh hardest. I'm gonna send you a link to pop in here and join these fine folks on the panel here. I basically said, I'll give you a window of time. Whatever you spend, whatever number of dollars you spend, half that number of dollars. Cut that. That's how many minutes I'll give you here to hang out on stream.
Well, I've got to give you my Jew joke. I've got a Jew joke, and I can only keep one joke in my head at one time.
It doesn't have to be like a formal joke. It could be just like a comment on something that happens in the stream. But if you have a Jew joke, please.
I got a Jew joke. Okay, so
I'm ready.
There's a 90-year-old Jewish man, right? Mm-hmm. And the 90-year-old Jewish man, he's having sex with a 20-year-old, right? And so he goes to a Catholic priest. Goes to confession, the 90-year-old Jew, and he says, "Father, I've been having sex with a 20-year-old woman." And the Catholic priest says, "Well, what? You're Jewish, right?" And he says, "Why are you coming to me?" He says, "Well, yeah, I'm telling everybody."
That's not bad. That's not bad.
I'll take it.
Yeah. All right. So let me get these out of the way. Shema, Joe, and Eric, happy birthday. We got Gypsy Soul here who says, "Happy birthday, Joe. I don't always catch you live, but you're my absolute favorite streamer." That's very kind of you. Thank you. I'm surrounded by phenomenal streamers, so I take that as a very large compliment.
And can I say that I'm finished with this sidecar? But Kurt makes a very good point, and that is that I'm a snob. And I only go with the chilled glasses. But I will say that I'll go for number 3. The chats have been kind of slow. The super chats have been kind of slow. And I'm getting close to bedtime.
Oh, you waiting for that third shot with me?
I'm saying I'll do a third one with a non-chilled glass just for Joe for his birthday.
You're too kind.
If the proper incentives to Joe come,
we just need that. We need that $100 super chats pop in here. That $100 request. Yeah, that's what we've been watching for here. Happy birthday, Joe! Thank you, Mama 4. Mo Zamboni, one of my former editors here, says, "L'chaim, Joe. Thank you. Joe is the man. Joe's a good man who took a chance on me last year, and the work I did with him helped me get the gig I now have." That's so cool. That's awesome.
Cool. Nice.
I'm honored to
actually help somebody.
Sweet.
Wow.
One person. Yeah.
People in the chat, by the way, thinking that it's a trumpet. I'm like, you guys, it's a shofar. Get with the program.
Yep. Truly a unique man with a wonderful heart. There you go. The closet Jew down in the corner there. He knew that was a chauffeur. Well done, brother. McRae says, Joe, here's a joke from the internet. Why are birthdays good for your health? Studies have shown that people who have more birthdays actually live longer. That's not funny.
That is true.
It was a good try.
We're not going to give you that one. Sorry. You could try, but you have better in you, McRae. I've seen better from you. Go for Big Guy says, acting class helped me a lot in life, especially in law enforcement. It helps you a lot, as Ron said, in faking sincerity when dealing with the lowlifes. The best interrogators I knew were actors. Every call, a new performance. Interesting. I've never taken acting class, but I actually felt that I have pretty good acting ability.
I think you'd be fun in improv.
Yeah, I think maybe it's arrogance where I'm like, I don't know what they're going to teach me. Like, I sort of feel like I know that to be an effective actor, you have to put yourself in the mindset and feel it and go with it. And I'm like, I don't know what they're going to tell me beyond that.
What's my motivation?
Yeah.
What is my motivation?
What the hell is my motivation? Mike B says, Thank you very much. That's a Jewish phrase which says happy birthday until 120, which is, by the way, that is the one thing we do with respect to age, is this phrase of Ad Mea V'Esrim, is we wish for people, even writing them a letter, you'll say like, Dear Joe, and they'll put in the acronym for the words Ad Mea V'Esrim Shana, which means until 120 years, because we feel, and the concept is that that's the pretty much the maximum lifespan of a human is 120 years. So it's almost like you're giving them a blessing that they should live for 120 till 120.
Yep.
So that you're just dead.
Yeah. So, and Ron and Andrew are long lost brothers. I don't really see that, but they did leave the same time. So, interesting.
The plot thickens.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, what have you been up to, DUI guy? I don't know if I've ever had you on my channel before. I think one time you might have popped in here, but like I don't know if I've ever.
I was during the trial when I was in Canada. Remember that was a big one. And then there was like one or two more after that. I mean, I've been kind of off the radar dealing with my own stuff, like March, April, May. I just got back from Italy. Now I'm in France, Germany. Next month, I'm thinking maybe Spain, or I don't know. I just want to keep going places and exploring. Maybe the UK. People keep telling. I met some people from Ireland. Oh, this is actually kind of cool. Apparently, there's a city in Ireland called Cork, Ireland, and
yep, I've been there.
Apparently, a lot of people have been watching the trial and like know the streamers. Like we're basically their cousins in a way. At least they said that about a couple of us. It's really weird. Yeah. So like I want to go over there and see if the vibe is really true. Like imagine just walking into a pub and they'll be like, "Hey, cousin Larry," and I'm like, I have no idea where the fuck these people are. Because they know you from the internet, but you have no idea who the fuck they are. So I don't know. That would be really cool. That's in Cork, Ireland.
How often have you been recognized that you were not, like, let's say, at a trial? Because at a trial, there you have people who are like really into it. What I'm saying is, how often has it happened to you that you've been recognized? And I'll ask this to any of you, like, because this is not something that we're known in our circles, but I think probably
it's happened to me 3 times.
It's happened to you 3 times that someone recognized and said, "Oh, you're on civil law," like that you were not like at a courthouse. Where it's like, okay, people know that you're at the courthouse, so people are at the courthouse and are watching the trial. That's not it. I'm talking like you're just walking down the street, and all of a sudden, boom, someone says, "Hey, DUI guy, hey, uncivil, whatever." So I wouldn't think that happens before you hit like 50,000 at a bare minimum. And I don't think it happened to me until I hit 50. It's not like it happens all the time. You saying 3 times to you, Kurt? What about you, DUI guy?
I don't keep count.
How often?
But like, I mean, I've gone to a restaurant and people will be like, "Hey, you did a great job with the Johnny Depp trial," and I'll be like, I have no idea who these people are. like it happened to me 3 times tonight, but it was a very select crowd. It was a Johnny Depp crowd, so that doesn't count either. You know, it's almost like a trial.
Right.
Like it happened when I was at the Hollywood, not the Hollywood Vampires, when Jeff Beck was still alive, the Jeff Beck show. That happened to me a couple times. But like overall, I'll be completely honest, I just don't go out. So I couldn't tell you. I couldn't give you like an accurate statistic. And I don't really care for it, to be honest. It's fun, it's nice, but like I'm over it. Like I just want to live my life, you know what I mean?
It's happened to me a total of 3 times also, and all 3 times they were Orthodox Jews, which is really weird. It's really weird to me.
I'm hoping it never happens to me.
What?
I said I'm hoping it never happens.
Why?
It hasn't happened. I don't know. I don't want the idea of like my real life and this merging. That's scary to me. But no, it's never happened to me. But I'm really small yet.
Yeah, and by the way, you shouldn't be. And I'm going to urge you guys, links to every person who's on here are in the description below. You click on their name, you can open a new tab, click on the name, hit follow, hit subscribe. Trust me, I only bring quality people. I only hang out with quality people. So you're going to enjoy the content that they're providing here. Each of them are unique and talented in their own ways. And I'm very confident that you're not going to sit here being disappointed in where I'm sending you. So whether it's V Radio, MLS, Southern Law, DUI guy, Steve, Kurt, the guy down in the bottom there.
Okay, John. We got it.
Criminal Stewart. Stewart. Sean, that's it. Sean, I'm playing with you, brother. No, he's great. He's the most secretly based guy out of all of us. Yeah. And now you're gonna Ron Coleman, Nate the lawyer, obviously Andrew Branca. I highly recommend that you guys.
Joe, I was wondering if I could plug my Friday stream again, and
of course
maybe I can put a link in your chat.
Yeah.
So I'll put a link in the chat to the video. Friday at 8:15 Eastern, myself, Legal Vices, Chandler Remington, and Solomon Anderson are going to do an update on the Zachariah Anderson appeal. We're also doing a call to action for as much assistance as we can get on that. I guess that's really all I'm saying at this time. But so anyways, if I could put a link in the chat and then you guys can click on it and hit a reminder. But the idea is to obviously assist Solomon and Zach as much as possible. And I know a lot of people out there are interested in the case one way or the other. So we're going to give an update and then hopefully get some support from everybody.
Wow. Cool. If you put a link in the private chat, I will throw it into.
I'm a moderator.
Description.
Oh yeah, I could do that too. I was going to say I could put it
into the description, which I don't think you can do that as a moderator. So
no, I can't do that.
Yeah. Viola Price saying that she loves the chauffeur so much better. So thank you for that. Vespa guy saying happy birthday, Joe. Mine is tomorrow. Oh, happy birthday, Vespa guy. Glad to be in such good company. Where'd that go? That just disappeared on me. Mine is tomorrow. Glad to be in such good company. I would think this video will make you laugh, but YouTube won't let me share the link. Let me see if, but then he gave it to me.
Let's talk about the Bible.
Ari Schaefer. You guys familiar with Ari Schaefer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's really funny.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but before I get to that, I do need to cover this up here for Gandhi's third sidecar. Happy birthday, Joe!
Nice.
I'm going to join you. I'll join you, Steve.
All right. Well, Kurt, you have shamed me into drinking without a chilled glass. Although I will say it, like my last break, I did throw a brandy glass in the freezer, so maybe it'll be semi-cool. But yes, my dog does not bite. He's difficult, but he doesn't bite. This is Jackson. He's my difficult dog, Jackson. Which is my second children's book.
Steve, I want to know who broke the fourth glass, because I can't imagine you buy them in threes.
Oh, yes. Well, I broke the fourth glass. Very good. Yes, you see there. Well, thank you, McCray H, for supporting Joe on his birthday. And for you, I will partake in my third sidecar. And Jackson, he doesn't like being captured like this. So once he goes, he will be gone. Because see, I grabbed him because he's a treat monger. Say hi, Jackson.
He's so
really
cute.
He is. He's really
He's an Ewok in disguise.
He looks like he does have the whole Ewok look going to him.
See there, you got fans.
Are you ready to go, Steve? Are you ready to go, Steve?
No. I gotta go get it. Hold on.
All right, we'll wait for you.
All right,
we'll wait for you. I'll pull these up here. Meanwhile,
so wasn't like 4 a.m. over where you are, Larry?
Yeah. No, he's in. Where are you now?
Yeah, it's 4:15. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So you're late,
but I'm still like I only got here on like Wednesday, and I've been sleeping until like 4 p.m. every day. So I haven't really had a chance to adjust and acclimate to the new schedule. And plus, I don't really want to because I'll be going back next Sunday, and then I have to switch all the way back. It's just a total drag.
Why'd you go over in the first place? Just for fun, or
to meet my mom? For fun. Okay. So the original plan was some fun with my mom, since she's going to be here. And then I learned about the Hollywood vampires, like I said. And of course, the Louvre, the Arc de Triomphe, the Eiffel Tower. Going to check all those places out one by one. So just haven't had a whole lot of time since I've been working.
The stairs. It's too cheap to take the elevators. Yeah, it was a long time ago, but yeah.
Nice.
I think you're only allowed to go
I want to do it
on the stairs, but
I want to do it in the daytime, and I want to do it in the nighttime. So
yeah,
it's Paris. You gotta do it. And I just walked around, and like I found the American district. I think in Montmartre, there's a KFC, a Starbucks, a Hard Rock Cafe, and a McDonald's right next to each other on the same like block.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
So like any good American, I went in for a cup of Joe at Starbucks, of course.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Now I have.
What have you been up to?
Here. I have something here.
Me? I've been covering recently the trial of. I've been covering the trial of Scott Peterson, this Florida school resource officer, who was he's on trial for like not acting, and I've also been doing streams in the morning when there's not trials, and just been burning through lots of content. So I've just been trying to produce good content, the same as I always am.
Good for you, man. That's awesome.
Check it out on Unsolved Law.
Indeed, you should
like and subscribe.
Kurt, how's that trial been going? Anything? Like,
it's been interesting. I don't think the state has really made its case, and I think they sort of overpromised what they were planning to deliver. Like they talked about this 40-minute interval, but the shooting itself only occurred in a 4-minute interval, and so it's not really clear from the testimony that the police officer, because during this 4 minutes, the campus itself is like 45 acres. It's 3,000 students. It's huge. So during the 4 minutes the shooting is occurring, it's not clear that he has any information to be able to take any action, given the amount of territory he has to cover, and that he is relaying information that would help and assist other people to try to get other people to the scene. So it's not clear he's in breach of duty. It's also not clear he has a duty in the first place. They're charging him as a caregiver, which teachers qualify as under relevant case law, but he's not an employee of the school. Obviously, he's an employee of the sheriff's office. So they've been trying to say he's a caregiver because of contract, but it didn't go anywhere. They tried to say he's a caregiver because sometimes he mentors the students and, is nice to them. I'm like, no. So I think it's legally deficient. And they're also charging him with a kind of perjury based on some statements he gave under oath toward the investigation. But the answer that they're charging him with, the question is so vague. It's like, how are you saying he lied to this answer? Because it's not clear exactly what they're asking him. So I think the whole thing is legally deficient as a matter of law. And I'm pretty irked at this point that's still going on.
I had gone through the statute. And first of all, it was very interesting that they didn't do like any sort of, homicide. They did child abuse and neglect statute.
Yeah.
And going through the neglect statute, have you looked at it?
Yeah.
There's no way, in my opinion, first, it would apply to him. And secondly, it's a reasonable standard. So somebody must act reasonably in these given circumstances. And all the evidence that I've heard says that the state doesn't meet its burden, essentially.
During the 4 minute interval, he was in a situation where the buildings are concrete. He was getting information that there were shots coming from the football field, He was getting information that there were shots coming from different locations because, fog of war problems. He was behaving in a way that seemed to be reasonable to the circumstance. So, and as I say, I don't think he's a caregiver as a matter of law. So I don't think any of it works. But the judge is like, well, I'm going to let it go to the jury. I'm like, what? It's like, that's a question of law,
they
whether he's
have
a caregiver or not. It's fundamentally a question
an
of
affirmative
law.
duty in the first place. Yeah. I agree with you, man.
So,
that seems very wild that would even be considered to be going to the jury without the judge deciding the issue of law first. I mean, that's an issue on appeal, if nothing else, but nobody wants to go to appeals for it.
I think his odds on appeal, and that will be Gosney's territory, I guess, on the appeal.
What?
Yes.
I'm out of it, man. I'm in
I actually have another shot that came in from Vital Pride. So I have a double shot that I'm going to be taking for the McRae. And Vital Pride sent a Rummel Rand saying, "What's the cocktail number? I'm camping and just poured my 5th margarita. Catch up, y'all." So
happy birthday to you, man.
Thank you so much.
Happy birthday.
For my friend
Happy birthday, Chief.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I've also been pleasantly surprised, surprised by comparison to recent trials, that both sets of lawyers have actually been pretty good. The defense lawyer sometimes gets a little ahead of himself, but he's been able to get what he needs from witnesses that aren't necessarily friendly to him, and both of them are actually pretty good. So the defense opening sucked balls, but the examination has been good.
Yeah, I had to rewatch the opening. I saw your comment about it, and then I rewatched it.
Scott Peterson out of Parkland, Florida.
Okay, I haven't been following this. How's that been going?
Well, that's what we've been talking about. It's not been going that great for the state, in my opinion. And should he be convicted, I think his odds on appeal look really, really good.
Really?
Because I don't think it's legally cognizable.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't think the law applies to his conduct. But I will say, Kurt, I think the reason why the judge didn't do it is because this is such a highly, like, everybody in there knows about it. And I think in Florida, judges are elected. It's like, he'll let the jury decide, and then if it's not right, he'll fix it. But
you hope. Yeah, he's hoping the jury's going to come in and save him out, save his ass. Like, well, it wasn't me, it was the jury.
My problem with that charge in the first place is that I'm seeing a dangerous trend of charging people criminally for the intentional wrongful acts of others. And the reason I started live streaming was James and Jennifer Crumbly. And whatever you want to think about that, I have a hard time sort of getting the idea around my head that we're going to criminally charge people for the intentional wrongful acts of others. And this is another example of it. There was a guy in Hamtramck here locally, Detroit area, that clerk that was charged criminally because while a guy was stealing from the store, he locked the door and called the police, and the guy shot 3 other customers in the store, and now the clerk is being charged. So
there's some bullshit going on in this world. I'll tell you what, for sure.
Yeah, that's just the biggest problem I have with the Scott Peterson case.
I have to tell you that I watched oral arguments on the Crumbly before the appellate division there in Michigan.
Yeah,
and I had hopes when I was watching it. I had hopes that while they were very aggressive on the movements who were trying to get it dismissed, they were similarly aggressive on the state. They were very aggressive in the questioning of the state, saying, like, why are we going to be the first state? Are we not the first state in the country that would allow this to go forward?
Right.
And why is this not a slippery slope? And isn't the idea of giving a gun to someone who's troubled, like, maybe that's a way of actually helping them, like, deal through their troubles? Like, a lot of kids in rural areas, this is something that's foreign to folks who live in the Northeast where I live. But when you live in the Midwest or in rural areas where it's not everyone living on top of each other, the idea of giving a kid the responsibility of handling a gun properly is something that is sometimes a very necessary part of their development. Rather than criminalizing the parents for that, you should recognize that that's something that has helped kids for hundreds of years.
Well, if you look at the preliminary examination, especially the testimony with the woman friend at the mother's horse barn, it was clear that mother was trying to find a hobby for this son. So they were trying to get him into horses. They were trying to find a friend. His only friend moved away. His dog died. His grandpa died. They were trying to find something for this kid to find him some interest rather than just sitting alone. And he expressed an interest in firearms. And she's like, great, we'll get a gun. We'll go shooting together. It's a hobby. It's a hobby that millions of people do. and now to be criminalized for that and being told that they were the worst parents in the world, when I think they were doing what was proper at the time, trying to find the child, the hobby, a child that was obviously suffering from something and maybe needed some sort of activity to attach to and be involved
Did
with.
the court rule on that issue, or are they still pending on that?
The Court of Appeals ruled in a circular, logical, horrible ruling regarding it, but basically said that the charges can go forward. Interesting. The concurrent opinion is more in line with what I thought, that if the kid, if the parents bought the gun with the kid's money, essentially they were straw purchasers and allowed the kid unfettered access to it, then the case could proceed. But that was only the concurring opinion. The majority opinion was just a whole bunch of circular logic that didn't go anywhere, and it was horrible. Now it's going back up to the state Supreme Court. I was in court last. This is my county, so I checked in with the clerk, and what I suspected is true. This is probably going to get kicked back down. The Supreme Court's not going to take it before a trial, so this is going to get kicked back down probably in August for trial. And but the clerk said, given the schedule, they're probably not going to actually go to trial until maybe January or February.
I have to read that opinion because that sounds like some bullshit.
Oh, it really is. You will hate the opinion. I'll send it to you.
Oh, good. I look forward to losing my shit.
It's written by judges who didn't want to lose an election.
Yep.
None of them were going to be known as the
I have
guy
a fun
who
idea. What if we
lost.
actually applied the law? That'd be fun.
Yeah, right? I mean, what a novel concept.
That would be a novel idea.
Yeah.
Did any of you say you were from Florida?
Gosney's from Florida.
Oh, okay. Did you look at all at the case that Netflix just did a documentary about the little girl who had a rare disease, and they took her to the hospital and they didn't believe that she had the disease, so they took the kid away from the parents for 80 days, and the mom ended up committing suicide, and they finally ruled that they can sue the hospital and the physician. You guys know anything about this case?
No,
I've never heard that. What jurisdiction?
Sounds vaguely familiar.
Let me read it off. The documentary is called "Take Care of Maya." It's heartbreaking.
Sounds vaguely familiar.
St. Petersburg Hospital. I think it was John Hopkins. But anyway, I was hoping somebody would cover this trial because I want to know how it went, because I just watched the documentary. But it will make you viscerally angry what they did to this family. But she had this rare disease that just makes you in excruciating pain, and there's nothing you can do about it. And the only way to treat it is this really strange ketamine treatment. So they didn't believe the mother, who was a nurse, trying to explain to them that that's what they had to do. And then they called the Florida equivalent of protective services on her. And this woman, I guess, has a reputation for being very aggressive and going after people's, basically rights to their kids. Just said, well, she's obviously, it's what is it, Murchison by proxy or whatever, basically like
Munchausen.
Yeah, like that's what they accused her of. And then they kept this kid away from her parents for 80 days, and she had to go to court about it. And then at the end of it, they asked, they just begged, can I just hug my daughter? And the judge said no. She went and hung herself in the garage the same day. That's why I was hoping somebody would look at this, because it's rough.
That sounds depressing.
It is, but it's something that, by the time you're at the
this
end
is
of
a
that
birthday
documentary,
stream. I was hoping that one of you can tell us a story about a kid with leukemia.
I have to, it's one of those weird things because
to liven up the mood.
when you're contemplating live streaming something, you have to be careful sometimes, because I've actually run into this even with articles I cover, and I'm like, every once in a while I run to an article and like, this is just too sad. I have to stop reading this article. We can't cover this because it's just too much. No, it's like if I live stream that style and it just winds into a total shit show, it's like that doesn't work.
We don't have to talk about it the whole time. I was just hoping one of you guys, being that you cover trials, might pick this up.
I'm making a rule the rest of the night. If it's not something you can make a meme about it, I don't want to hear about it tonight. It's got to be something that's
birthday time.
I don't want to hear
we'll make memes about the woman hanging herself in the garage.
What?
We'll make memes about the woman hanging herself in the garage. It's fantastic.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, what are you
Let's
doing?
not argue about who killed who.
God. What did I do to you people?
Kurt, I sent you a DM on Twitter.
Okay.
Send me your email, because I got to send you the PDF.
Kurt at uncivillawllc.com.
All right. Easy enough.
So I have a book here. This is a book that I referenced on my stream as far back as 2 years ago, that I've been looking for ever since I referenced it on my stream. Then I discovered just yesterday when I was trying to find something to read. So I don't know if you guys have any quirks about sleeping habits and stuff of that nature, but I need to read myself to sleep. And it's so bad. Maybe I don't need to read myself to sleep anymore, because when I'm laying in bed, I will curl up with a book, and I notice that my head will sort of be like tilted downwards to like be able to read, because my eyes suck. So, and then like when I start getting to a point where I feel like I'm not really digesting anything and I'm not really reading anymore, at a certain point in time, I'll actually straighten my head out so I don't sleep with like a crook in my neck. And this is how and as soon as I straighten my head out, I will just pass out at that moment. So this is one of the things, look, you get to know yourself after a certain period of time. Anyway, so I was looking for a book to read. I'm always looking for something new to read, usually something that's not going to be very complicated and boring, but something that like I've read before. And I stumbled on this book that I had before, which is actually called Secrets of the Face, which is based on Xiang Mian, which is something that goes back thousands of years in Chinese culture, where they actually dissect a face to tell you the person's personality. And I remember I found this book 20 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, and I found it to be ridiculously spot on in their ability to actually read someone's face, take their face, dissect their face, and tell you about their personality. And I actually thought it'd be interesting if we would pick one of you who would volunteer.
You want to dissect my face?
I wasn't picking.
I've seen this movie. I want you to take my face off.
It could be Andrea. It could be. It could be. It could be Southern Law. It could be David. It can't be V Radio because we don't see his face, but it could be my face.
Joe, when a chimpanzee is ripping somebody's face off, it's just trying to find out what kind of person they are.
From the inside.
From the inside. It's what's on the inside that counts. Exactly, Kurt.
Yes. Hey, Andrea. That is what that's called, right? When they measure the size of the skull and bumps in the skull.
Yeah. Like bumps on your skull and stuff is the phrenology. Yeah, it's weird stuff.
Phrenology and physiognomy.
Physiognomy, yeah, that's the other one.
That was the word. Yeah. No, so I actually thought it would be really entertaining because I thought it was really pretty interesting, like the way it broke things down. When I tried looking at how it broke down parts of my face, I was like, oh, that's really interesting. Like they talk about like the different shape eyes. You pick a physical feature of the face, anyone's face, pick a physical feature, and I will tell you based on this book what that says about the person's personality. And I'll tell you right now, at least 80 to 90% of the time, it's spot on, which is a very impressive thing to me.
Hey Joe, before you get into the analysis part, have you? So I've studied the same art. I was going to ask if you have access to the couple of other books by I think it was Alan Pease who wrote them. Face language. They're called Face Language 1 or just Face Language, and then Face Language 2. And then Aaron Navarro, former.
It's spelled P-E-A-S-E, right?
P-E-A-S-E. Yeah, Pease. Phenomenal guy. He wrote like a book on body language, face language, and then like Aaron Navarro is the second name I wanted to give you. If you haven't checked those two out, I mean, you're in for a treat on top of everything you're reading. It's all going to supplement your knowledge. It's really good stuff.
Okay. Well, anyway.
But anyway, back to the analysis.
What is the nose there? That's
Rikita. Yeah, let's analyze Rikita's nose. Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I like it. He's not here. You bailed on me. We can break down his nose here.
Yeah.
And what I like is they actually include like pictures, so you can break down and understand what they're talking about. Like they call like Woody Allen's nose like a high nose here, like based on like where it sits primarily between the eyes, and they walk. And the author here does a really good job breaking it down. So you want to know what Nick's nose says about him?
I do, with all my heart.
Yes,
the world needs to know.
Do I have to pick a number and then pick a color?
Okay, so I think this fits as like the Roman nose here, right? I mean, that's Nick. That's Nick's nose, right?
Yeah, Roman.
Yeah, that's totally his nose, right?
Sure.
Okay, so here we go. This is what we got. So the nose actually is one of the areas that tell us about a person's ability to handle money. So what they say. I was waiting. You know, if Nick was here, he would have hit that joke faster than you did. But yes,
let me show the proof. Yeah.
I think this goes back even before Jews existed. I know where you're going with that whole thought that you were talking.
That's like 6,000 years, bro. That's a long time.
Yeah.
We were chimpanzees back then, according to the Bible.
Judaism actually started 3,300 years
riding
ago.
T-Rexes.
Supposedly this goes back like 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. But okay, so let me find what they say about the Roman nose here. Let me see what I got for you here. All right, so this is what they tell us. So unless another feature of the face is very bad, an arch nose indicates luck in life. So that's first and foremost. This is the first time they talk about an arch nose here, which is also the same type of bump that Nick has. He's going to love the fact that we're talking about his freaking nose. He's not even here. The higher the arch, the more good fortune can be expected. Look at that. You see? Now, what they say about that Roman nose? So two types of bumpy noses are identified by Siang Mien. One is familiarly known as the Roman or hook nose, although the ancient Siang Mien masters sometimes referred to it as the shelf nose. Having a shelf nose is desirable because those men and women who have this nose know how to look after their money and how to conceal how much they have.
It sounds very racist.
I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Oh, studying face language and body language are like the most racist arts you can possibly imagine. Like, no joke.
Is there a chapter on asses?
It's all about faces. It's all about faces. They break down eyes, they break down forehead, they break down the shape of the face, they break down the chin and the mouth and the lips, and some of the things that they talk on. I'm like sitting there, and you end up, when you're reading a book like this, you end up like looking in a mirror and you're like, wait, are my lips curved?
What's the name of this book?
Yeah,
It's called Secrets of the Face. The author is this book is like at least 30 years old. The author, what's her name? Leilan Young is the name of the author, and illustrated by David Archie. So yeah, the nose thing was an easy one for us to weigh in here. By the way, I didn't get a chance to acknowledge DV8 and that super chat. If you have someone here, if anyone in the audience thinks that there's someone, I don't want to do Nick. I'd really rather do someone who's on stream. So if any of you have like a particular person here, you think that person's face would be a good one to break down, so we could.
I saw Sean in the chat. Someone recommended Sean.
Sean?
Yeah.
Well, you see, who suggested that? Dave?
Someone in the chat. I saw that. Oh,
you see, David, you're not good at the grift. You're not good at the grift. You need to you need to learn the grift. Okay? That's not how you do it.
How do you do it?
You have to encourage people to say no, like I want this person, and like that way, and you don't just pick out someone that didn't super chat. You have to wait for the super chat saying, "Oh my God, break down Southern law because that guy's so quiet. We need to know what he's about." That's
I just
whoever recommended Sean.
How about the symmetrical perfection that is Andrea?
There you go.
Yeah.
When you're on
you might get that.
She's got to be chapter 1.
Hey, Andrea, I want to.
Why are you picking on the girl? Hey.
Look that up.
Andrea is great. She is so good, and I will tell you,
it's her debut on my channel. So welcome aboard, Andrea.
Oh,
hey,
She
thanks
finally
so
brings
much.
some blast this joint.
Tell me all about my eyebrows. I need to know. I need to know everything.
You guys zero in on the eyebrows. Let me see.
He's looking it up.
You did was great, by the way, Andrea.
What was that, Steve?
The Idaho killer analysis.
Oh.
That was really good. I watched that. It was really good.
Thank you.
Oh,
Well,
I was
you
just
know,
on the channel earlier that sniped your stream. I didn't recognize you. Hi, I'm Dave.
Oh, hi. I'm Andrea.
There you go.
Andrea's. I'll tell you. Every time I'm
secretly one of the smartest lawyer streamers out there. Like,
no doubt.
I don't think it's a secret anymore,
Cheers.
Joe.
Well, I'm just saying, like, not
The
sufficiently.
lawyer I'd most like to work
not
with.
sufficiently recognized.
Kohlberger guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's in my neighborhood, so that was a natural. That was a natural fit for me.
I think that's it's like Legal Mindset's got the Orlando mouse thing.
Wait, where are you situated, Andrea?
Your trial to knock out of the park is this Kohlberger case.
Yeah, I'm in southeastern Washington, Joe. So I'm I'm about 2 hours from Moscow.
Oh wow, wow. Well, good fortune for you.
What were you doing that night, Andrea?
Yeah, I need to go check. Probably I was boxing. That's a good bet. But
also, you were being violent. You were engaging.
So I was probably being violent. I was probably leaving, trace DNA on all of my all of my gym mates who were then taking it out to deposit it at various crime scenes around town.
Well, it's interesting because I thought that this guy with his K-bar knife on the snap, the DNA on the snap, which is touch DNA, right? It's interesting because I'm saying like that is the evidence that the defense needs to overcome. That is it. And I was thinking they were going to get some DNA in other areas, like in the car or his house, but none of that exists. So now everything.
Do you know that for sure that none of it exists in the house or car?
Yes,
he has said definitively. The defense lawyer has said definitively, no connection with the victims, no explanation for no DNA anywhere in the house, the car, etc. So
that
not
is
just
very
no
surprising.
DNA, no evidence of cleaning or anything like that would explain why it's not there.
And so now we have everything resting on this touch DNA, and there's issues with touch DNA.
Big issues. Big issues with touch DNA.
We're kind of now it's becoming a lot more interesting because I thought they had him for sure, but now it looks like it might be a little more iffy. So interesting case. You've got a good one.
Very much.
They didn't find any of the victim's blood in the car in particular, and no evidence of cleaning in the car. I mean, I'd be honestly surprised because given the state's timeline, right? This is a very short timeline.
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
And he's coming with blood, and there's no blood in the car. I find that very difficult to believe.
Or stabbing murders, no, it's just I'm sorry, it didn't happen. And the whole world can come at me and be like, Andrea, he obviously wrapped his car in plastic. No, I'm sorry, this is real life. This is not a freaking Dexter show. Okay, he is not going to keep all of the blood and trace.
He wore
and
a boiler suit and took it off at the crime scene. Sure, he did.
It makes it a much closer case.
The timeline alone was I did a little bit of breakdown and looked through it. The timeline alone, and so the 15 minutes you're talking about, it's first of all he has to park still. He's still in his vehicle moving. Has to park, get out, dodge the Uber driver, the Uber Eats guy. Somehow he doesn't see him. Do the stabby, get back into his car and be like a quarter mile down the road in 15 minutes with no blood anywhere.
With no blood anywhere.
You also have to deal with the cell phone tower stuff. So there is a lot. There's a lot there, but the defense is not like when I first heard this, I'm like, oh, he's going down hard.
Yeah, Steve, peeing evidence in Moscow, Idaho is not like peeing evidence in other places in the country. I did a video on the peeing evidence way back, like in January when all this stuff was coming out, and I literally
you are saying ping, right?
Yes, ping.
Ping. Cell tower
and so I pulled one of the cell tower maps from the Moscow area, and I took like a corresponding scale type of area from like Philadelphia, so that you can see the comparison of there's 500 cell towers in Philadelphia in this maybe 10,000 square mile area, and then you get over to Moscow and there's about 10 of them for the same space. They do not have the same type of overlapping coverage to enable them to do the kind of precise triangulation that they can do in a lot of other places. So most of the time it's just you're pinging off of one tower, and that tower is going to have a range of 14, 15 square miles.
Yeah. I thought this was.
You think they're not going to have enough evidence to convict, don't you?
If this is all they have, I don't think they will. No, absolutely not.
I don't know.
Absolutely not.
And if there's,
I'm saying I'm not quite there, Andrea, but I would say I'm close. I think that now the defense has an argument. Whereas before I thought it was overwhelming that he was going to go down, but given what you've revealed here in your live stream, which you I mean, it was a really well done, very thoughtful, and I'm looking to you to be following this case because you are right in that area and you're going to be in the courtroom. So I'm looking.
Yep, I'll be there Tuesday, so that'll be interesting. We'll see what the state has to say.
It's going to be you and your fans versus the crime law the crime law fans who are all going to be screaming to like throw him in jail.
There is definitely some of that.
Okay, so Andrea, you're going to be labeled a grifter. That's what they're gonna.
Old news.
Yeah,
I came like to life during the Amber Heard trial. Okay, like I've been a grifter since I came to YouTube.
No, but this is your moment.
Heaven forbid you give a thoughtful, considered opinion based on the actual evidence, and you'd be like, "Geez, this seems a little thin, State." You know?
Yeah, exactly.
And if anybody knows, Andrea is a practicing public defender. She is a real trial lawyer who really knows what she's talking about. One of the best, most authoritative lawyers that I see when I watch her. So, and I'm really looking forward to your coverage on this case.
Well, thanks, Steve.
So can I ask another
I'm
lawyer
looking forward
question?
to covering it whenever it goes to trial, whenever that will be. So that, will be fun someday.
We have a local layperson here who's our curious layperson here who has a question for lawyers. So go for it, V.
So recently, I don't know. Do you guys know who the Weather Underground are? You guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
From the 70s?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Okay, sure.
in San Francisco, one of them was the DA, and they were just letting criminals back out a lot.
Well,
So
no,
they got-
his the child of one of the Weather Underground members.
Right, yeah, he's the child actually of
That's
two
the
of them.
yes.
So there seems to be this proliferation. Actual Justice Warrior talks about it all over the place, that these woke DAs who are very pro-criminal just seem to keep getting in everywhere. Was there like an active movement, like when any of you were in college, of people planning to do this, or did it just organically happen?
I wouldn't say it organically happened. George Soros threw a lot of money in, but there are a lot of there's left-leaning groups and right-leaning groups in law school. I mean, certainly there's a lot more left-leaning groups typically, but
One of the biggest ones, though, is Federalist Society. I mean, I
Yes.
would say.
yeah, it is one of the biggest ones. But then there's also like the American Constitution Society. You're like, oh, that sounds really good, and you're like, oh well, it's not exactly what it sounds like. Yeah.
They're neither American nor Constitution. Discuss.
Yeah, I found that out the first meeting. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna walk out of here.
So I was studying the Weather Underground because of their rhetoric is extremely similar to Antifa, and I've been working on the connection. And the only part that I could find was that when these people were all done, they all went either into law or they went into education. And I was trying to figure out how these people keep getting elected, especially in cities where obviously people need to go ahead and be put in prison.
Well, what people need to really look at, if they're interested in this, is the Weather Underground put forward a manifesto called the Prairie Fire Manifesto from 1974, I believe. The Prairie Fire Manifesto was an attempt or a plan of action for the communists to turn in the bourgeoisie proletariat dichotomy into an oppressor dichotomy involving race and sex. And if you read the Prairie Fire Manifesto from the Weather Underground's plan of action, it is pretty much a chart for how they have implemented this race and sex division in our society as a way to bring back America. So I would highly recommend people to look at that.
Yeah.
Prairie Fire Manifesto. Look that up.
Thank you. That helps me with my research.
And Steve wrote a book on it.
I just got to hit this. Deviation sends a rant saying touch DNA is the blood spatter of modern times. Pure BS. Now take a freaking shot because, yeah, he's making me take a shot here. So I don't know if I'm going to be alone here. If any of you want to raise a glass with me.
I'm working. This is number 3. And I will say I'm close to checking out. So I will tap out.
No, I understand.
I'm going to hang with you as long.
You've been a trooper. You've been a trooper, brother. You have nothing to apologize for at all.
Well, you know what? And I will say, when you first came on, when you said what you said in the beginning of the stream, I was actually kind of down because I thought that you had overlooked me, and I was
not at all.
What you said at the beginning was so touching, and that's why I love you, man. Joe, you're a good man.
You're such a good drunk. Go on, please.
No, seriously. I mean, I was feeling hurt, and I was just not going to mention it because it's your stream, and you don't know. We're just internet friends, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you said that, and you're such a good man, and I thank you for saying that, and it took a lot off my mind, and I thank you for that, Joe.
Well, I'm glad. Look. It was clearly an oversight on my part. I was embarrassed by it. As soon as I had Eric sitting there, and he's like, "Hey, Gaz is in the chat." I'm like, "Oh my god, what the hell did I do?" I
know,
was like so upset myself.
So many people are self-centered and they don't think about others. And
that was a bad job by me. So
well, but you didn't have to do that. And it meant a lot. That means a lot to me. I mean, it's like you're a good person, and I'm proud to be on your stream, and I hope that I'm a representative of your chat. You've got such a nice chat, and I'm thankful that I'm associated with you. So God bless you, and cheers to you.
If you're not representing my chat can piss off, but I know you are because they're awesome. They're the best chat.
Yes, Sweet Pea. I am a sensitive guy, so cheers to you. Mazel tov.
Thank you so much.
Mazel tov.
On that note, I believe I need to exit because I do have an early morning.
All right, my brother. And thank you for joining me. Everyone, make sure you check out MLS Show. Show, which is my friend David Helm over here. Great attorney, great content producer. You're going to love his work. Make sure that you could just click a tab, just click below on his name. You left click on it, say open new tab, just hit subscribe. You'll get feeds in there, assuming YouTube doesn't piss on him the way they piss on me, but you'll get updates about phenomenal videos and streams that will come to you that you'll be appreciative of. And don't forget that on Friday, there's a special link that I put right underneath his name. That for Friday he's going to have a whole stream put together with Chandler Remington and
Legal Vices and Solomon Anderson
Solomon Anderson to free Zachariah, which I'm telling you now, you may not know very much about that case. There is no evidence at all. Like it's a joke how there's so much evidence that actually there's more evidence that exculpates him than that inculpates him. And it's not like there's more of A than there is a B. It's like there's a lot of evidence that exculpates him and no evidence that really says that he did anything other than we know the fact that it was his ex-girlfriend's husband or new boyfriend which died. That's basically all they had, and
they prosecuted him on motive, basically.
Yeah, they prosecuted and convicted him on motive. Correct.
And convicted him on motive. Yeah. And I would even say the motive is terribly strong. Yeah. Because when you get down to the nitty gritty of it, there wasn't really there was one text that he said, "Of course, I'm jealous that you're seeing somebody else." But the girlfriend is also saying XOXO, inviting him over for dinner, calling him Z-Bear and things like that all at the same time. And I think she's playing both of them. Mm-hmm. But again, that's maybe motive. I mean, I guess technically, if you read it the right way, it's motive, but
it's not very strong evidence of
no cell phone motive. No cell phone data placing him there. No cameras placing him there. No witness seeing him there. No DNA of the defendant in the bloody victim
to have made the trip from his house and back. And it's like he had 10 minutes to move anything, and like basically supposedly wrapped a body, single-handedly wrapped a 200-pound body into a carpet and took it to his and carried it out to his car.
Or something like that.
Yeah, that's the garbage.
250 pound. That's not a strong-looking dude. Basically wrapped him into a carpet by himself, threw him over his shoulder, and just lugged him out to his car. And then when and how he got rid of the body, there's like no evidence of any of this. And then when they checked his car for like DNA, they couldn't find any DNA other than like a spatter or something that they said this is male DNA.
Ooh, and there's a well done.
Wow.
Yeah.
No predicates. No. Well, Steve, you watched it with Nick on his channel. The whole DNA thing.
Well, I didn't watch. I only watched a few like days of it. I didn't see the whole thing, so I didn't follow the whole thing. But one thing I did watch is the DNA analyst, and I had a DNA analyst, Tiffany Roy, I interviewed on my Rumble channel, and I actually sent her the DNA presentation in the trial, and she is of the opinion that is way wrong what they did on the DNA analyst, and I sent that to the
that's the only physical anything or testimony or evidence that connects the defendant to the victim is supposedly a spot of DNA.
But there are major problems with that, and hopefully my expert will be in touch with the DNA.
If they convict on that, it doesn't make you feel very good about the justice system. It's like, how am I supposed to be defending this again?
No.
I have said from day one, I don't care if he did it. That's not enough. And if that's enough to convict him, then any of us can be convicted of anything.
Anything.
Oh, yeah.
Spot on, my brother.
Yeah.
Well, and the problem is that there's a big problem with contamination at the crime scene by the police. Police were very sloppy on this, and it doesn't make sense when you look at the DNA and where it was recovered, because DNA is great, it's great, it's scientific, it makes it, but it doesn't account for the whens and the hows of how that DNA got placed in a particular location.
Mind you,
it doesn't make sense that little dot was on the side. Like they're saying he cleaned the scene, but then this little dot on that thing, I mean, that to me screams cross-contamination.
And even if you want to, let's assume for the sake of argument, it absolutely 100% word of God that was the victim's DNA. The defendant shares children with the girlfriend, the kids have been in the house where the victim has been in the house and are in dad's van. And, there's all kinds of different ways that this one tiny pinprick of a spot.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. There's a study that has been, circling. I've had a couple people post it today with all this Koberger stuff. It's an old Journal of Forensic Science study from like 2013 or something like that about secondary transfer. And it was basically this, test that they did where they're like, we're going to have people like touch hands for a certain length of time, and then they'll take their hands away and they'll touch a knife. And then we're going to test the knife to see what DNA comes up on it. Okay, so secondary transfer. And how many of those cases do you think they picked up the other person's DNA?
100%.
Yeah, I was going to say 82.
Oh, it's far less.
You guys are close. 85%. 85% of the time. And a huge amount of the time, they only picked up the second person's DNA. They didn't even pick up the first person's DNA, just the secondary transfer.
It's on the outside.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah, so that's
really
the case
is.
I'll be talking about on Friday. And we're hoping to help the family a little bit. I guess the family has some updates and stuff, but we're doing sort of a call to action. We want to see real justice being done here, and so that's what we're hoping to happen. But that's Eastern.
Why? Where are the judges on this? I mean, we all talk about these ideas of legal sufficiency and judgment notwithstanding the verdict. It's like when it's this thin,
Schroeder,
where the judges are like,
Judge
this
Schroeder,
is not legally
Rittenhouse
sufficient.
The Rittenhouse judge, wasn't it?
There's a whole issue with the judges too, because apparently the victim was also worked for the courts as some sort of court officer and conflicted all but two judges out of the being able to hear the case. I don't remember the other one, but the first judge was Judge Schroeder, who apparently then had a head injury and came back as his last criminal trial to oversee this case. But it was Judge Schroeder. It was the Rittenhouse judge. And he let in all kinds of nonsense.
Surprise, surprise.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think that your judges, your sheriffs, there's a lot of positions. We talked about this in my stream today. There are a lot of positions that are elected that people don't pay any attention to. It's
your elections are critical.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be electing these people.
Yes.
So if you have terrible judges and you don't pay attention to who they are, it's then
I'm looking forward to going on the ballot in a couple of years.
A judge. Nobody knows how to elect a judge. They can't tell you anything that you would need to know. Like, how are you going to make decisions?
So the greatest thing that came out of COVID is
it is
Michigan,
all just this political
on that ballot. So that's all it needs.
Michigan started streaming all of its trials on YouTube, or all of its cases, all of its hearings, and it was great. Like my brother even commented, he's like, "Yeah, I'm not going to go sit in court, but I'll stream it on YouTube so you can actually see the judges in action." Unfortunately, people don't care.
I can guarantee you, in the city of New York, not a single Republican has ever been elected a judge.
Yeah,
I can guarantee you that there's not been one Republican judge.
There's a lot of judges in New York.
Yeah, I can guarantee you that every one of them has rubbed elbows with the right Democrat. There's no such thing as
I would believe it.
Yeah, I have no doubt about that at all. Now that doesn't mean that they're all liberal, and especially you can find some, especially if you go on the island. That's a little different. In Nassau and Suffolk, it's a little different. But in the 5 boroughs, if you are if you're named on Democratic ticket, you're going to win every time, without exception. There's really doesn't matter what part of New York City either.
Well, on that happy note, I'm going to say, Joe, thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me on a couple of weeks ago or a month ago now. It seems like you're a good man. I like your streams.
I'm going to have you back in here real soon. All right.
All right. Very good. Thank you.
And make sure you guys, seriously, I'm making a push here. As if you want to send me a birthday gift, I'll tell you right now, a birthday gift is signing up to particularly to any of these channels which are smaller than mine, and even the bigger one here in the center square. But what I'm saying is, if you guys can, I really want to help promote channels that are smaller than mine. These are people who I value and respect as people, and as people first, and as content creators second. They're all the salt of the earth people that you think that they come across on stream. It's only because it's legitimate as to who they are in real life. I'm saying this based on limited interactions I've had with them off camera. A few people that I've met in person had that privilege. I'm telling you now, they provide phenomenal content. They're smart. They're based. They know what the hell they're talking about, and they care about following constitutional values. And that even goes over here for my lefty friend here, who sees things a little bit differently than I do, in the sense that he actually cares about what's true, rather than what's being pushed by a party.
Friend here, who's the lefty friend?
Oh, my lefty friend here is V Radio over here.
People in the chat are saying they can't see my name because you don't have names. So I'm here. MLS Law Show.
Yeah, he's MLS Law Show. Is David?
MLS Law is a lefty. I
don't know why.
No,
he's talking about V Radio is a lefty.
That way.
You drunk too much, Steve. It's okay.
Right I'm there. 3 sidecars in, so anything I say from now on, I disclaim any.
Three of them.
Yours is the face that we're going to be breaking down next, Steve. I'm going through your face, Steve.
All right, Steve, you enjoy. Everyone else on the panel, take care. Have a good night.
Thank you, brother. Have a good night.
See you, David.
I mean, sidecars are not lightweight drinks. These are heavyweight drinks. This is a lot of alcohol in these things.
How much? Let me ask you this: how much do you drink normally that would take to get you like wasted? Would you say?
Well, see, I don't drink except online. I only drink when you guys bribe Joe with $100 super chats like Jonathan has done. I mean, I generally I went for a week and a half without drinking anything. So I'm a lightweight, and I admit it, and that's all there is to it. The worst, the 3 sidecars is my limit. I know this is the limit that I can do and still function like the next day. After that, and one time I've gone beyond that, and that was on. I don't even know. I'm too blasted to even think about it. But it was at some point we went like 8 shots or something. I forget what it was. It might have been on Vices, and I went into a different zone. Like, I'm a happy drunk. But at that point, I got to be very serious, and my killer self came out, because deep down, I'm a killer. There's a litigator in me that wants to rip your throat out, and that side came out after 8 shots. But
these quotes will be used against you at a future trial.
Yeah, right, exactly.
All right. Whose face am I breaking down? Oh, I should do. Let me take care of a few.
I'm almost done with the number 3.
A few of these bigger super chats, and then we'll come to the whatchamacallit. By the way, I was looking for that guy who made me laugh before to send him an invite. That was Gopher, and he's not here. So that's why I didn't send that out. I did not forget about my contest here, but when I searched for Gopher, when I went into the thing and I tried typing Gopher's name in, Gopher, if you're around anywhere, I'd love to send you an invite that you can join this panel before they start each checking out one by one. And it's just you and me looking at each other like a pair of idiots. So Gopher, I don't see you here anywhere, but I didn't really push very hard on the whole contest of winning a spot on the panel. But I am going to still have that going. I'm gonna keep that going. If you make me laugh, like a really good laugh out loud super chat, I will invite you onto this panel, and I'll give you as much.
You need to do the best joke thing, because I want to see somebody from chat on here that we haven't seen before.
I would love to send an invite. I was looking for Gopher. If Gopher sends out anything here and can reach out to me on Twitter, I will send him a link right now to join in the chat.
That's a great idea. I love
up to 10 minutes. I think it's great meeting these people here who are watching us. I think it's an exciting thing. Like, these are people who actually care about our opinions, and they care, they're spending their time with us when they could be doing literally anything. Right now,
well, and see, I'm getting hurt because you didn't send me an invite, and I was thinking about that. But I'm honored. This is the thing. I'm honored that I'm actually invited. How is it that I'm allowed to be on this? I mean, I don't deserve to be invited.
Oh, shut up.
I know, but I should. Shut up. No, I'm grateful that I'm invited. And the thing is that if somebody wants to come on, I don't know. Like, why do I think that I'm deserved to be on? I mean, that's an arrogance.
Oh, shut up. Just stop it.
It's true. It's true. I mean, come on.
All right, sleep it off, brother. Okay, so we'll break down your face next. Here's where we're going. Okay, are you ready? Let me see. Take off the glasses. I need to see your eyes first. So it starts with dissecting the shape of the face. That's the first thing we have to do here. Okay. Now I'm gonna let you all decide for me what shape face he is, so we can figure that out. Okay. And I'm gonna share with you that you can look at what the different face shapes are. Okay. So this is what I've got here.
Screen.
Okay. This is what I'm holding it up here so you all can see. And I'm gonna who do you think is I'm gonna trust the woman. I'm gonna trust Andrea here as someone who's reliable as far as saying this is what it's most similar to. It's just the shape of the face, not the gender, not anything else. Okay. So this is moon face. I don't think it's moon face.
No, it's not moon face.
True face, jade face.
No.
Then you have iron face, which is like that rectangle type of thing.
It's a little rectangular, but that's getting close.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if we get better. Okay. So then you have earth face.
No, I don't think we got earth face.
Fire face. There's a few more. There's a few more on the next page.
Fire looks kind of close to me.
Yeah, I'd say so far it's iron or fire.
I think probably fire more than anything else. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Now you have bucket face, which I guess that's an inverted, like it's narrower at the jawline than at whatchamacallit.
It is a little narrow at the jawline.
Yeah, it could be bucket face.
It could be bucket face. It could be bucket face.
I don't think it's king face.
It's not king face.
Yeah, Robert Redford. Sorry, brother. And and then they have wall face, which is that rectangle. I don't think he's that. So the question is bucket face. Which one do you think we're going with here? Bucket face?
I feel like bucket face is the best fit. What do you guys think?
Let me see the other options again.
It was either iron.
She was down to bucket face, iron, or triangle. So this was iron. I'm going to tell everyone what they need to know about this. Iron was Churchill.
Bucket is closer than Churchill.
And then fire here was the triangular type of thing.
I feel like that's got a more prominent
chin.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with you, Andrea. Than the last one that we
the bucket one, right?
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So let's break this down. You have to start with the face because the face is what tells us the overall demeanor of the person. All right. So 42 bucket face. All right. So we're looking at over here bucket face. This book is falling apart. Okay. So the bucket face has a wide forehead and tapers in at the sides. It bears a slight resemblance to the fire face, but is broader with a wider chin/jaw. Though it may be unflattering to discover that one's face is called bucket, it is in many ways an auspicious face to students of Siang Mien. Those with bucket faces appear calm and well balanced and are able to maintain this impression even when things are going badly for them. This air of stability can conceal a great deal of inner uncertainty and turmoil.
Oh, as he's just revealed to us in his weak moments.
If those with bucket faces are to succeed in life early on, they show evidence of their intelligence and astuteness. Some of their ideas would be brilliant if given a chance to emerge. But this face also belongs to those who experience periods of gloom and bouts of daydreaming that can cause the quality of their work to deteriorate. Most bucket people are kind, though it's difficult to know whether they act from their hearts or only in order to be praised. They're likely to be proud, patriotic, and to have an awareness of their own importance. Anyone involved in close physical and emotional relationship with them can easily feel rejected, for no one is quite sure what is really going on in their minds. That's what Siang Mien says about bucket faces. So that gives us a start here. It gives us a start. Now we need to break down the other features of his face. Okay, so we'll start at the top. I'm going to start with your forehead. Okay, now the forehead. I think, by the way, was there anything there that you like? No, that doesn't fit, Steve. That's crazy. Steve, did you feel any part of that was like a bad read on you?
See, I'm completely disconnected to anything that's going on.
He's going. Next time he goes on the subway, though, he's going to start screaming at the bucket faces.
I don't know what's going on at this point. I'm just hanging because I love you, Joe, and I'm just here.
This is my light reading. This is what I consider light reading. I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
I will say that all I can say, people talking about Buckethead and MLS Law, or who was it? DUI guy was on here with a shirt with what was it? And all I thought about was Buckethead. You know, do you know who Buckethead is?
Yeah, I know who he is.
When he was talking about that vampire group, I didn't realize that's Johnny Depp's group. Is that what it is? The vampire group?
Yeah. No, Buckethead is like one of the greatest guitar players of all time. And I've seen him like
different
Buckethead in concert. And
there's a Buckethead who runs for MP every time.
He was in Guns N' Roses. That's why.
Yeah, System of a Down. He was in Guns N' Roses for a moment, and System of the Down did a great song with Buckethead, and I'm a big Buckethead fan. I've seen him 5 times live. I'm sort of checked out. So if you want to boot me, you can boot me at any time.
No. Are you kidding me? This is prime Steve. There's no way I'm booting you now. It's like if you leave, I'm gonna be sitting there saying, "Damn,
I know that
like, damn, he had to go. Damn it, he had to go." But I am going to tell you this: I am going to bring Grifty on here, and I'm going to send a link to Joseph also, because the Grifty has become like my Uber mod, and he's been on my show before. And Joseph, I'm going to send him a link because this guy has been behind the scenes, probably my most consistent, like stranger who met me through me having a channel, who has been just consistently supportive and helpful. He helps me with my audio stuff. So I'm going to send him a link also. I'm going to send both of them links here and give the world a chance to appreciate both of these fine gentlemen, Grifty and Joseph, who I happen to really appreciate their help here with my channel, because you guys know that good mods are good people who are able to help you behind the scenes. They do so much to make your life like a little bit easier. So I'm going to send them an invite and let them be wise with not consuming too, I want them to speak. I want them to, have a chance to interact and get to know you guys. But if they're able to come, they're able to come. If they're not able to come, they're not able to come. But definitely I want to send them an invite.
You're going to let them
come. Don't come. I'm going to come.
Right now I have a really great mod team, and it makes such a huge difference.
It does, right?
The Buckethead song is called "We Are One" with the System of the Down singer, and it is freaking amazing. It's, if you look it up, Buckethead "We Are One," it's probably one of the most frightening musical tracks I've ever watched. If you watch, there's a video of it, and it's really good. So I'd recommend Buckethead "We Are One" if you want to get some real Buckethead awesomeness.
His stage presence is very unique, that's for sure.
I've seen, like, my son says it's the best concert we've ever seen. Buckethead is unbelievably great guitar player.
Where are you at here? Why don't I see him? I don't see Joseph in my. Please continue talking.
No,
well, I don't know. I don't know how long I'm hanging in because it's your birthday. It's 11/12.
If you need to go, I totally understand that.
Okay. The thing is I have a death penalty appeal waiting for me on Monday morning, and I'm not happy.
Man.
I'm just, this is fun, and this is why I'm here, because it's like, it's escape.
Yeah,
wow.
I don't know.
So this was a death penalty appeal. That's interesting. Sophie's choice. Wow.
Death penalty sucks, man. It sucks because I have to deal with it. I mean,
how did you get into that? Like, I don't understand how someone gets sucked into doing that. It seems like such a depressing line of work.
That's a very good question, Joe. And I will say, because you move forward in your, and I obviously did appeals, and I do criminal law, and you move forward and you get promoted. And at some point, the promotional state, in order to, the peak of the mountain, the top of Everest is death penalty appeals. And they asked me, do you want to do death penalty appeals? And it was a moral question. And I thought very long and hard, but there's money attached. There's quite a big bounty attached to accepting that offer. And the fact is that I really thought about it hard, but I have a responsibility to my family to do the best for them. And the thing is that I am capable of doing this, but it's not an easy choice.
It's not.
And I did accept this burden.
It's like doing hospice care, what you're doing. It's like,
but it's not fun.
I'm going to take these people who are headed towards death's door, and I'm basically going to see what I can to like prolong their life as long as possible, with the expectation that maybe like 1 out of 10, 1 out of 20, I might actually save, and the other 19 are going to.
And it's the worst fact patterns. It's children getting beat with hammers. It's cold-blooded murder with suffering and torture. It's the worst of the worst, and it's not fun.
Steve, are you doing the direct appeal, or is this a post-conviction?
No, I do direct appeals.
Yeah, okay.
And so, I don't do the post-conviction. So once we do the direct appeal, but it's hard, and I don't enjoy it. It's not fun, and this is fun.
Yeah. So, what do you? Let me ask you this: if you had to think of like, aside from the case that landed in Andrea's lap here, in the Brian Kohlberger case, what case do you guys think is going to be something that like is going to grip is going to be gripping everyone, that we're actually going to be able to follow?
Well, see, the thing is that most of the cases I deal with are just tragic. They're not high profile necessarily. They may be locally, but they're just common everyday first-degree murder involving torture and evil. And and it's like, not everything's sexy. And even if it's sexy, it's evil, it's brutal, it's hard to deal with. And people don't realize it's a tragedy on both sides. So I don't know. I mean, I just want you to know that it takes a toll on those participants within the system, and that includes the defense attorneys and everybody. I think one of the problems with the death penalty is it warps the morality of all of those that are involved with it. It warps the morality of the people that have to advocate for death constantly, and they're praying for death. They're asking for death. Their motivation is to seek death, and it warps people's morality. It's one of the problems with the system. So, I mean, it's not a pretty topic, and and this is fun. Being with you guys is a joy. It's a pleasure, because the other side is not fun.
I gotta tell you, you're heavy, brother. You're really heavy.
Yeah, I was.
I obviously couldn't speak for every prosecutor.
Oh my God!
I couldn't speak for every prosecutor in every situation, but I bet there are some prosecutors who really believe that, at least in some cases, death penalty is the moral thing to do. I know you think the opposite, and I respect that, but I'm not sure necessarily all of them are tortured because they are conflicted. They really think morality, it is the moral thing to do.
Well, and I get you what you're saying, but the problem is that we as human beings justify whatever we're doing, our actions. We justify that. And so when your job is to put somebody in a death chair, your morality warps around that, and it becomes toxic, and it affects people that are involved, that are close. And it's hard to measure that. I mean, you make a good point, and even if you believe in it.
Andrea, can you cheer us up with stories about puppies born with blindness? or maybe you could tell us about, like, old people club to get to death or something, just like lighten the mood.
Yeah, I was gonna maybe tell Steve about my case with the guy in prison who like ripped the other guy's eyeballs out, but I don't know if that's really like a great.
I want to hear about all the suicidal folks you might have like helped counsel.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, I'm 3 sidecars in. Change the topic, please. This is just. It's difficult.
Trust me, there's no happy stories with the foster kids either. It's just a broken system. The system is
Tell us
broken.
about a foster kid that got a really good foster family and was adopted, and everything turned out great.
It does happen. I can't say it doesn't happen. And like that was the one thing that I really loved about being like the general practitioner in the small town, right? You get to have your hands in a little bit of everything. And so like one of the big rewards was always the plum when you would get to represent the kid for the adoption because it was like the one time that everybody is so happy to go to court. They love that proceeding. The judge is there. Everyone's in a good mood. It's celebratory. You don't get that in the courthouse very often.
Right. Well, Andre is right, and this is the thing. This is why people get sick. My favorite job, my dream job is to be a doing quiet title suits for the fund, so that at the end of the day, you make a title for a real property, you fix it, you make the title marketable. I mean, that's wonderful because you're actually doing something good for the world. Most of criminal law is something bad happens and we do something bad back.
I have to tell you, Steve, I'm never sure I've ever heard anyone say the dream is me filing quiet titles.
I know, isn't that sick? That's my sick brain. I mean, but when you're doing a death penalty appeal,
you're kind of all loose ends.
You crave a good boundary dispute.
Yeah, you crave it exactly. You got
so
it.
you are the guy for all my Blackacre questions. Well, I know where to go.
So, what does the prosecutor feel like when they push?
I'm bringing the chat down. I'll get out of here. Like I said, you can't.
No, I want you here. I just don't want I don't want to hear about little kids having their intestines ripped out by touchers.
See, this is the thing. People call me naive. They call me they say, "Oh, guys, you're so naive." I'm not naive at all.
Oh my god!
The shit I deal with.
The fun stories in criminal defense. The fun stories are always the tweakers. It's always the tweakers.
Well, here's a fun Holocaust story.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. I had one of my most fun case was the house full of tweakers that they literally blew up the house because they were making dabs down in the basement, and apparently the process to make dabs down in the basement uses a lot of butane, and so there's a lot of gas that accumulates. And what do dumbass meth junkies do all the time? They're smoking their damn cigarettes. Somebody's literally fires up a cigarette in this basement full of butane, blows the house. Yeah, that was a fun case.
People in the chat are telling me to go to bed, so I should listen to them. So I'm going to go to bed.
Well, I thank you for joining me, Steve.
And I will say that, all of this stuff is captured. Death penalty debate.
Make sure.
Net positive, net negative.
You're the worst salesman ever. You're the worst salesman ever. If you want to be really depressed, buy my book.
Buy my book. Well, no, I do have an interesting perspective. It's from the inside. He does.
Out. He's really smart and based and everything. And when he's drunk, he's terrible at sales. Oh my God, that was awful. That was the worst transition ever. I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you this. This dude is going to make you think when he's sober, he's actually someone who he was able to convince me of something. And I'm one of those obstinate people on earth. And he was able to convince me that I don't know how strongly I can stand behind supporting capital punishment, which is something I stood behind my entire life. And he started he took that bedrock, and actually just started like Hercules, just started rocking it back and forth, where I was like, I don't know if I can really go along with this anymore. Oh my God. So if he's able to do that to me, I am sure he is going to awaken your mind to thinking, to rethinking what you think is bedrock, lock solid truth. And that is something which everyone should tip their cap to. Well, and that's why you should buy his book, even if it makes cancer look like fun.
Well, and Kurt and I have had this debate, and I know that one of those Law 2 moments that kind of people remember was when Kurt and I went at it for about a half hour, and I actually posted it on my Rumble channel. And I thank him for that, because I recognize that not everybody agrees, and I try to steel man the other side. I mean, I recognize that there's arguments on the other side. And that's what I tried to do with this book is present both sides as strongly as I can and let you make up your own mind. And that's the purpose of this book. It's not to just hammer and hit you over the head and say, I'm right and you're wrong. It's to present both sides as strongly as I can and let you empower you to decide for yourself from somebody who deals with this every day and deals with it in a very unique perspective, in a deep way, so that you can choose. And that's why I wrote this, is because I keep getting asked because I deal with this, and people ask me, and I'm like, well, it'll take me an hour and a half to explain my position. But instead, I wrote a book, and if you really want to know, then get this book and review it, and you can only get it at stevegosney.com.
And
do you ever go over
Grifty is stepping in here to cheer us up with a story about a crack whore who was decapitated.
Oh, God. Hey, man. All right. Well, good night. Good night, all. Good to see you.
My brother.
Thank you, and
Good night,
happy
Steve.
birthday.
Night,
Thank
Steve.
you, Joe, for everything.
Take care.
Yep.
He's a really great man. He really is. He's a really great man. And I appreciate that he was able to join me in drinking tonight. And he gets very philosophical, I guess, when he drinks. So there you go. And here are the two people I sent invites to, and I'm so glad they have a chance to meet you guys. So this here right below me is Grifty. I don't know why I can't figure out how to get names back. I used to have them here. I don't know why I don't have them anymore. But right below me is Grifty, who is my newest mod, and he basically has been pimping the hell out of me, like as if I'm like, I don't know, a night here is worth $10,000 to you. And Joseph. And Joseph in lower center there has been literally following me since I had like 35 people here who were watching me. And when I had 35 people, it was really 7 people who were had like 5 different contraptions open to make me feel like, and he's been my audio guy, and he's been so supportive and such a great person that I'm really happy to give him an opportunity to meet people who I'm sure he watches very regularly, and Andrea and Sean and perhaps V Radio and obviously Uncivil. So if you can just and even though he just got shot, oh, there he is.
No, it was just me.
Yeah. So
all these buttons.
So I feel like it's good to let people who sit in the audience a lot have an opportunity to actually interact with people whose content they really appreciate. So anyway, so this is Joseph and Grifty. Obviously, Andrea, Sean, Kurt, and V Radio.
Hey,
so,
nice to be on here with everybody. Thanks for having me on, and happy birthday, Joe.
Thank you so much, Grifty. What do you produce content yourself, also, right, Grifty?
I do. I stream to Rumble exclusively. I don't like the censorship on YouTube. I think Rumble's the next kind of frontier for streaming going into next year's election, and trying to get that first mover advantage by going exclusive over there voluntarily.
You ever mess around with Odyssey?
I don't. I'm such a boomer. I really am. I don't understand a lot of these stuff. So I struggle to just make one streaming platform work.
So no, that's fair.
Well, okay, I need to pause for a second and tell you I missed a rant earlier, which is pretty funny. This is pretty funny. Hans says, "Do you know why redneck murders are so hard to solve? Because there's no dental records and all the DNA matches."
Yeah.
Oh my god,
that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
Hey, I did want to say, just so you know, with Odyssey, you can set it up so it'll auto sync some of your stuff when you upload it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look into it. I know there's a way to have that happen. Like with Rumble, I know if you stream to YouTube, you can have it automatically load to your Rumble, but I don't think it does it vice versa. So that's something I'm dealing with, unfortunately, but it's all a learning curve.
I have been thinking it would be great if Elon Musk had actually bought YouTube instead of Twitter. Imagine how much easier our lives would be if we didn't have that kind of crap going on YouTube.
Definitely.
Are you guys familiar with Neo Unrealist? Do you ever watch any of his stuff? He was a big streamer for a very, very long time. He had like big guys on Sargon of Akkad, stuff like that. Just people with huge subscriptions would come to his channel, and a guy was stuck at 30,000 because the algorithm would not ever let him get more people. But anyway, he just got outright deleted from YouTube, and he's been around forever. He ended up on Rumble exclusively just because they just outright deleted him. He was talking about. Oh no, go ahead.
No, I was going to share a story of when the first time I had V Radio on. This was hilarious. The dude started the night at 2,800 subs. Okay, and I spent 2 hours talking to him about like Rittenhouse and the work that he did, because the way I discovered him, he's correct in what he mentioned earlier. The way I discovered V Radio was that before the Rittenhouse trial, I was like, you know what? I want to see what audio is out there. I want to see what's there. And I just started searching around on YouTube, and I found this video, which was basically putting together a timeline from every angle that was publicly available about this, of all the video that happened the night of the shootings in Kenosha. And it was V Radio's, V Radio had put it together, and he basically was explaining himself as someone who's liberal and, had voted Democrat in multiple elections, but that he cares ultimately about receipts. And the more he was looking at this before the trial, before everything came out, he's like, the more he's looking at it, he's like, how is it that anyone thinks this is anything other than self-defense? And he was showing video after video after video. And I was like, I really want to find this guy and figure out who he is. Well, after the trial, I ended up having him come on the stream. And I was like, this guy and I even told Nick Rekieta. This is before Nick exploded. At the time, because Nick exploded during the Rittenhouse trial. I even sent him before the trial. I said, you need to check out this video here. It's real. You're going to be covering the Rittenhouse trial. You need to check out this video that this guy did. It's amazing in putting together a timeline here of all the events from that evening. Because there's stuff behind the scenes that, like, people, aside from the actual moment of shooting, of like, the rioters like basically trying to roll a trash can, and the Rosenbaum an hour before or two before he shot, screaming the N-word. That all came out during the trial. And the Zeminski shooting up in the air, all the stuff that came out, or in certain ways came out during the trial, that V Radio brought to his channel before the trial even began. And I was blown away by this. So when I had him on my channel, I was like, I really want to see if I can promote him and make his channel bigger. At the time, my channel had like 20 or 40,000 subs. And I was pushing him and telling everyone to sub up, and I'm watching during the course of the night. This is the reason I'm telling this story, is because I'm watching how he went to 3,000, 3,100, 3,200, 300, 3,300. I'm telling everyone, you really need to sub up to him. He got over 3,500, and I'm sitting there, and I don't remember. It might have even been like up to like 4,000. I remember he was like by some mark. I don't remember if it was like by the hundreds or it was by 4,000, and I watch him, and I'm watching this, and I was like so excited by it, like seeing his numbers, because I remember when I started growing during the Rittenhouse trial, like every 100 new people is huge. That's like massive, because you're desperate to get any kind of attention when you're a very small channel. I know what I had just been there myself. I was still there. So I understood how hard he, like every 10 people is like, you're treasuring that. And so after we wrapped up, I saw the number there. I'm trying to just give you an example. I don't remember if it was at 3,500 or like at 4,000. I was like, I wonder if he crossed that next threshold. And I think it might have been like even like at 39, like 30. I was like, I wonder if he got to 4,000, because I gave a final push at the end. Please make sure you sub up. He's so close to this next threshold. If you could please sub up. And then, I signed off the show, and I'm talking to him, and I was like, let me refresh and see if he hit that milestone or not, because the last push, normally you get several dozen people sign up, and I hit refresh, and he was at 2,500 subs. They literally shaved his subs, boom, nice, in the middle of the stream, just yanked them away into thin air. And I was like, I was so outraged by this. I couldn't even believe it. I was like, wow. They couldn't even give him one night of enjoying it. No, they just completely just erased all that work that we spent 2 hours doing.
I actually had my analytics up at that very moment we were talking and just watched them get yanked off of there. But yeah, there's a place in the algorithm you can be stuck where that happens. I'll gain a few and then I'll lose a few. I've been stuck at 4,000. What is it? 4,900 or 800 for about the last 6 months. Doesn't matter who I bring on. I've had Brett Weinstein on. I've had,
nice.
I've had James Lindsay on. I had Daryl Davis on. Like I get
James Lindsay. I would kill to get James Lindsay on my channel.
Yeah. Just people. I didn't get James Lindsay. I'm sorry, I got Peter Boghossian, but still.
Yeah, I would like to get him
bad.
too.
You know, but I've had big guests, and I always did, even going back to 2008 when I was podcasting. And just that, but the algorithm is definitely not a fan of leftists who spend their time debunking lies from the left.
Well, that's why I'm on Rumble though, because I don't want it. And Rumble, it's a grind. There's no distribution over there at all.
We lost Joe.
We lost the birthday boy.
Stream takeover.
I only started trickling into Rumble recently for some reason. I don't know what it is with their algorithm, because I know they're not censoring me, but it is very hard to build an audience.
Yeah, they don't have. It's all just none. Yeah.
K-Cash was one of my originals also. I remember, when he was one of those first 35 also with Joseph.
He was there with us back in the day. Happy birthday to you, sir.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate all the support you've given me since pretty much the day I opened up a YouTube channel.
I got about 10 or 15 minutes, and then I got to go to bed because I'm covering the trial tomorrow morning.
All right, cool.
Enjoying that coverage, by the way.
You saw the bad Spaniels lost their case, huh?
Yeah, it was an interesting decision.
It was. The main thing for me was to see that they did not actually say like the parody doesn't get considered. They just kicked that down to the lower court. Yeah. But I was kind of shocked to hear. Oh my god, I don't know how they won.
Yeah, it seemed to be they were relying on apparently a concession of VIP products that they were kind of using the trademark qual trademark, and that was the problem essentially. It's like there's not protection beyond that. That's special protection. And it's like whatever's true of some artistic works, the Second Circuit test is not true here. So they leave open another day where like Andy Warhol's use of Campbell soup cans is in a different category. And this is like, well, this is not that, because this is a trademark used as trademark. And so I'm like, okay.
Which seems like a strange concession to me anyway. I mean, it wasn't used as a trademark. It was used for humorous effect.
Yeah, well, I've seen some things in the Supreme Court recently, like that were interesting, like the Indian tribe case that was recently decided, the Indian Child Welfare Act case. It felt very much like the Supreme Court was dancing on a head of a pin. And I felt like
that's where they decide that you can give it. They can show favoritism in favor of Indians.
Yeah, that's long-standing in Indian law that they can use the racial
rationale in the middle
preferences.
part was a little, it's a little, and so it basically boils down to tribes are special. And that's
tribes are
basically
special.
all it really boils down to. Because there's all these arguments on like.
But wait, didn't they come to a similar? Didn't they come to a similar thing with Catholics, saying that Catholics can reject gay adoption?
Yes, when they were being certified by the state because they couldn't go past their religious beliefs. So in that particular case, the state was making placement of children available to private entities, and the Catholic Church or some church organization was wanting to do that, and they met all the qualifications. It's just that they didn't want to place with gay couples because of their religious belief. And it's like, well, freedom of religion. So if they otherwise meet all the criteria, they're not doing anything like placing them badly. They just won't place them with these kinds of couples. So freedom of religion trumps. But that made more sense because, but the Indian child welfare thing was a little bit shaky in the middle ground. And then Sotomayor read a decision recently on this treaty thing dealing with the perfection of judgments from foreign countries. And I was like, why are you writing this? There's a much easier way to go about this. I don't understand. So the Supreme Court's done a couple of things recently where I scratched my head.
Well, the worst one they did, I think, was the whole habeas corpus thing where like, hey, it turns out like if the Supreme Court determines, hey, you probably shouldn't be in prison, but you've already filed a habeas corpus petition, sorry, you don't get to do another one, even if you shouldn't be in prison anymore.
Yeah, I didn't find that quite as bizarre because there's principles dealing with retroactive effect of cases, and unless there's a watershed case, most Supreme Court decisions don't have retroactive effect. So once a case is final, like if there's a subsequent judgment after that would impact your case, it doesn't impact you. Cases don't roll backwards like that. So that principle that cases don't have retroactive effect once they're final wasn't that bizarre. And the fact that they said, okay, you have a single habeas to attack this collaterally, and you exhausted all your appeals, and then the Supreme Court came out with a different decision that doesn't reopen your habeas petition at least it's consistent with prior existing law. So it didn't strike me as that odd. It is a
No,
little
it's
weird
consistent
that
with
you're
odd.
convicted.
It's like lame from a justice standpoint.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah,
it's
because
kind of
now you've been
horrifying.
convicted. Now you've been convicted. Well, it's even worse
But
because
completely
like, at least-
predictable under the AEDPA.
yeah, well, it's even worse to me is like all those people were convicted on non-unanimous verdicts.
Yeah,
Because
Yes.
there's now
Yeah.
like 1,000 people that are convicted on non-unanimous verdicts. Are they ever going to
Yeah.
get a second shot at the apple? Probably not.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, sucks to be you. Sorry about that 10-2 verdict to
See,
convict.
that's one of those things that I don't understand because, and maybe I haven't really researched this under the federal standard, but we had this come up in Washington because we had this decision. Blake was the one where they said that the simple possession of controlled substances in Washington is unconstitutional. It lacked a mental state. It was a strict liability offense, and basically said, you know, the legislature has been on notice for like 30 years and hasn't fixed it. The court has to like step in and do it. So found it unconstitutional and struck it down. And so did all this research on the implications of that in Washington, and Washington follows the void ab initio doctrine. I mean, the idea has always been when you interpret a statute or you interpret the Constitution, you are interpreting it as it has always been. You're not like creating a new interpretation right now.
Supreme Court of the United States doesn't roll that way.
Yeah, it seems like you should be able to say, look, if you're saying this is what it means, that's what it always meant. So why didn't it mean that in my case, you know, when I was convicted by the non-unanimous jury?
Reasons. No, they're not really good reasons. No, they don't roll that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't roll that way. So
Do you guys think that DeSantis's new law in Florida is going to withstand Supreme
No.
Court?
Which one?
Well, saying
The non-unanimous death penalty.
Non-unanimous. Yeah.
Oh no, not a chance in hell.
Oh, yeah.
I know he knows it's unconstitutional. It's going to be struck down immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't see how
it's struck down immediately.
I don't see how that's.
It's dumb. It's toast dumb.
Hey Joe, I just want to point out Tankrat just dropped 50 new memberships.
Oh my God!
Again,
It did it
in chat,
again.
2 nights in a row.
Oh my God! God bless you, Tankrat. You are way too generous, my brother.
And chat's gonna mutiny if you don't give Valhalla Waits a wrench.
God!
He is mod extraordinaire across so many people's channels. And
Who are you talking about there?
Valhalla Awaits.
Oh, Valhalla Awaits. And Eric V, thank you for the happy birthday there. I never see the gift. I never see the gifts or the subs. They don't show when someone renews. It doesn't show up. You guys can see here, you know, Joseph and Grifty, who not usually part of the whole StreamYard thing. You can see that when this rolls up, it doesn't show up in the StreamYard chat, which is where I'm sort of monitoring everything. All the other super chats show up, and for one reason or another, that stuff does not show up in StreamYard. So I really appreciate when anyone calls that stuff out to my attention, because I don't want anyone to think that I'm not appreciative of it. I'm very appreciative of it. And thank you. God bless you, Tankrat. I'm going to give you a second. I'm going to give you a second war cry and I'm going to raise a glass to you.
In the case of Edwards versus Vinoy, the Supreme Court explicitly decided that Ramos, in the case of Edwards versus Vinoy, 6-3, the United States Supreme Court decided that Ramos versus Louisiana, which was the case that said there should be a unanimous verdict, was not retroactive. And Justice Kagan notes in dissent that Mr. Edwards will serve the rest of his life in prison based on a 10-2 jury verdict because it doesn't have retroactive effect. So, welcome to U.S. Supreme Court.
That's right. Well, that's appellate courts in general, though. We don't want to fix that because that means everybody
Who's
gets
this guy? Who's this guy? Welcome back, brother.
Hey, Bronco.
Yeah.
Bronco.
Hey, Andrea, how are you? Been a long time, man.
I know.
Ma'am. Great to see you. Huge admirer of Andrea. For those of you who have not seen us on streams before together, Andrea does God's work in the law. She's an amazing lawyer.
Look
Thanks.
at that. Look
Thanks,
at that.
Makes the rest of us look bad.
All right, let's not get crazy. Okay, she's smart, very, 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 very smart. Not taking anything away, but
my win doesn't take away from your win. You can also win, but I won't stop winning just so you can win.
So much winning, all the winning.
I like that a lot. She's
gonna win so much you're gonna get tired of winning.
That's the goal, right? That's the goal.
Nice. Nice. So I do have a few super chats to get to, and we also still have to dissect Andrew Branca's face before we get out of here. Thank you for the super stack sticker, Isabel Rankin. Thank you as well, Joseph DiMartino, and happy birthday, Joe. Thank you, Mama 4. Louis C.K. got consent before doing anything. You can see how far behind I am on my super chats because
that was before I left.
That was before you left. Yes. Oh, I should really go. I want to go to make sure I didn't miss anything here on Rumble because that's where I'm apt to. Oh, see this? Okay. I was going to raise a shot to Tank Rat, and Viola bought one. Viola Pride saying, "This is for having a digger on stream. War sound for Joe Digger." Yes.
Hail to the locals.
Yes, hail to the locals. The people in the locals, for the longest time, they refer themselves as diggers or redheaded stepchildren for reasons that can only be explained in locals. And I raise a glass to you, Joseph, and Grifty, as well as Viola. Thank you. And, I'm going to top it off for Tank Rat as well. I want to say this, and I'm speaking on behalf of all of the streamers here. There's no way possible for us to do what we do without the obscene levels of support that we get from people, from our fans and people who watch us regularly and enjoy our content.
Here.
And while we definitely appreciate anyone who's a viewer who never sends a dime, doesn't sign up to anything. I appreciate anyone who spends their time watching it with me because that only enhances the product, and especially if they contribute in chat. Don't think you're not valued. You're very, very valued. You don't have to send a super chat to be valued. That doesn't, but that we cannot ignore the fact that those people who are supporting us with super chats, literally, it's without that, there's no way to do what we're doing. So to each and every one of you, whether you've never sent $1 or you sent $2 here, there, whatever, $5, or or all the way up to Lesko Brandon, who sent me well over $10,000. I want you to know I appreciate every single one of you, and I say thank you as well. And I know that my fellow streamers agree with me that you guys are what make this thing happen, and I thank you, and I genuinely appreciate each and every one of you, and I thank you. So to you, I say l'chaim to life.
L'chaim? I'm empty-handed.
I'm not going to be able to pronounce that, but that too.
And that goes for
l'chaim.
That goes for big channels or small channels, whether you got 100,000 subs or 100 subs.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah,
because you need to be talking to someone.
Yeah, it's so there's nothing more defeating when you're getting started out to literally streaming to nobody. Like the only person watching your stream is you in the other window, so that you can monitor things. But that's how it starts. If for the normal people that try to throw their hat in this game that don't, catch fire. And even for me, like I happened to catch a little bit of lightning in a bottle with the whole Eliza Blue thing on Twitter. They cited my Twitter account in the Red State article that came out and all that. And it's so flattering as a person who just goes through life kind of unnoticed to just have people appreciate what you say. So seriously, thank you guys, everybody.
True. Totally true. All right, let me run through the super chats here because I need to pull them up eventually here, right? Holy Ozone says, "Happy no big deal birthday, Joe. Still miss you, Steve and Andrew. Thank you very, very much."
I'm back.
Look at that, Jackals of Terra Argentum, formerly known as IDW. Happy birthday, Joe. Thank you, brother. Isabel Rankin, super sticker. Thank you so very much. I think that's actually a $20 one, so I'm going to give that the old chauffeur blast. Joseph DiMartino, we have a birthday party invitation from an ancient Roman soldier's wife. Okay. I'm not sure if that's a Nick Ricado reference or not, but Patricia says, Jesus saves, but Moses is
more than a little truth to that.
Oh, that's really good. That's really good. Patricia, I'll send a link for that one. That was good. Happy birthday, Joe. Bob the God made mad. Happy birthday, Joe. You don't look a day over 65. Thank you. Thank you. You're way too kind. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to tell you this. When I end this stream, I'm going to spend 10 minutes calling back my wife, who was just calling me a minute ago. And then I'm going to start a local stream. And on that local stream, I'm actually going to share pictures of myself from my youth. Because a lot of you have been asking, how is it that you managed to land Lady Lawgic?
Right. That's going to be Joe's OnlyFans account.
I was just going to say, the way you said that, I'm about to share photos of myself.
Shut up.
Pause.
Hey,
pause.
you've explained
In
how
my
dating works.
People love trolling.
How many cubits is it, Joe? How many cubits?
Your dad wrote a good resume.
No,
but you got to be in locals.
Goodlogic.locals.com. There you go. That's going to be in locals. It's good. Thank you, Joseph. It's in goodlogic.locals.com. I'll share some photos. And also, when I'm on the phone with Lady Lawgic, I'm going to ask, this is an interesting thing that I noticed. I'm not making this up. I've noticed this over the last 3 to 4 months or so, that somehow on Shabbos, while I'm sleeping, I wake up and I have all these deep perspectives about things. I'm like, wow, that's so true. I can't believe I never thought of that before. And by the time, and I'll share them, I literally will wake up at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, and I'll just start having a talk with her. And I'll be like, and I'll just start explaining to her some new perspective I have on something. And she's like, wow. I was like, yeah, we have this weekly now session where I just happen to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, because I go to sleep very early on Friday nights. So, and I'll wake up very early, and I'll just
wake your wife up once a week, and you give her your pontification.
Yes,
is that what being married to you is now? Holy
exactly
shit,
what a woman wants first thing in the morning.
And I never remember them afterwards. Part of the reason I share them with her is because I'm like, I need someone.
How about a tape recorder? Write them down. Put them in a book.
Everything you just said are things that are prohibited to do on Shabbos. You can't use electronics. You can't use a pencil. You can't.
Joe, can you use black coffee? Can you at least bring her a cup of black coffee first before you drive the religious point home?
Not even religious. I don't know. I don't know if it's a Shabbos thing. I don't know if it's because I'm going to sleep early and waking up early. But I'm just telling you, I'll wake up with this whole flood of new philosophical thought that I'm like, oh my God, that's why it is. I've literally solved the mysteries of the world. Of the
universe. Write down the day after. Are these thoughts
and
observed?
I never remember them, but I share them with her. So I'm going to ask her if she remembers what.
Your poor wife is adrift on the River Moses.
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's one thing in this world that women want less first thing in the morning.
Well, anyway, so yeah, I will. So that's the two things I'm looking to do on my local stream, which is goodlogic.locals.com. I'm going to share
porn.
I'm gonna share pictures from my youth, which are all PG rated, and I'm going to try to share with you my philosophical thought of the week. But that's going to be on locals, so you need to sign up over there.
Right.
Wow, we're all blessed. Well, I'm going to take this opportunity to sign off because I need to get up for the trial tomorrow. But it's been a lot of fun, and happy birthday, my friend. You
take care, Kurt.
Thank you.
Take care,
Kurt. Thank you for joining.
Have a nice
night. All right. Tara Rayner says, happy birthday, Joe. I can't wait to see this evening devolve. Don't hold back. Let your freak fly. Hi, everyone. Cheers from Canada. Our freak flying was really when Gosney was depressing the hell out of us. So that
Oh no! What happened?
He's tired of tinkering with the machinery of death, Andrew.
Oh my God!
Well,
you have no idea.
I don't blame him. It
was almost like he was practically describing like grannies getting run over by meth heads and like.
But
in fairness to Steve, that was me.
Oh yeah, that was the cheer us up story. Thank you for sharing the cheer us up story, Andrea.
But the problem is we can all imagine scenarios in which death would be the only just outcome of someone's horrible misconduct, right? We all know stories of people who've done horrible things, right? Of course. But the trouble is we don't actually have a good black and white line to separate that from emotional justice. I mean, if today's federal government could apply the death penalty to the January 6th protesters, you think they wouldn't do it? Yeah. I mean, they would do it. 100%. So you need some kind of clear line between emotional political motivation to take another person's life, and what we would normally think of as a just reason to take another person's life. But there is no such line. At least I've never been able to identify one that would be controlling on the parties involved. That's my problem with the death penalty. It's not that I don't think there are people who deserve it. Trust me, I've met people who deserve it. But I don't trust the people applying the test. That's
exactly.
the problem.
That's the problem.
Yeah, the state only has to be wrong once.
Yep, and trusting the state to get it right just in and of itself. I mean, I've been to the DMV. They're not good at their jobs.
That is the question I wanted to ask him when he was explaining what his job was like and how depressing it was, is what does it feel like to be a prosecutor, to get somebody executed and then find out you were wrong?
Yeah. I can't even imagine. You can't even imagine.
Didn't they ask the guy that the Cameron Todd what's his name? He's in Texas. It's not Cunningham, but it's something like that. Anyway, that yes, he's like one of the cases that is pretty notorious for, like, they're pretty sure he didn't do it, and they put him to death anyway. And I'm pretty sure they did talk to the prosecutor after the fact, and he has no regrets.
I mean,
in his viewpoint of the case, and
you just have to look at these prosecutors in, like, the Trump cases and stuff like that, and the J6 cases. Like, they don't have any regrets.
So I've never been a prosecutor, but I've worked with a lot of prosecutors, and I can tell you how they view it is, in a normal case, a normal criminal case, not a death penalty case, they actually don't know if the defendant's guilty. They don't know in any absolute sense. If they weren't there, they didn't see the defendant do it, but they have a theory, they have a narrative, they have a story of guilt that they think they can sell to a jury. And that's what they're doing in the courtroom. They're not required to prove a defendant guilty beyond any doubt. They're only required to prove a defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And they think they have a story they can do that. And that's enough for a prosecutor. Sometimes much less than that is enough for a prosecutor, because there's always noise in the system, and juries convict innocent people all the time. So the prosecutor is never in a position where he feels, I have to know with absolute certainty that this person is guilty of the crime. That's not how the system is built. That's not how they run.
No, not at all. Not at all.
No, and I think there's just an automatic, easy way to pass the buck. Well, I didn't make the decision anyway. The jury made the decision.
The jury did it. The jury did it, right?
Very easy to psychologically, shield yourself from the consequences of your charging decision.
Even though the jury is the most naive participant in the entire process, right? Yeah. You have a prosecutor, you have police investigators, you have professional defense attorneys, you have a judge who's a professional, and then you have the jury, who presumably, in the most cases, have never been jurors before. They're completely naive to the legal system. And they're the ones that the prosecutor says, well, they're making the ultimate call. No. You're supposed to be the filter. In my mind, the prosecutor should be filtering those cases, not just leaving it up to a completely naive audience.
You guys ever work anybody?
That's supposed to be why we have prosecutorial discretion, not just to, persecute your political enemies. I mean, come on.
And isn't this part of the reason why we elect these people?
Yeah.
Right. Because there's going to be a spectrum. Earlier. There's going to be the Steve Gosney prosecutors.
But who do you think elects prosecutors? Like 50 people elect prosecutors.
Cops elect prosecutors. Police unions, police, organizations that fund the elections and so forth. They're very, very powerful. Mm-hmm. They elect the prosecutors.
She's exactly right. It's not like it's representative of the body politic. It's nothing like that. It's a small minority that's actually interested. And nobody knows who you don't know who your prosecutor is.
We don't know anything about these people. We don't know anything about. We don't know anything. It's just a name. It's literally just a name. You don't know anything about them.
I mean, also, there's the idea, too, that, when the prosecutor says, I'm going to be tough on crime and I'm going to go after the bad guys, that sounds good to a regular voter, not I'm going to make sure I do it right. And if, 10 guilty men walk free to protect that one innocent man, so be it. You are not going to win an election.
Yeah.
Right.
No, that's never going to win, because everyone wants tough on crime.
Yes.
That's why I asked earlier why these people were getting elected when you get the DAs who just let everybody out, like the ones they have in Chicago or San Francisco. Like, how the hell does that even happen?
Well, that's different. That's different because in those large city, so you have to keep in mind for most of these, even in big city, the prosecutorial races used to be you spend $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $50,000. But if somebody comes in and drops $500,000 into a prosecutor's race in St. Louis, Missouri, they won that race. I mean, they just bought it. They bought it because they spend 10 times as much money on commercials and everything else. And when a guy like George Soros comes in and wants to buy a prosecutor's office, he just buys it. So the normal guy, the guy who was there for 30 years, the old school prosecutor, he's just completely outspent. And so he disappears.
So you're saying, definitely, I could become my local prosecutor if I just invest enough money in it?
Yes.
No question at all. No
Depends
question
on
at
where
all.
you live, and
Not in North Jersey.
If you move to South Jersey,
I could register as a Democrat.
Are you willing to play the game, Jeff?
That's not hard. That's not hard. You just check a different box. Come on.
I don't know if it was.
My values aren't going to change. I'll just register. You can register as. I'll go in cloak and dagger like, all cloak and dagger like. Speaking of cloak and dagger like, this is my opportunity to sneak in a Rumble rant here from Southie for $50. And Rumble rant for $50 is practically like $100 when it's coming on Rumble. So he says, uncivil law. Do me a favor and join BJJ. Do you guys know what BJJ is?
Brazilian
Jiu-Jitsu.
Right. Give it 1 year and you'll be the most intelligent badass out there. Happy birthday, Joe. The U-ish Lawgic. So, what's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
I actually study Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I'm a one stripe white belt.
There you go.
So I'm very much a novice. But Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is probably unquestionably the most effective self-defense martial art out there today. So I would encourage everyone to consider it.
It's a grappling art emphasizes being able to fight on the ground.
Yeah, as a blue belt and former mixed martial arts fighter, I second that motion fully. So
to Orthodox Jews, BJJ means Beis Yaakov of Yerushalayim. So it's like a Jewish girls' school in Jerusalem.
Now, I do know we have a boxer in the audience here.
You do. You have the hands only. The hands only. I don't do your hugging stuff, Andrew. That's not for me.
A striker. So what do you talk to us about that? The striker. There's value to that for sure.
You're a BJJ. You're a BJJ expert, Andrea.
No, I box. I don't do this grappling stuff. So for me, it's all hands. It's all artificial rules. It's not a street fight, like real life self-defense stuff at all. It's just punching people in the face for fun. So.
Runkle's in the chat. Someone's told me that Runkle's in the chat waiting for an invite.
I was getting ready to put it in private.
Did I not send him? Did I not send him?
Ever since I let Runkle shoot my personal pistol, he's never let me alone.
You know what? I think he's right. I don't think I sent him an invite. So let me remedy that right now. Runkle. I am sorry. I even put him. He actually made it onto the thumbnail. Let me find him here.
So I am doing I do BJJ multiple times a week, but I am also joining a boxing gym just to refine my striking techniques. So because I think they matter too, being able to punch someone in the face effectively.
You're going to find it's very different. It's not necessarily going to translate well to BJJ because your ranges are very, very different depending on your rule set. You know, the thing with boxing is this is your range. You know, your range is your arms, and so when you have shoots and things like that going on, it's just a completely different striking system.
So anytime I'm in a fight, I have a gun, I have a knife, I have pepper spray, I have my fists. And I have my body to wrestle with. So I want the whole spectrum of options depending on what the circumstances allow for.
Well, the one weakness of a self-defense system that fights on the ground usually is multiple opponents. So it is good to have some boxing. And there's some excellent videos of a professional boxer in Brazil, for example, fighting off about 10 guys just because he could move himself efficiently and, through punches correctly. Just
right.
throwing
If
them
I'm
straight.
if I'm threatened by 10 guys, they're probably going to get shot.
Oh no, that's fair. I'm just saying, if you don't have your gun or something, you definitely do not want to be pulling guard if you got 10 guys.
Absolutely.
Yep.
All right, I have a few more that I have to cover here. Allison sent me a Venmo saying, "I've always loved you, Joe, but the night I spit wine out through my nose laughing at you, saying Santos was Jew-ish, sealed the deal. Happy birthday, friend, and thanks for the honest takes." I also got from Amanda saying, "Happy birthday, live long and prosper, more unbreaded havoc." And I've got some locals that I got to cover. Johnny said, "Happy birthday, Joe. Best Ron Coleman story is when he called Ricketta out for his McGinnis review." He also says, "Joe," I'm going to give this one since I give double credit for locals. I'll give it the chauffeur. "Joe doesn't know why locals is the redheaded stepchild because we're like the stripper grandchildren Biden won't recognize. It must be the age. At least this Joe doesn't try sniffing us. LOL." Vespa guy says Hillary Clinton almost became the first female president. The first F president. I meant female, but the email got deleted. Oh, nice. That was really good, Vespa. I'll send you a link for that one.
It's locked.
You only get 2.5 minutes though, because it's a $5 chat. I'll give you double cut. So you get 5 minutes. But that was funny. I gotta read that again because I read it poorly. Hillary Clinton almost became the first F president. I meant female, but the email got deleted. Oh, that is really good. That is really good. Vespa, I'm gonna send you a DM via Vespa for the thing. There we go. Messages. How do I find the Vespa guy? I gotta figure out how to do this on locals. It's not easy. Maybe Joe Sound Guy could figure that out to send Vespa. Can you do that, Joe?
What do you want me to do?
Send the link to
I can do that.
Yeah, to the Vespa guy. All right, we'll give him 5 minutes in here. I sent a link to Runkle, which I don't know why I forgot to send him one earlier. He told me he was going to join late, and so hopefully he's still going to pop in here. And then did I get my Rumble rants? I think I got all my Rumble rants, and I got my locals, and I got that, so I can start getting to YouTube and covering those. Where was I at here? I feel like I'm bouncing everywhere. Objection Foundation on the acting. Joe, even though Andrew swears by acting. Aquamarine, happy birthday, Joe. I have a drink on you. Swiss whiskey, Santis, Dreifaltigkeit.
Yeah, get that one, Joe.
I'm going to order that with my phone. If you've ever got an opportunity to give it a try, it probably will be the closest you ever get to taste bacon. No joke. Interesting. Swiss whiskey, Santis, Dreifaltigkeit. I don't know. Maybe Runkle looks like he could figure this one out.
Ian,
hey, how you doing?
How you doing, man?
Ian!
What's up?
And
Runkle?
I like the since I let him try my gun, it's like that is a really good gun, and I do have some gun envy. But no, we've got to get you on. That's got to
happen. Joseph DeMartino says acting is all about truth. All you have to work with is yourself. The first level of acting is to be yourself on stage. That's why cops and witnesses sound so wooden on TV, because they're too self-conscious to be themselves. I think that's actually a very good assessment as to.
Yeah, I think there's a misconception when I talk about acting on behalf of a client. I'm not talking about lying. I'm talking about presenting the best face for the client to the jury, to the finder of fact. And I think you could do that in a very cold and sterile way, which is non-compelling, or you can do that in a very emotive way that buys the jury into the interest of your client. And I think that's your duty as a lawyer to be able to do that effectively. That's the acting I'm talking about.
I think Shifarasi was probably better at that than the other fellow whose name I'm going to forget the name of now, but the one who. So in the Rittenhouse trial. So I feel stupid for forgetting the main lawyer's
Shifarasi.
Yeah, Shifarasi was way better at that, I would say, especially when
Mark Richards.
Yeah,
Mark Richards.
They were both good, but I think the other guy was definitely better.
Yeah, I like Shirafasi better as an attorney also.
I think all the go to court lawyers here would agree that that's important. I expect none of them would disagree.
Yeah. All right. Joe, love your channel. Wishing you a wonderful birthday. Thank you for the very generous super chat, Killiar. I really appreciate it. So thank you. Joseph over here says, what the bucket face is happening, says the Gauze. So took care of that and that. I'm jumping all over the place here. Wrestletown says, reason you need to learn to act is that normal people have replaced real emotion indicators with how people act on TV. You're not sincere unless your sad indicators match their favorite TV detective. You think that's true?
No, that's not what matters. I mean, maybe it's more true because we have TV, but it was true before even TV.
Because I sort of feel as if, like, I don't know if it's a matter of people looking for the match. I think people see in real life what feels real, what doesn't. But I do think that when you're in public and you're presenting yourself, you're not your normal self that you would be when you don't feel self-conscious about the fact that people are watching you. So in that sense, acting could be helpful just to get you back to your normal levels. So in that sense. But
we all wear faces, right? We all wear faces. We have a face we wear in our normal demeanor. We have a face we're wearing when we're energized emotionally about some interaction. We have a face we're wearing when we're representing a client. These are different faces, and the smart person chooses those faces deliberately, not just emotionally.
But I want to ask you
I
this.
have the same face with different levels of restraint on my cursing.
Sure, right, exactly.
Okay. I want to ask you this while you're mentioning that. My mother, rest her soul, whenever she would be on the phone giving her phone number, her voice would change to a higher pitched voice. Like I noticed I noticed this in several people. And ask yourself this: when you hear someone on the phone, do they change their voice when they're giving out their phone number? And I always ask my mother, like, why are you doing that? And I think it's an intentional type of articulation. Like, they want to make sure that the person is hearing them clearly and not running together a 5 and a 9 or whatever.
Or unintentional, just emotional. You're disclosing something personal about yourself when you're giving out your personal phone number.
Yeah. I don't think that's what it was. I think you're reading into the psyche a lot.
I think I know your mother a lot better than you do.
Probably. Almost definitely. I don't know what I was thinking and contradicting you on this one. No, because I don't think she felt like she was disclosing something. I think that she just but it was like I would be like, Mom, why do you change? It's like she'd be talking like this, and all of a sudden she'd say 591, and I'm like, why are you talking like that? That makes no sense. But she wasn't the only one I heard. Rest her soul, she's not the only one I heard do that. I heard a lot of people, like, when they give their phone number, like their voice changes inflection and tone completely from what it ever sounds like any other time. Have you ever noticed anyone doing that?
Well, every cross-examination.
I noticed myself doing it because I'm like, you're waiting for them to be ready. Do you have your pen? Okay, I'm waiting for you to have your pen. Are you ready? am I gonna have to repeat this. Okay, it's
all right. No, because I always was like, Mom, why are you doing that? But yeah, I couldn't get her to change that one. John Gordon says, where all the white women at? That's from a movie. Monk and Train says, Shavua Tov, Job, Admeva Esrim. Thank you so very, very much. Matthew Self says, happy birthday, Joe. Thank you, Matt. Good to see you celebrate with such an amazing panel. Nice to see Alice in the center as us. Hey, Gosney. Nice. Francisco Livara says, tell me the secret to Jew money. Happy birthday, Joe.
Jew money. People still do Jew money?
He has sent me this super chat. every time he super chats. This is literally what he super chats every time. Tell me the secret to Jew money.
$2 definitely isn't getting you those secrets.
Yeah, seriously. So stupid.
First secret of Jew money is $2.
Such a guy in Chicago.
It's not Jew money.
Guy in Chicago thinks that I'll give it to you for $2. Jonathan says an Orthodox Jew, V, a Lutheran, a Catholic, a Southern Christian, and a System of a Down fan walk into a bar. The bartender says, "Get the F out of here." Okay. All right. Spiritual healer, one of my locals regulars. How are you, spiritual? Says, "Happy birthday, Joe." Oh, I forgot to give him one of these. Happy birthday, Joe. I love your panel and watch them all, but sorry, guys, Joe is my favorite, even with heavy competition. You rant my heart out. Always stay genuine, strong, and peacemaker. Sage, God bless. Thank you for my birthday shout out last month. Of course, you're an awesome spiritual hero, and thank you for being such a dedicated supporter of the channel. I really, really appreciate you. Dennis Heaton says, "Happy birthday, Joe. Everyone give MLS show a shot. We have fun chats. Plus, he has Jody Arias crotch shots. Apparently, you can't say crotch. Oh, that's a YouTube thing.
So, now.
Apparently,
trying to get a super chat through sometimes is an art.
I didn't know that.
Oh, it's an art.
That's interesting. All right, well, there you go. Thank you, Dennis. Chugi Show Live says just up by to say happy birthday, and this is Hebrew for Yom Huledes Sameach, which is Hebrew for happy birthday. Grifty says, happy birthday, Joe. Here's to many, many more. Thank you, Grifty. Jackals of Terra Argentum says, hospitals in Florida have a really bad habit of targeting good parents in Florida. CPS has always been evil incarnate. In the 90s, they just seized the kids of Cuban refugees for wrong think a lot.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that must be about the case I brought up earlier.
All right. Manny says, happy birthday, Joe. I'll give you a nice drawing or a Dallas Cowboys joke. My depression is hitting me too hard right now, so I have to stay quiet. Have fun, guys. Well, thank you for joining in the Steve Gosman mood there. But I hope things get better for you, man. Really. Angry Yeti says, started late, but I'm at 1.5 speed, so I'll catch up in a bit. Happy birthday, Joe. Gnarly Bone says, everyone in the call humoring Joe like a hot chick talking about astrology on a first date. What's your sign, Joe? I get it. Not really, but I think this is being derisive, and that's cool. And the way to handle derision, I'm gonna teach you a secret. The way to handle someone who's sarcastically mocking you is to pretend that you don't notice their sarcasm and to answer the question directly. I learned this from an attorney. This is an attorney trick.
Right, correct.
It's in depositions.
Serious.
Yes, in depositions. If you read transcripts, there's no tone in transcripts. So, like, if you basically if you say something like really rude to someone and they come back at you with like an "excuse me," and then you respond with, "I accept your apology. That's very kind. Let's move forward." And it just reads as, "Excuse me, and I accept your apology." So too over here, I say, when you say to me, "What's your sign?" Oh, it's a Cancer. That's what it is.
Cancer.
There you go. Drink, Steve, just hydrate, eat a few eggs before bed. I think you got that. Gosney, everybody loves you for your heartless attitude. Much love. There's much better reasons to love him, but if
it's heartful. Yeah,
I was gonna say. Alligator News, why can you never solve redneck murders? No, we got this. No dental records and DNA is all the same. That's pretty funny. We got that. Ian Max says, yes, Buckethead for life. I do think that Bucket was the right nailing on him. I'm going to tell you something. That book, there's so many different ways. This is the book here, the secrets of the face. There's so many different ways. I look at my own face and I'd be staring in the mirror and I'd be like, oh my God. Like, they'd be like, well, they cover the lips. And I'd be like, okay, which one is mine? Does it fall under the bigger upper lip, smaller upper lip, what straight across the mouth when my lips are closed? Oh, curvy. And every time, whatever it is, the descriptive, it's more accurate the one that my face matches. So, sending to Joseph on locals. I already covered that. We got him in here. Can we hear about puppy cancer, please? And need an uplift. Mary Kaplan. Chad Daybell case will be big. I'm looking forward to Sarah Boone and how they're going to defend her. Which one is the Sarah Boone one? I always get so
Suitcase
confused.
girl.
Suitcase.
That's the suitcase.
Yeah.
She put her boyfriend in a suitcase and killed him. Left him there overnight.
Yes.
Oh, I watched the JCS psychology
When is that
on
one?
that one. That was crazy.
When is that one coming? The Sarah Boone case.
It's set for trial actually July 24th, but it's probably going to get kicked out again because she's claiming again that her attorney still doesn't contact her. She can't ever reach him, and yeah, she sent a letter to the court a couple weeks ago about it. So,
Tara Rayner says, "I would love to be on a panel to debate the Doc Bull crap case." Spoiler: he's right. They are evil. I'm waiting for all of you to get white girl wasted. Gonna take a few more bucks to get there. That's a shame. Says, happy birthday, Joe. Thank you. And howdy to all my favorite public defenders, Anchor and V Radio, but I don't know him. Well, you should. I hope you get to know him. He's great. Glass.
Hey guys, sorry, Joe. I gotta go.
Thank you so much.
Great
brother.
seeing all of you, Andrea.
I'm gonna have you back. I'm gonna have you back real soon, brother.
Yeah, of course. Well, whatever. When fine. Great meeting all of you. Seeing all of you again.
Take
That's
care, brother.
been awesome. But
See you, Andrew.
My night is over. So good night, everyone.
Good night.
All
right.
Night, Bronca. And hey, Joe, while we're at it, I need
You gotta
to
go
go.
also?
Yeah.
All right. Have a good night, my brother. I thank you for joining me. Glad you were in
Yes.
here.
Happy birthday again to you, sir.
Thank you so very much. I really
And
appreciate
many
it,
more.
brother. Take care. Have a good
All
night.
right, see you guys around.
Thanks,
Yep.
Sean.
Bye.
Good night.
Ian, what's up with you?
Right now, I am still working on trying to get my hot sauce ready to send to the States. And I'm also working on a
Do you
board game.
make your own hot sauce?
Well, I basically, because I talk about liking hot sauce, somebody reached out and was like, hey, a friend of mine is starting a fermentation company. Have you ever thought about making a Runkle hot sauce? And I've actually made my own hot sauce before, and I really like my variety. And I was like, all right. So I reached out to this guy. I sort of gave him the details of what's in my hot sauce. And now I have like 100 and something bottles of it. So
Do you ferment hot sauce?
Nice. Shiners. Oh my God. There you have hot sauce shiners. That's what they call them when they don't have the label on them yet.
Yeah,
it's like
the
your
label,
commodity wine.
the labels I've got to get printed up and so forth. That's its whole. That's a whole thing because the U.S. allows you to waive some of those rules if you sell less than $500,000 worth of product, which I am way shy of $500,000. Canada doesn't. You have to have everything labeled to their standards if you sell like one bottle. So I've had to wade through the bureaucracy on that, and it would be easier to just sell meth.
Probably.
I think I saw a thing about a guy in Canada actually opening up a brick and mortar drugstore.
Yeah. Oh,
The Breaking Bad Canada edition is about selling hot sauce.
Yeah, it's been a project. But the holdup right now is that in order to send anything to the States, you need an FDA registration for the kitchen it's made. Mm-hmm. And the guy is currently too busy to fill out that form because it's mostly just a form to say this kitchen exists and you're allowed to inspect it if you want. But yeah, I'm also working on a board game. So
wow,
I've actually got some of that like prototyping stuff here. So
I don't know how you come up with an original idea for a board game. It's like I can't even. I mean, you must have a concept in your head if you're like.
Oh yeah, I've got an idea. It's probably a long way from being fun because it's going to have to go through a lot of playtesting iterations. But that's kind of what I've been up to, and illegal practice and videos on the side.
Wow. So you're busy. You're a busy little beaver. God bless you.
Yep, and you got the Canadian joke in there.
That was subconscious. All right. Tank Rat, who is tonight's sponsor. God bless you, brother. And I'm going to give you another one of these. By the way, happy birthday, Joe. He has gifted 50 memberships tonight and 50 memberships last night. So I've got 100 new members thanks to this individual here. So I just want to express my sincerest gratitude to you, Tank Crab, for your significant support of the show. Thank you, brother. Happy birthday, Joe.
Hey, Joe, did you hit your soundboard?
What do you mean? You didn't hear it?
Like, did you hit the buzzer?
Yeah, I did.
Through.
Oh, I forgot. I took out my thing. How did that happen? I wonder how long ago that happened. How long ago?
Yeah, I haven't heard any horns for a while.
They mentioned it to me in the locals.
Them. I keep hitting them. Oh my god, I suck.
I didn't know there were supposed to be horns.
Oh yes, there's supposed to be horns.
Not to mention the one that sounds like a tripod.
Hitting that
one.
I'm the only one who's been hearing it.
the tripod from from War of the Worlds is coming to kill us all. Yeah.
He's been jamming for hours.
Yes. Every okay, look, I apologize those of you who didn't hear it, but every single time you saw an orange super chat, I threw out one of those chauffeurs, and every single time there was like, I'm not kidding, I didn't miss a single one. I was very careful, and anytime it was $20
your sound
or more,
guy's on
local,
stream, so he's not there to help you.
Yeah,
I was trying to connect with Vespa, and it's like he had some trouble, and well, I just got to send him the link, but
all right.
yeah,
I've been throwing that out. I was like, how are people not? I was very impressed with the audience with my panel that they weren't distracted by it. They just kept talking through it. I'm like, good job. That's how you should handle it.
Paying attention.
But,
pay no attention to the ship horn you just heard. Yeah.
Linda Marie, happy birthday, Joe, from one of the 35 in chat. Indeed, Linda Marie, huge fan of you, Linda Marie. Thank you for everything you've done for me and my channel, and someone who's been a constant supporter. I'm gonna give Linda Marie. I'm gonna give her one of those because she's been awesome since day one. Yeah, I don't care if it's $5 super chat. You know, even if I'm under another account, I will share your stuff and support you. Indeed,
she get a $95.
She's one of the OGs. She's great.
She is a real OG. That's the perfect way to describe it. God bless you, Linda Marie. Jeff Moser, Daniel Penny case updates. Have there been any updates? That's the guy who was arrested for strangling Jordan Neely, the homeless Michael Jackson impersonator. I haven't heard any updates on that case. Digger, please. Linux Charles, happy birthday, Joe. Thank you, Linux. Thank you for all your streams over the years. They brighten my day. I'm so glad. Offered to do your merch store still stands. Look, so many people keep telling me they're going to do my merch store for me. I've had I had Rosalind in the last 72 hours. I don't know what to tell you. I'm happy for anyone to do it. Give me an offer on the cut. I don't care. I just need someone to actually make merch.
That was my first ever super chat to you, Joe.
Was that you'll do my merch for me?
I'd run your Teespring store. You were on with Legal Mindset, and he was like, "See,
look at that! You still have the tag on it. You still have the tag on the hat I sent you. That's awesome. Wow.
So I don't know why you don't do more of this. Right?
My PD hat.
You put it out. Well, it doesn't have to be this hat, but it was this business model, right? I think it was. I don't know if it was the highest super chat. It was some benign contest.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody who does the following thing and whatever, and at the end of the winner gets the hat.
Right.
And I threw you a ridiculous amount of money for a stupid hat.
Right.
Because I had to win.
Right.
Well, just because I saw this moment in the future 3 years ago or something.
There might be some legal implications to doing that. Lottery law is incredibly nasty. So that's
oh great. Now we're all
happens when you have a bunch of lawyers on
you're
your
raining
stream.
my parade. I don't need that. I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
And only in Canada, so I guess we can't go to Canada now.
No, also in the US, and the government gets really snarky about this because they love the lottery money. And so if they think that you're getting in on their racket, it's the same thing as like a drug dealer. If you start selling on their corner.
Yeah, it's not a lottery. I didn't run it as a lottery. I basically ran it as it was probably like whoever sent $10 or more, and that joke was the most popular, like got the most votes from the audience, like that was like winning the contest. It wasn't like I was randomly picking someone out or something like that. It was like they had.
All right. Yeah, you gotta check all that because it's governments suck is basically.
What's the statute of limitations on that stuff anyway?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
I was asking Ronkel. I don't know.
No, yeah.
I don't know.
Class Mama says, "I love to take you out for Jewish tapas for your birthday." I don't know.
Costco sample tables.
Okay, Costco sample tables.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
I think Joe just got it. Joe just got it.
It's funny because it's true. Love from all Becky's crew in Arizona. God, that was funny, Glass Mama. Well done. Well done. You're in your 2 minutes on our panel here. All right. Joseph is going to hook you up. Isaiah Fraser says, happy birthday. While visiting Israel, I saw a t-shirt with a Jewish guy taking a fighting stance. The shirt said, Jiu-Jitsu, NGL. Got a kick out of that. I've seen that. I've seen the Jiu-Jitsu thing before.
That's a funny
Cake Cash. Happy birthday, Joe. Although it says $10, I'm pledging $100 for your birthday. Thank you. Thank you, Amber Cash.
Thank you, Amber.
Yes. Hey, Rescue Michigan, a.k.a. I'm too drunk to remember his name. D'Angeli. Definitely D'Angeli it's definitely Adam D'Angeli. Happy birthday, Joe. My bank. Oh, look at this. Somebody who won the contest is actually here. That's so awesome. You get to meet Ian Runkle.
Oh, this is weird.
And Andrea Burkhart. Let me finish this up first. Happy birthday, Joe. My bank flagged my last donation to you as possibly fraudulent. Wow, YouTube is powerful. And put an annoyance on my card. So here's another. The fraud prevention things the card do is suspiciously inscrutable and bizarre. Cheers. And cheers to you, my brother. You heard that one, right?
We heard that one, Joe. That was good.
And Joe,
we heard that one.
This sounds like your bank watches your channel and just can't understand why anybody would give you money.
Yeah, seriously. They're not alone. How are you, Vespa guy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's
up, man? How you doing?
Great. This guy, I'm sure you watched all of our channels before. So I think it's very cool for like creators to get to meet people who are, especially people who are regular supporters of our channels. Like I'm sure Vespa guy, you probably watch Runkle and Andrea and others and others who have popped in here. So I think it's cool to like give an opportunity, especially those of you who contribute to the show by saying something, entertaining. Say, you know what? Let's bring you in here for a couple of minutes before I bounce you out unceremoniously.
Yeah, no, it's much appreciated. It's much appreciated.
Do you have any questions for Andrea or me or Runkle that you just want to get off your chest and say like? Whatever?
I just come here to learn, man. I'm just here to listen to professionals and learn a few things.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you. So I thank you for being a loyal supporter of the show, and I mean that very, very sincerely.
No, for sure, guys.
And
So,
as someone who watches every chat, I definitely appreciate when some of them are humorous.
Yeah.
I am occasionally funny. Occasionally.
Yeah.
I keep the bar low,
And you've done great so far, and you have 47 seconds left.
Cool.
No pressure or anything, though.
Joe's going to take this rapidly to like sending the invite so he can like put them both in a jar and like shake it up, and we'll start taking bets on who makes it out. Started off very very child friendly and all that. No,
you have 1,000 people watching you right now. Do you have anything you want to say in the next 10 seconds?
No, thanks. You made my birthday is in about 30 minutes, so you made my birthday pretty awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, super appreciated. Yeah, 45 with a face like this.
And over here in the East Coast, it is your birthday already. So
it is.
So happy birthday.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Joseph DiMartino says that's just what I meant about acting, Joe. Tina Nina says, happy birthday, Joe. I'm so post-war. My eggs are like last one out is retard. Did I miss the joke here?
You missed the joke.
You missed the joke, and it's probably for the best.
Okay. Tara Rayner says a lesson in. I didn't throw him out. He just left on his own there.
Oh no.
All right. I think he took me seriously on the 47 seconds. He had like a timer going.
Had a timer going.
I'm out. Let me throw it. I really didn't throw him at all. Tara Rayner says a lesson how not to represent a client. Think of how much of a dumpster fire Elaine was for AH, and Morgan Knight noting it was schizophrenic, and then I hear Emily Baker yell, "Elaine!" Good times in Dane, and Emily was phenomenal in her coverage there. Jacob Reed says, I was on jury. Which jury? DUI. I thought not guilty based on driving. SFST. Judge said must find guilty if over is 0.08. Found out it was third strike. Must I blindly follow judge's order as a juror? I feel guilty. We're not allowed to advocate for jury nullification.
I'm not a lawyer.
I'm very not a lawyer.
No, what
hey,
I'm
Joe,
saying
I
is
have a legal
jury
question
nullification is a word they're not even allowed to use when you're in a trial. And jury nullification is a reference to when the jury is given explicit instructions by a judge and they say, no. Even though we all believe something, we're going to decide something other than what we really found the facts to be because we don't think that that's justice. That's basically what jury nullification is. It's considered like you can get sanctioned for even using the phrase if you're a litigator. It's terrible because you're basically planting a seed in the minds of the jury like, you know what's the right thing to do here, even if the law doesn't say so. Because the jury is honor bound to follow the law based on the facts that they adduce, based on the evidence that's been presented at trial. So no attorney is going to tell you to implement justice in the face of what you feel to be justice in the face of what the law is.
So thank you, Joe. That's very well said.
Is that a bar thing or a YouTube thing?
That's a lawyer. That's a lawyer thing.
Okay, well, as a non-lawyer, I would say there's a lot of laws on the books that are really stupid, and the jurors are the citizens that have the final say. So
there are, but you walk a fine line between the rule of law and the rule of men.
I agree, but I don't know. That's my personal opinion. No one here has to endorse it, but
the problem with jury nullification is that once people start doing that, there's no guarantee they only do it in one direction.
Exactly.
Which means that you get a lot of, hey, this guy's probably innocent, but we don't like him, so let's convict him anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's kind of already happening.
Did you guys hear about the case where there was a guy who, like, they literally just had DNA evidence and everything else that he tied up a woman and stabbed them to death? And then the jury, 3 of the jurors would not vote to put him away because he was a black male. And then like one juror finally blew the whistle on it. And then like the other jurors literally threatened her, like, like they were going to beat her up or whatever if she didn't go along with it. Did you guys hear about that story?
I did not.
I have not.
You're just
I
a
will
bag
find
of
you a
laughs.
link.
Yeah, not that one.
But I did know that you actually have to get to threats of physical violence in the jury room for that to be considered jury misconduct, like sufficient for a mistrial or to like excuse people from the panel or something like that. Threats of physical violence. You can't just be like, you suck or whatever. Like all kinds of psychological pressure you can bring to bear to, bring that holdout over to your side, and you're all good. But as soon as you threaten to throw the hands. That's
so isn't it right? Isn't it right that whatever happens in the jury room, short of like physical violence or credible threats, of course, isn't whatever happens in that jury room sacred? We don't ask about it. We don't talk about it until somebody says Bob came over the table and said he was going to hit me or whatever. Otherwise, isn't what happens in that jury room?
You don't
sacred?
get to inquire into it. Very, very limited that you get to inquire into it. The jury can volunteer what happens.
I think Andrea is grossly understating how rare it is for us to be able to inquire into what happens in a jury room. It's unheard of. It's
see, and it's
in
so
Canada,
funny
it's actually
because
illegal.
from my perspective, it's not really, because I've had it come up multiple times. When you have like a risk of jury misconduct, you have a jury note that comes back, and this is really not uncommon, where somebody says, like in my case, for example, hey, somebody went home overnight and looked all this stuff up on the internet, and now they brought it in and they're showing it to people in the jury room. Well, you have no choice at that point. You have to bring the jury in, because you have to one, confirm that this happened, and two, you have to figure out how bad it is. Like, have they shown everybody? What kind of effect has this had on the process? Like, you need that information at that point to be able to figure out what you're going to do about it. So I've seen that type of thing happen like a few times, but it's always in that context of like there has been a report, or there's like a credible suspicion of jury misconduct.
Well, as a layman, let me ask you, on the opposite side, is it inappropriate for a judge to interfere with that process in the jury room?
Yes.
Because that's kind of what that super chat was saying. The judge ordered the jurors, if the BAC
the judge
was
decides
over
what the law
0.08,
is.
Yeah.
And so the judge is saying the law says that you have to convict of this offense.
The judge will instruct the jury on the law, and that's one thing that's like totally fair game for the judge to do. What the judge can't do is, for example, be like, hey, it's getting late, it's about time for you guys to reach a verdict. They don't get to do that. You know, the jury is going to take the time that they take. They get to consider what they want to consider. The judge doesn't get to interfere in that process at all. And that can be something that, you know, can be grounds for reversal. Like, oh, they rushed the jury. You know, the judge somehow communicated that like he's ready to go on his vacation now. You guys need to wrap it up. Those types of things can be big problems.
The judge is like, hey, jurors, I got a tea time.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was one of the streams that you guys did, maybe the Murdahl stream, where it was like up against a holiday. And in watching it, I remember I heard the judge kind of say, like, emphasize, like, hey, we have a holiday weekend coming up, and yada, you know, kind of yada yada. And to me, it sounded like, is that appropriate for him to be emphasizing? Like, why does that have any bearing on what the jury's deliberating?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I found the link to it. 4-person, 3 jurors unwilling to convict Rizzales based on race, leading to mistrial. Like, this guy is guilty as a cat in a goldfish bowl. They had all the evidence they needed, but just due to ideological reasons, they're like, well, I can't vote to put another black male in jail, so therefore I'm not gonna. They would only go along with it if it was going to be manslaughter or something, and it's like it doesn't get more murder than this. So anyway, if anybody wants the link, I have it
right there.
That's kind of what I was referencing when I said they're already doing it in the other direction. Like, ideologically, the left is already participating in jury nullification horribly.
Yeah, but that's not really the other direction. That's still saying we're going to acquit a guy, as opposed to saying, listen, we're going to convict somebody just because we don't like them. And that's where it gets really dangerous, right? Because that's where you start talking about people in jail just because they're unpopular. And typically where that's happened, it's they're unpopular because of their politics, or they're unpopular because of the color of their skin. So, yeah. It gets bad in a real hurry.
Okay, coming back. Let me start wrapping up here. Southie 31 sent a Rumble rant which says you have to train boxing for street fights, BJJ, to get comfortable in the most uncomfortable situations, and all the dirty fighting in between. BJJ will give you the most comfort in a fight. Interesting. I did not know that. And thank you for the generous rant there, Southie. Patrick Allen says, I sent him money directly for a hat. That's true. He did send me money directly for a hat, which I thought was unusual. Alice Joe Lieb zum Geburtstag. I don't know what that means. Your heart is, Lieb is heart, zum Geburtstag. I don't know what Geburtstag is. I don't know. I don't think it's Yiddish. I think it's German, which is similar, but not exactly the same. Sport Nugget says, happy birthday, Joe. The chauffeur reminds me of my mom, not because we're Jewish. She's just weird. That's pretty funny. Laura Kremen says, happy birthday, Joe. Joe Biden had a meeting with the cabinet today. He also spoke to the bookcase. and argue with the desk. That's pretty funny. I like that. Lauren Joe Nierman Collection Company says, "Happy birthday, pay me." Yes. If you're a YouTuber and you have a birthday and you can't figure out how to grift that, you suck. I don't know what else to tell you. You should be able to grift your birthday. That's just basically that's common sense there. That's common sense. It's your birthday. You should be able to grift it somewhat, a little bit. Some people are better than others, but a little bit of it. And Tara Reyna says 2 recent cases of jurors convicting on emotion and shady investigations and corrupt DAs, not to mention judges' awful rulings. Murdoch and Anderson. Indeed, that was emotion and shady. It's certainly, emotion, shady investigations, and corrupt DAs. Those are 2 gross cases that made me they've made me question our judiciary. They really do. They make me question it. How are you, Aussie Overlord?
There is a super chat down there. I was hoping for 10 more minutes so I can practice.
Give me 10 minutes. I'm practicing my pronunciation of happy birthday. I'm going to offend the whole culture. I want to do it right.
Yom Haledet Sameach Sabajer.
Oh, not bad.
Not bad?
Not bad.
There you go.
I kept slipping into Klingon at the end. I was trying very hard.
What was the last word you said? Yom Haledet Sameach? What?
Sabajer.
What's Sabajer?
No, isn't Saba Grandpa Joe?
Oh, Saba. Oh, I just didn't understand when you were saying Joe because it sounded like Joer. Saba is Grandpa. Saba is Grandpa. I just didn't hear you. You know what it was? I had a problem understanding your Aussie on the Joe. That everything else there was perfect.
That's what I was going to say. It's that fake accent from the fake country.
I want to hear Yiddish with an Australian accent now.
Yeah, seriously.
I want to go to Sydney. I want to go find an Orthodox community and just go listen. This could be so much fun.
It's gonna be some old Jew in Australia going, "Who is this weird dude?"
He is dying. Well, here's the thing, though. I'll tell you why it might not work as well as you would think is because even amongst those who speak Yiddish, depending on whether they come from like northern Poland or southern Poland, like the word "v," which means where, will be like "vai" or "vu," depending on what part of the country you're from. So it's like whatever the Aussies would do with it, they would be bastardizing. They would be bastardizing like northern Polish into southern Polish, and you wouldn't even realize that it's Aussie. You would just think that they're speaking the. You know what I'm saying?
But the Jews would know.
Yeah.
Like we go to the convention somewhere.
Because the Jews would be like, no, he speaks Southern Polish, Yiddish. They wouldn't realize he's trying to speak Northern Polish, Northern Poland Yiddish. You see what I'm saying?
What he's saying is even the Jews can't tell.
Yeah, it's true.
Excellent. I fit right in then.
Yes, you would. You really, really would. So, Tara Rayner says, Murdoch case holiday comment. After judge allowed the financial crap to extend the trial 2 or 3 weeks longer, AG encouraged political persecution. The Murdoch case really bothered me a lot. I was surprised by how bummed I felt by that verdict. I felt very, very bummed by it. And I guess it's similar to the Anderson thing because it's like you sort of feel as if like this just isn't what our legal system is supposed to be. Like you shouldn't be seeing this, well, I've been sitting here watching with you and possibly say that I feel beyond the reasonable doubt that this person is guilty. And it's very disappointing. And it's very sobering, and it's exactly the wrong type of topic for me to have on a birthday stream. But it is reality that you sort of like, how do you say beyond a reasonable doubt that you're
We're gonna have to get the puppy cancer to cheer things up again.
Yeah, seriously. I'm doing it myself. All right, so we're gonna have. I think I covered every freaking super chat here, and I'm proud of myself for that because I'm not really very sober at this time. So I'm very proud of myself that I think I did an effective job covering every super chat. So I'm going to work my way around and tell you all first and foremost. V Radio, sub up to him so that you can be unsubbed by YouTube like next week, and see how you should sub up to him just as an experiment to see how long you can stay subbed up to him.
I was actually
thinking,
almost
my
to
channel
5,000.
anyway.
I was 10 short of 5,000, and then I went right back to where I was when we started.
Did
So
you
now
really?
I'm up about 10. Yeah, it's been bouncing up and down throughout the whole thing. So like I've been stuck right under 5,000 for like the last 8 months. It's like somebody has a setting where they can determine how many I'm allowed to have, and then it just keeps kicking them off. But I appreciate it regardless. That's why I tell people to go to my Discord and stuff. But there are people. There are people in the chat though that are saying that I just subscribed 30 minutes ago and I just went back and looked and I'm unsubscribed. So yeah, there's shenanigans going on.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah. While you're here, if you could like and subscribe, that would be cool too. Andrea here, who everyone recognizes as being the legal mind we all wish we were, and I urge you to make sure that you sub up to her. We got Grifty over here. He makes videos.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Joe.
I don't. What do you cover,
He
Grifty?
exists.
Politics and current events mainly.
Oh, there you go.
Lately, I've been it's been a lot of talking about the ideology behind anarchy. Because I do consider myself an anarchist forced to participate in a statist society. So, that's it. Check me on Rumble.
All right. I got this guy over here who's living under the yoke of oppression called Canada.
Yeah, our government sucks right now. But
I have a serious question for you because I really don't know the answer to this question, and I'm genuinely curious because I know so little about Canadian politics.
Fire away.
Is there such a thing as a term limits for Trudeau?
Nope. He can, so long as he can keep getting elected. I guess his lifespan is really the end of it. You know, he can't rule for 1,000 years because, but he'd like to.
There's no term limits at all.
No, I'm sure he would love to be God Emperor Trudeau. And in that case, the universe is doomed. But
they keep stealing organs from people that haven't actually died and giving them to him. He may just live for 1,000 years.
Yeah, well, isn't that because when you guys vote, you're not actually voting for him? You're voting for your local MP, member of parliament.
Yeah, except we also have a system of what they call whipping.
Okay.
And what that means is that if they have what they call a whipped vote, which they can declare any vote to be, if an MP doesn't vote the way they've been told to, they get kicked out of the party. And so they do this all the time. And it's actually more rare that they have like a proper free vote. And so this notion that you're voting for your local politician, there's so many times where you go and talk to a politician, they're like, oh yeah, I agree with you, but it's going to be a whipped vote, so it doesn't matter what I think. And I'm going, oh, well, why would I vote for you, you meat puppet, if there's
wow.
You know?
Wow. But no one actually, other than his district, no one actually votes directly for Trudeau, other than his people in his district. It's just because Labor wins the majority, or the forms
the Liberal Party of Canada is his.
Okay.
Yeah. So then we're stuck with him and his crazy ideas. So just recently, he's decided that he wants to make Facebook and Google pay for linking to news articles. And I just want to say, Facebook, if you want to send a bunch of people links to my videos, and Google, I am all for that. You don't need to pay me squat. But they're trying to shake this down. So Facebook and Google have said, okay, you want us to, and they actually have been saying Facebook and Google are thieves for linking to these articles. And the response is, okay, we'll stop. And now the government and the media companies are freaking out because they're going to lose all that traffic. It's like, what do you want here? Yeah. So he has limitless capacity to screw up. But I guess I'm supposed to shill my channel. So Bailey. Oh, and Roll of Law is my secondary channel where I talk about geek stuff. So
look at
check
that.
me out on both.
There you go.
When you say geek stuff, Did you say geek stuff?
I did. Yeah.
So do you mean like computer stuff, or do you mean like
mostly
video game
tabletop
stuff?
role-playing game stuff.
Oh, okay,
so
cool.
Like D&D and stuff.
Yep.
It was basically I wanted to start talking about some of that because I'm in an online campaign. And I was like, if I put that on my main channel, YouTube will narrow my audience to the people who like both law and role-playing game stuff, and then like all 12 people will subscribe, and that's so.
It'd be a record
for the second channel.
For the legal ramifications of desktop role-playing, please tune into.
There are a few channels that actually end up being overlaps, or a few videos. So I just did one on Hasbro is probably running an illegal lottery with their Wizards of the Coast, or with their latest Magic card set. And
to be fair, between Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast, that may actually keep that channel running, though, if it is limited to those 12 people.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. And before I get to the other ones, let me cover this real fast. Joseph D. Martinez says submarine imploded like an Elaine Cross. Pretty good. Not bad. Tara Reyes says, no way did he kill his wife and kid, but how the heck did they have Cop's brother on the jury? Oh, you're talking about Murdoch. How the heck did they have Cop's brother on the jury? It's insanity.
Yeah, that was nuts.
It's insanity. A lawyer with money, motivation testified and fund another witness. Oh, and Hong Kong Trudeau. I'm fringy.
The Hong Kong is referring to the convoy protests.
Right.
Where they got so upset that people were parking trucks in downtown Ottawa and honking their horns that they declared a state of national emergency in a way that lets them start suspending people's rights. And they started seizing their bank accounts.
Yeah, we all heard about that.
Yeah, that was nuts. Protest in Canada, if it starts to become too effective, they will take all your money and destroy your life. So
that's some place where their government really protects you.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just take a minute here and say, prove me, Ian Runkle, prove me wrong. Canada is a dictatorship.
It really, I mean, I wouldn't say dictatorship, but it is less free than the U.S. by a fair standard. There's a lot of principles that make us less free in various ways.
You have unlimited terms for your prime minister, who basically can decide to call a state of emergency anytime that he wants and suspend your civil rights. How is that not a dictatorship?
Through basically technicalities. It's he does have to get reelected. He does have a limit as to how long he can go between calling elections. The MPs can throw him out.
So is President Xi. I think he has to be reelected every 10 years.
It has happened before that that prime ministers have been that their party rebels and says, nope, you're out. It's not quite a dictatorship, but it is substantially less free in a bunch of ways. So,
trust me, this is the sad thing is I look at America as if we basically become a second tier Russia in the way things are operate here, and at the same time, I think we're probably the freest nation on earth, which is very sad, very, very sad. What a happy birthday party this has been. Right now.
When it comes to Trudeau, like father,
you all
like
wonder
son.
why I never have guests on.
He's actually he's way worse than his dad. Way worse. Like his dad brought in the Charter of Rights in Canada, and Trudeau Jr. is dismantling it. So
I guess that's depends on whether we're talking about Pierre or Fidel. So
so cash out before the next protest. I don't know. Yeah, definitely don't want to have your money in a bank if you're going to protest next time. That's for sure. All right. Finally here, Joseph, you have anything you want to pitch?
Goodlogic.locals.com. Thank you for having me on.
My pleasure.
Well, I don't have another one of these streamers like you guys. You know, I mean, I'm
you're too kind.
I'm in the entertainment side of life, you know, so I understand some of the technological issues you guys run into.
Okay.
I deal with video guys and Believe me, I get it. And I really admire and I'm very grateful for all of you, dare I say academics, all you lawyers, and to step outside your wheelhouse a little bit.
This guy.
Okay. I'm warming up. Well, because it's probably not your first thought to. I know what I'll do. I'll get a camera and I'll stream on YouTube, and it'll be fun. And then 2 years go by, and all of a sudden, you need to invest. You need to invest your time. You need to invest in a discipline. Maybe you're not too dialed into all this technical stuff. What's the difference between a 4K camera? What is over sampling and scaling and microphones and all that crap that goes into it? That we users. We're just watching you guys. We don't see that. We just hear the commentary. And that's really what brought me to your kinds of channels is the witty, clever, thoughtful commentary on the issues that sometimes they're just not that easily understood or very well explained, certainly in most of the media. And, all y'all, you put it out there the way you see it and you're honest about it. You're honest about your own biases, your own strengths and your own shortcomings. So I get a lot of good data. I can go read things that you guys point us to, like Supreme Court cases, or it's great. So I come to the party, a lot smarter than I would have been if you hadn't been there. So I really just love hanging around you guys, and like the Vespa said, getting smarter for it, becoming a little educated, knowing where to maybe put my efforts, and hearing things, phrases like, "Well, it depends on whose speech it is." Makes you sound really smart at a party, especially when you understand the principle. Right.
That's why alternative media is labeled very dangerous for our democracy.
Damn straight. So just thank you to you, Joe. Happy birthday. Thank you for having me.
My pleasure.
And with that, I'm going to bow out. I love following all y'all.
Later, brother. Thank you so much for stopping in.
Be good, guys. I'll see you out there.
Yeah.
And finally, we have here Aiden.
Hey, you got it right for what? Oh, damn it. No, look, I'll be honest. I have not been here anywhere near long enough to grift the fact that I just did a 24-hour stream, that I'm going to be in America in August. Guys, if you love law news and laughter, I'm on daily pretty much every day talking about anything and everything in the news, both US, UK, American, whatever. I try and brighten people's day. But again, I haven't been here long enough to grift, Joe, so happy birthday.
And before you go off, Joe, I do want to tell people about my stream tomorrow whenever it's appropriate.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Sure. Please do.
Now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I don't know if you guys know who.
We got like 3 minutes left. I'm going to read the Vespa guy here saying.
You got a moment of silence with all these lawyers.
Yes. Right.
So do you guys know
that moment?
Do you know who Mac Beggs is? They were a wrestler, a trans wrestler in the state of Texas because biologically female on their birth certificate, they are not allowed to participate in the school wrestling. So that was the big trans issue about it because they were transitioning from female to male. So they were on testosterone. So they went undefeated for like 2 years. Well, anyway, I uncovered that they also were leaving the state of Texas to go to other states where they could have wrestled boys and still chose not to. They agreed to be interviewed by me tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., provided that they show up. And they agreed to answer the tough questions about their participation in sports. So if you guys are interested in the trans athletes and sports issue, please tune in.
We need to get him over 5K just to prove like YouTube wrong. So please make sure you guys.
I bet 4,983.
Oh my God!
I know a lot of
you. I'm gonna see. Maybe I've been unsubbed. Maybe I'm one of those who's been unsubbed. I'm gonna check that out right now and see if I'm subbed to you, because it's very possible I've been unsubbed and I didn't even know. V radio. Let me see if I'm subbed to you. Radio. 4,000.
A lot of people are really keen on that issue, and I can say there's nothing that will make me care about sports.
All right. All right. Vespa guy, who was here earlier, said V Radio has an interesting video about counting machines. I refer to it often. Everything should be hand counted. Amen. Tara Rayner, another person. I just want to comment here. Tara Rayner is a frequent. I want to say thank you, Tara, because I know you're a freaking super chatter here, and I just want to thank you for your consistent support over here, Tara. Says our charter is now Justin's crap tickets. Yeah, That certainly seems to be sadly the case. And Screaming Beagle says, happy birthday. Thank you so very much. I thank each and every one of my panelists who joined me. I thank every one of you who participated in watching the show, whether you super chatted or not. I feel like I'm very, very blessed, and that I'm surrounded by a lot of phenomenal people. And I cannot be more pleased about the audience that I've managed. I've had the good fortune to cultivate, the friends that I've managed, the friendships that I managed to form with these fine people, those who were able to make it who make it tonight and left, and those who just had conflicts and were not able to make it here tonight. And I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow when I go back to my regular show. I am going to be doing a local stream. It's not going to be a long local stream. It's probably going to be for members only. But if you can't afford it, like I said, anyone who doesn't have an entertainment budget, you DM me. I'll take care of you. I'll hook you up. I really just want people to sign up on Locals. And even if you sign up, just to follow on Locals if you want to find out when I'm covering my streams. You can like and subscribe here. I very much appreciate that. Leave a comment below. I appreciate that. I really, really, this is ultimately a funneling to Locals, because one day YouTube is not going to let me be here anymore. That's the cold reality of the world. I have to be prepared for that. And that's why the only way that I can feel like people are ultimately going to find me is if I'm on Locals and people follow me there. So I thank you all. And all the very warm wishes, which are each and every one of them, I genuinely appreciate. And to every one of you, my friends here in the panel and sitting at home watching this, I thank you. And I say to you, as always, Godspeed.